Uvažene dame i gospodo, dobar dan i dobrodošli. Pozdravljam vas u ime Centralne banke Crne Gore, ICT Cortexa i Udruženja banaka Crne Gore, odnosno u ime sva tri organizatora današnje međunarodne fintech konferencije. U okviru današnje konferencije, koja nosi naziv Uloga fintecha u demokratizaciji finansijskog okruženja, bit će održana 4 panela na jako aktualne i zanimljive teme. U diskusiji koja slijedi bit ćemo u prilici da od priznatih fintech eksperata iz centralnih banaka Evrope i Azije, iz međunarodnih fintech kompanija, kao i od stručnjaka iz crnogorskog bankarskog i ICT sektora, čujemo koje su to dostignuća i izazovi u oblasti fintecha, ali i šta je to što treba svi zajedno da uradimo kako bi što više približili fintech kompanije bankarskom sektoru, a sve u cilju ostvarivanja njihove sinergije, odnosno obezbeđivanja što kvalitetnijih i bržih i jeftinijih usluga za krajnje korisnike. Tokom konferencije će kasnije biti otvoren i drugi Cbcg Fintech hackathon predstavljanjem 5 rješenja koja su nakon procesa predselekcije ušla u finalni dio takmičenja. Na samom početku konferencije paneliste i učesnike pozdravit će naši uvaženi govornici, guverner Centralne banke Crne Gore Radoje Žugić, ministar financija u vladi Crne Gore Aleksandar Damjanović i šef Evropske banke za obnovu i razvoj u Crnoj Gori Remon Zakarija. Guverneru, izvolite.
Dame i gospodo, uvaženi prijatelji, dragi gosti. Posljednjih godina smo svjedoci značajnih promjena koju je doživjela industrija financijskih usluga na globalnom, ali i u Crnoj Gori. Digitalizacija i ekološke inovacije omogućavaju povećanje efikasnosti i jednostavniji pristup tržištu financijskih usluga uz istovremeno smanjenje troškova i vremena čekanja za klijente. Ove promjene su transformisale tradicionalne bankarske operacije i otvorile put ka novim mogućnostima. Sa iskustvom interneta, mobilnog bankarstva, e-volita, chat-botova, QR kodova kao i raznih drugih digitalnih servisa, klijenti ne pokazuju želju da se vrate na staro. Naprotiv, zadovoljni novim i obogaćeni korisničkim iskustvom, oni diktiraju jasnu potrebu prelaska sa fizičkog kontakta na digitalno, bezgotovinsko i bezkontaktno poslovanje. Da bi odgovorile na zahtjeve svojih klijenata i pružile im adekvatne usluge, banke u Crnoj Gori prate savremene tehnološke trendove i u kontinuitetu rade na razvoju digitalnih servisa. U tom poslu banke sarađuju sa brojnim kompanijama. Kroz istraživanje koje je ranije sprovela Centralna banka Crne Gore, mapiran je fintech ekosistem u bankarskom sektoru Crne Gore, gdje danas postoji 18 fintech kompanija, od kojih je 7 u Crnoj Gori. Isto istraživanje je pokazalo da svega 10 do 20% klijenata banaka koristi digitalne servise, što je pokazatelj velikog neiskorištenog potencijala. Prepoznavši svoju ulogu u promovisanju saradnje fintech kompanije i banaka te intenzivnije primjene modernih tehnologija u segmentu bankarskih usluga, Centralna banka je u prethodnom periodu inicirala više aktivnosti u tom smjeru. Prošle godine smo otvorili Fintech Hub, regulatorni inovativni centar sa ciljem pružanja neobavezujuće i neformalne podrške poslovnim subjektima koji razvijaju inovativni proizvod ili uslugu iz područja fintecha. Uz financijsku podršku Finance in Motion i Evropskog fonda za jugoistočnu Europu, Centralna banka je u saradnji sa Ministarstvom financija Crne Gore započela rad na izradi nacionalne strategije za razvoj fintecha, a kroz koju bi se ovo pitanje tretiralo na sistemski način. Posebno smo ponosni na organizaciju prve crnogorske fintech konferencije i pratećeg takmičenja prošle godine u ovo vrijeme i na ovom mjestu. Ovaj događaj je bio više nego uspješan i dao nam je uvid u ogroman talenat i kreativni potencijal mladih ljudi u našoj zemlji i učvrstio naše uvjerenje da Crna Gora može napraviti krupne korake u digitalnom fintech prostoru. Postaknuti uspješnom realizacijom prošlogodišnjeg takmičenja i ove godine smo organizovali novo na temu Upoznaj svog klijenta jednostavno i bezbjedno. U nastavku dana 5 odabranih finalista, kako je kazala i gospođa Marija, predstavit će svoje ideje koje mogu biti osnov za razvijanje novih usluga na našem tržištu. Paralelno sa pobrojanim inicijativama sprovodimo intenzivne regulatorne aktivnosti. Kroz nedavno usvojene izmjene i dopune Zakona o platnom prometu omogućeno je da uslovi u unutrašnjem platnom prometu budu u punoj mjeri harmonizovani sa platnim prometom Evropske unije. Usvajanje ovog sistemskog zakona preduslov je za početak pregovora za pristupanje Crne Gore SEPI odnosno jedinstvenom evropskom području plaćanja u eurima. Ulaskom u SEPU Crna Gora bi imala pristup najbržem sistemu kreditnih transfera i direktno zaduživanje za krajnje korisnike, što je jedan od strateških ciljeva Crne Gore u procesu integracija. Održiv i stabilan financijski sektor nije moguć bez zdravih banaka. Stoga Centralna banka veliku pažnju daje svojoj supervizorskoj funkciji. U prethodnom periodu smo unaprijedili regulatorni okvir u ovoj oblasti i značajno osnažili interne kadrovske kapacitete. Istovremeno smo inicirali unapređenje kapaciteta u segmentu prevencije pranja novca, pa je nekadašnja ranjivost sistema danas snažna prednost naše institucije. Na kraju želim da naglasim da je današnja konferencija koju organizujemo u saradnji sa ICT Korteksom i Udruženjem banaka Crne Gore je još jedna aktivnost koju preuzimamo sa ciljem približavanja fintech sektora bankarskom sektoru i dalje integracije ova dva neodvojiva segmenta. Veliko mi je zadovoljstvo što smo uspjeli na jednom mjestu okupimo reputabilne partnere koji dolaze iz najrazvijenijih fintech ekosistema Europe i Centralne Azije, međunarodne donatorske organizacije i multinacionalne kompanije. Koristim priliku da im poželim iskrenu dobrodošlicu u Crnu Goru i izrazim očekivanja da ćemo kroz panele koje slijede biti u prilici da od uvaženih eksperata čujemo iz prve ruke šta je formula uspješnog fintech ekosistema i šta svako od nas treba da uradi da bi naša država postala aktivno tržište za razvoj ove industrije. Dozvolite da se na kraju zahvalim svim učesnicima, poželim uspješnu konferenciju, takmičarima želim produktivan rad i što bolje efekte. Hvala na pažnju.
Zahvaljujem guverneru Žugiću. Pozivam ministra Damjanovića da se obrati.
Poštovani prijatelji, učesnici konferencije, uz zahvalnost Centralnoj banci, Udruženju banaka i Korteksu na pozivu da se ovdje obratim, želim da istaknem da naravno i kao Ministarstvo financija i kao Vlada jesmo svjesni značaja digitalne ekonomije i značaja finteka u kontekstu pružanja i usluga prije svega građanima, a vezano za efikasne, bezbjedne i jednostavne usluge, naravno koje će samim time i manje koštati, što je negdje nama i svima primarni cilj. Negdje bih, s obzirom da je guverner rekao dosta toga vezano za regulatorni okvir, podsjetio da smo zajedničkim naporima uspjeli da u jednom nimalo laganom političkom ambijentu donesemo Zakon o platnom prometu sa ciljem da maltene napravimo iste uslove poslovanja na tržištu Crne Gore kao i na tržištu Europske unije i negdje time dokazujemo posvećenost, dakle ne samo usklađivanju sa akijem na nivou Europske unije, već da negdje i prednjačimo kao zemlja koja je to prvo uradila u regionu. Naravno, informisan sam i o nekim istraživanjima UNDP-a gdje je konstatovano da svaka treća kompanija koristi elektronska plaćanja mobilno bankarstvo, svaki peti građanin. Dakle, dosta prostora, ogromnog potencijala da se kroz razvoj finteka kao segmenta ukupne digitalizacije ove cifre značajno unaprijede. Također bih negdje istakao da ovaj posao ne može da se radi unutar državne administracije, on mora da ima ozbiljnu podršku akademske zajednice, univerziteta, naravno prije svih i na početku IT sektora, IT kompanija, jer negdje ovo značajno podiže i inovativnost, a evo smo negdje svi posvećeni tom dijelu i negdje svi to tretiramo kao razvojnu šansu Crne Gore. Naravno, s aspekta Ministarstva financija i vlade Crne Gore, fintech nam je značajan i generalno zbog izbjegavanja poreske evazije, zbog izbjegavanja pranja novca, zbog toga što razvoj bezgotovinskog plaćanja i naravno svih novih tehnologija, bezkontaktnog plaćanja i tako dalje, onemogućava gotovinske transakcije koje su uvijek rizične za različite poreske evazije i to je nešto o čemu kao država treba da vodimo računa, da postičemo naravno sisteme. Također u kontekstu ovoga što se nedavno desilo, a o tome treba naravno otvoreno govoriti, a to su cyber napadi na sistem, jasno je kakav je značaj dakle, i cyber security u ovom smislu i tu negdje prepoznajem domaću IT zajednicu kao neko ko paralelno sa unapređenjem fintech tehnologije radi na tome da pomogne državi da u partnerskom odnosu mnogo bolje štitimo naše sisteme, našu IT podršku kako nam se ne bi dešavale ove stvari, jer prosto i to treba da se istakne. Crna Gora je kao dio međunarodne zajednice, kao NATO država, kao aspirant za Europsku uniju, u jednom svojevrsnom cyber informacionalnom ratu koji je otpočeo i toga treba svi da budemo svjesni. Tako da kada govorimo o novim tehnologijama uvijek da imamo na umu da one osim što zaista omogućavaju mnogo ekonomičnije poslovanje i mnogo niže cijene usluga, a nadamo se da će i Zakon o platnom prometu, odnosno izmjene zakona koje smo donijeli to da omoguće, on uvijek traži i određene mjere bezbjednosti, što je pomalo u Crnoj Gori bilo zaboravljeno, pa su nas, kaže, nedavni događaji na to i posjetili. Ne treba da posebno potenciram i činjenicu da su 2 godine pandemije ubrzale tržište i finteka i generalno digitalnih tehnologija, da je to najbrže rastuća grana na zapadu, odnosno u zapadnim državama, da negdje tu Crna Gora traži svoju šansu. Dobro je što smo na putu da dobijemo i nacionalnu strategiju kao jedan krovni okvir za razvoj ovih industrija. Evo sam čuo i podatke o broju kompanija, ja se nadam da će taj broj biti višestruko veći u narednih nekoliko godina. Kroz fond za inovacije, kroz poreske olakšice koje pravimo i koje treba da startuju, nadam se, veoma brzo u narednim nedeljama. Također se pravi određeni prostor za ulazak novih kompanija, odnosno za jedan proboj IT industrije, prije svega domaće industrije koga nije bilo dugo. I negdje u tom dijelu cijenim da je ova konferencija koja sadrži i jednu vrstu takmičenja, kako sam razumio, kompanija, kroz razmjenu najboljih praksi, kroz razmjenu savjeta, sa novim inovativnim rješenjima daje podstrek našem zajedničkom cilju. U to ime želim još jednom da vas pozdravim, da čestitam dakle na prisustvu ovdje i na rezultatima koje će konferencija dati, da se ugodno sjećate naravno u Podgorici, onaj ko nije odavde, i nadam se da ćemo nakon ove konferencije dobiti dobar feedback kako bi smo i mi u Ministarstvu financija u vladi nastavili ka zajedničkom cilju. Još jednom da vas pozdravim, hvala vam.
Thank you. I repeat. Good morning, and thank you to the organizer for inviting us to this very important event. I'm very delighted on behalf of the BRD to be here today and jointly with the Governor of the Central Bank of Montenegro and the Minister of Finance open this important conference. You may wonder why the Development Bank is interested in such conference. Well, digital is one of our 3 key strategic priorities bank-wide for the next 5 years. It is a topic that we are pursuing both internally. We are trying to digitalize an old 1991 institution, and we are also trying to work with our country's operation. We work across 3 continents to help deploy these technologies. In Montenegro specifically, we are cooperating with the Ministry of Economic Development and Tourism for the upgrade and expansion of the digital broadband infrastructure. We have supported a feasibility study, and we hope to soon see this feasibility study come to fruition and invest so that we can serve underserved areas in the country. We are also actively engaged with the small businesses. We have dedicated programs, Advice for Small Businesses, Star Ventures, that are supporting our clients, small businesses in Montenegro, to introduce digital in their business operations and fintech. So this is one of the priorities for us, and we see a lot of potential both in terms of investments, but also in terms of the policy engagements. And we stand ready here to support both the private sector, the SMEs, and the government in deploying such technologies. Without further ado, I'd like to leave the floor to the next panels. My colleague will also participate Mattia would participate to the next panel and will provide also further details about our engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zakaria. Još jednom zahvaljujem našim uvaženim govornicima i najavljujem početak prvog panela na temu kreiranje učinkovitih fintech ekosistema, uloga facilitatora u procesu inovacija. Zamolit ću paneliste i moderatora da zauzmu pozicije i da započnu diskusiju na najavljenu temu. Izvolite.
Good morning. My name is Zorica Kalezic, and I'm a Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Montenegro. Thank you so much for investing your time with us this Friday morning. Today we have an outstanding panel discussing what does it take to create enabling fintech ecosystem. Our goal is to get better understanding of what might be the key elements which brings different stakeholders together across fintech industry to seamlessly collaborate and support fintech companies from its inception phase to the final product. What should be the role of the government? What should be the role of regulators, universities, accelerators, fundraisers? Answers on those questions we will get from our distinguished panelists who have a very close and thorough knowledge of their country's well-advanced fintech ecosystem. Let me then briefly introduce our distinguished panelists. Mr. Frank van Doen, fintech policy advisor and policy expert at the European Central Bank and the Netherlands Bank. Mr. Renaud Temmerman, payment advisor in the Department of Surveillance of Financial Market Infrastructure, Payment Services and Cyber Risks in the National Bank of Belgium. Ms. Yael Weiss, Head of FinTech and Innovation in Israel Securities Authority. Ms. Sharon Zarfati, Operations Director of FinSec Innovation Hub from Israel. Mr. Jay Tickam, Managing Director of Vendavi, Specialized Financial Advisory Company from the United Kingdom. And Mr. Matija Dautovic, Regional Coordinator at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. When it comes to housekeeping rules, or I would say recommendations, we will have 2 rounds of questions with 5 to 7 minute interventions for each panel. panelists. So, Mr. Van Du, without further ado, when it comes to Netherlands, this country is really recognized and the second biggest fintech nation in the European Union, and as a third funding venture capitalist nation in Europe. So when it comes to Netherlands Bank, we know that you have developed fintech hub, fintech regulatory sandbox, together with the Dutch authority of the financial market. As a regulator to regulator, my questions would be, what should be the role of the central bank in supporting development of fintech? i.e., how far one central bank should go in supporting fintech and being present in fintech ecosystem without compromising its role as a supervisor, based on the experience of your country?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the introduction and for having me here. Indeed, very good question, because as you said, we do underline the importance of fintech ecosystems in our country, and because of that, well, like you've just mentioned, we have similar initiatives, but at the same time, one of the core, basically our core goal is to limit financial risks and to make sure there is financial stability in our country. So there's always a very delicate balance as to how much you can interfere in ecosystems. And what we like to do, and what we do through the initiative that you have just mentioned, is provide guidance, but at the same time make sure that we don't act as a consultant. So we're not an advisory body. If entities, market participants come to us, we obviously want to shed our light on certain regulatory issues that they face regarding their innovative solutions for certain products and services. But at the same time, we are not the ones who are going to develop those products and services for them. So I think that sort of describes the balance, how we see it. But as you just mentioned, it is a very delicate balance, and however this may sound clear in my examples, in real life sometimes it's not as clear, and yeah, like I say, it's a very delicate balance.
Thank you so much for your answer. So, Mr. Temmerman, from startups and scale-ups to well-established financial services, there are more than 150 fintech companies in Belgium. In this well-advanced fintech ecosystem, National Bank of Belgium plays an important role. You as well have, I would say, a contact point for fintechs. So in that aspect, I will share the question that I had with Mr. Dune. How far are you ready to support fintech sector as a regulator, and who are your key counterparts within this fintech ecosystem, with whom you have the best and the closest collaboration with?
Okay, yeah, thank you very much for the question. So thank you first for inviting me to Montenegro. It's a pleasure to be here for the first time for me. Indeed, I think we are not very far, of course, from what my Dutch colleague just recently explained in Belgium. We've gone through certain evolutions. So to say, we started our fintech approach basically in 2016, 2017, when we saw there was a huge demand. And we initially did play a little bit, I would say, the role of consulting in the initial phases, because we got very much swamped with requests. And we learned that most fintechs are people who are brilliant at setting up applications, at discovering the needs in the market that consumers have, the areas that established financial players such as the incumbent banks were under-servicing or insufficiently servicing. But what they were lacking overall, and all of them, is a good understanding of the regulatory maze, so to say, and the pitfalls and the compliance issues and what is possible and what is not possible. So what we set up our fintech contact point, we initially had to put a lot of resources on it, and we helped guide a lot of these firms through the regulatory maze and assisted them in understanding it. And this resulted in a second phase in basically trying to summarize what we learned from those hundreds of interactions with fintechs into, say, generic, non-legal advice or instructions, basically, in the form of an FAQ type of thing, a frequently asked question format, that we made publicly available. And we also made publicly available in English a lot of information on how to get through a licensing process, what payment services, for example, are, what type of pitfalls there are, etc. And we made this publicly available to the market, and it really helped, I think, the market to an initial people who come to us and want to start a company now have a lot of information available to them without us having to invest a lot of resources in each and every case, and avoid indeed what my colleague just said, the individual consulting, which we're not paid to do. So we've learned that in the past 5 to 6 years, and this has allowed us to manage the fintech contact point, where we still have quite a bit of interaction, but we're able to manage it now with a lot less resources in terms of manpower that we need to do because of this guidance that we've published, and that is basically being updated annually or biannually. We update this with new information as we learn more about the questions that arrive. So.
Thank you so much for your answer. So, Mr. Tikam, you had the opportunity working in the very renowned advisory company in fintech to work with many different countries in developing fintech strategies and creating their fintech ecosystem. I will ask you a question which I believe each and every country or representatives of the fintech industry have asked you. What is the key ingredient or the key element to create a viable and coherent fintech ecosystem? And what, in fact, differs the successful stories compared to one that are not as successful?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. I've really been honored to be here today. So yeah, I work in a lot of countries helping to develop fintech ecosystems. And I think the first real ingredient is the recognition that there is an ecosystem. If you don't recognize that there's an ecosystem, then people will basically want to do their own thing in a way. And, things go off in different directions. So once you recognize that, I think the second thing to then understand is, okay, who are the kinds of stakeholders that you need to bring together? And in my experience, really, across different countries, there are sort of, key stakeholders, and I'll just name a few. So government plays a really key role in driving the whole fintech agenda. So, they go out into the global market to say that, this is obviously something that we take seriously and we want to develop. So that sets the scene for the country. They then empower the regulators, they open the market to new types of players because, we need innovation in the fintech space. And mostly these innovations come from, smaller startups. Once you got the regulators on board, the incumbents have to come on board because they have a role to play. So, when I say incumbents, it's traditional businesses because sometimes fintechs want to partner with them. Other times, I think fintech is really good for financial inclusion. And if you've already got quite a big sort of a customer base, it's easier to then extend different products through different channels by removing some of the barriers. Obviously, fintech, most people regard as startup. So the next stakeholder that you need is, a well-established kind of an entrepreneurial ecosystem. You need people to come forward and say, I'm going to, start a fintech company. It's not the easiest thing to do. It's easier to start an e-commerce company compared to a fintech company. So it takes a lot for somebody to come and say, okay, I want to start a fintech company. But then obviously the ecosystem has to support them in order for them to succeed. So these are sort of the key drivers. Then you need sort of supporters. And I think the biggest supporter that you need is a consumer who is willing to engage with fintech. Because if the consumers are not willing to engage with digital financial services, no amount of intervention is going to help. Absolutely. So financial literacy, getting people into the digital space is really important. And I find successful countries, what they really end up doing is, e-government is the starting point. Getting used to people interacting with the government through digital payment channels is a way to acclimatize people to electronic payments. And once you go down that route, people have a bank account and they're more willing to engage with the financial system and the fintech system. Obviously, the other infrastructure you need, you need the infrastructure component. So you need, probably regulation, like e-signature regulation, or you need, mobile companies, you need broadband, those sort of infrastructure, and cybersecurity, obviously, is a key thing at the national level. And then, obviously, if you're driving the entrepreneurial side of the equation, you need investors and you need accelerators to come through. And that's a real core component. And if those are not in place, then you'll find that the fintech entrepreneurial ecosystem doesn't develop very well. And lastly, and this is, I find, a challenge in most countries, is the lack of talent is a key thing. So these are the people that sort of come together. The next stage is obviously understanding who within those stakeholders need to come together. And then I think the last thing really is you need some way of bringing everyone together under some kind of a structure. I call it a governance structure. But things won't happen by themselves unless you bring someone together. So you need some kind of an owner who says, okay, I'm going to create this governance structure and hold it together. And then you need some sort of committees in place which generally runs things on a more coordinated basis. Once you've got that structure, then you need to understand, okay, what do I need to do now as an ecosystem? So then we develop, we go and landscape the ecosystem to understand, okay, what are the barriers? And based on the barriers, we come up with recommendations. And the recommendations then lead to a fintech strategy, which is implemented by this governance body as such. So I think the key message is really, if you recognize the concept of an ecosystem, you need some kind of a glue that binds the ecosystem together. And I find that in most countries, that is the hardest part to do. There's so many diverse stakeholders. You've got government, you've got regulators, you've got the private sector, you've got the entrepreneurial sector. I mean, there's so many different components. It's really hard to sort of bring them around the table and make a cohesive body that's going to say, okay, let's see the end objective and let's try and work towards that. So that is a big challenge, but I have seen some successes. And especially when there's significant drive from government and regulators, you find that things come together a lot more easier. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, thank you very much. It was very, very instructive. So when it comes to success stories of countries which really are, I would say, good representative of fintech ecosystem which is fully developed is definitely the case of Israel. In that regard, maybe I'll just outline that if I have the right numbers, fintech investment in Israel amounted to $1.8 billion in the last year, accounting for 5.1% of global investment in fintech and ranking this country 5th in the world. So in that aspect, really astonishing results. So, Ms. Zarfati, FinSec Lab, I would say, is a success story of a very sound cooperation between the private sector, the government, MasterCard, and NL Power Company, who all together partnered in creating the fintech hub in which you work. So my question for you would be how the FinSec Lab was created. I mean, who initiated this cooperation, whether the process was led by the government, whether an initiative came from the private sector, and simultaneously, how do you see the role of FinSec Lab Israel in fintech ecosystem of Israel?
So thank you, and thank you for inviting me. It's a great pleasure to be here. My first time in Montenegro. I'm very excited. I'm also excited to be able to share the history and what led the inception of the FinTech Innovation Lab. And as you mentioned before, Israel punches above its weight when it comes to fintech and cyber. We have, I'm really proud to say that we have really great ecosystem of entrepreneurship, novelty, and innovation when it comes to fintech and cyber. Many entities in Israel are creating and doing initiatives in order to propel the fintech ecosystem. One of those initiatives is the FinTech Innovation Lab. The FinTech Innovation Lab is a joint venture of MasterCard and NL, two global enterprises And we are an early stage startup accelerator hub for startup in fintech and cyber. Originally, what led to the inception of the lab was the understanding, both in the Ministry of Finance and in the Israel National Cyber Directorate, that they have a unique toolbox. They have a toolbox of data, of expertise. They know the process end to end when it comes to cyber threat on financial institute, and they want to find a way to contribute to the ecosystem of startup in Israel in a legal and scalable way, to provide them with all of this data and expertise. Therefore, they try to create a path where commercial companies like MasterCard and Enel leads the way when it comes to the market need, the solution, the challenges. And the Israel Innovation Authority joined this remarkable program. The Israel Innovation Authority is the body that is responsible for research and development in Israel, and they provide a platform for engaging with both startups, small companies, and big enterprises. Our main goal is to operate in the Israeli ecosystem to attract best-in-class startups when it comes to fintech and cyber, to help them a complete proof of concept in order to have a viable commercial product in the end. I want to tell you about the program. The basic building blocks of the program is a win-win situation for all the entities involved, and I will explain why. So it starts when a startup, early stage startups, apply to the lab. We screen, we evaluate, then they submit to the Israel Innovation Authority and gets a grant, an opening grant. This grant is in conjunction with performing a technological POC in the lab. And in return to the lab services, the startups gives a small slice of equity for the lab. So you have a win for the Israel Innovation Authority that promotes innovation, keeps the IP and the knowledge in Israel. We work only with Israeli startups. So it's a win for them. It's a win for the startup that gets the funding that on these days it's a little bit difficult to get funding. And they get the support of two major shareholders, both global top enterprise, and it's a win for the lab. We are able to identify the best and the most innovative solution. Our support to the startups cover three pillars. So we provide business support, we provide technology support, and we provide design partnership. It's a very wide spectrum of services that we provide to them. We offer them connection to our growing network of alliances and partners. We perform a POC, technological POC in the lab. We provide testing methodologies, solution architect. It's not a cookie cutter solution. Each startup comes with the understanding that each one of them needs and require his own program in order to scale and to help them complete their program. Sorry. I think the most compelling aspect of our lab is, first and for all, it's a great public-private cooperation that gains value to all the participants. And Mr. Tikam mentioned that you need everyone to sit down in one table and to discuss mutual challenges and to find mutual solutions and to have the same interest to propel the innovation ecosystem. And I think this is the FinTech Innovation Lab. It's a great example of how we do so. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Zarfati. Well, in that regard, I think that today we have the ecosystem, FinTech ecosystem of Montenegro before you, so I think that they will have a lot of very interesting notes and recommendations from you to learn. Ms. Weiss, the Israel Security Authority as a regulator is mainly engaged in the supervision of the trade on the exchange, while simultaneously it's aimed to support the growth of Israeli technology companies. So it is a very, very neat mix of, on one side, regulating the market while providing the incentive for the growth of fintech companies. So my question is very similar to those of central banks. How your agency as a regulator is simultaneously enabler of the fintech ecosystem, whether you see any overlaps or competing or even conflicting goals, and with whom this agency cooperates the most, who are their key counterparts in this fintech ecosystem.
Thank you for having me. First time in Montenegro and first time in in-person international panel, so I'm super excited. And as you said, I'm from the ISA, which is a securities regulator. We mainly supervise and regulate the trading at the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange and its listed companies, the mutual funds and financial intermediaries, but we did get a little bit close to the banking system. Just last week, we granted 4 first licenses for PISP's companies, and we are about to assume regulation also about of payment companies. But our role is defined in the law. We are supposed to guard the interests of the investor and financial consumer, but we've always considered it in a wider context, that our role is also to make sure that there is a vibrant, inclusive, and innovative market. Otherwise, the investor will not have been taken care of. So early on, we thought about what we ought to do in order to make fintech happen in Israel, because you're talking about a very developed ecosystem, but fintech companies do not consider Israel as their target market. So the financial, because it's a small market, considered to be a small market, and they don't see it as their target market. So our main issue was, how do we help fintech see that Israel is a market they should consider, even as a beta site, and then move on to bigger markets. So in that sense, we first found out what our strength points are and what could be our value proposition to fintech. So financial regulation in Israel is very fragmented. We have banking supervisory, the ISA, and insurance and long savings. They're all distinct and fragmented. It's much more difficult to operate that way, to bring everybody to the table. But we are a small regulator. We move fast. We're used to market interaction, and we're basically not afraid. So with the right chairwoman, that is Ms. Anat Guetta, she put it high on our agenda, and we identified our strong suits, and then we thought, what else do we need? We don't necessarily possess all the know-how to do so. So when we thought about giving access to our data sets, initiating a data sandbox, we lacked the know-how of how to evaluate the technological innovation. We don't have a technological manpower in the ISA. And also companies' ability to proceed with a pilot based on our data. So we joined forces with the Israeli Innovation Authority, much like FinSec Innovation Lab. They are the government domain experts in this field. And it's very easy for us to partner with other government entities, but it's sometimes not enough, because we are similar, we think the same, we have probably the same blind spots. So when we conducted a blockchain hackathon recently, we partnered with a private company that consulted us, that is close to the market. That was what we needed. And we had 3 tech providers, which are also private companies offering their infrastructure, mentorship, and even prizes. It's more of a hassle to join forces with private companies as a regulator, but I think it should be a must. I remember sitting with the legal department at the ISA and addressing each and every fear, and I think what should be of guide is being transparent about the process and being equal to the market participants. And if you do that, then you should be on the safe side.
Yes, thank you. It is obvious that you have the government and the governmental bodies which are very, very eager to cooperate with the private sector. So it appears that it is a common theme of the successful fintech ecosystems. Mr. Dautovic, startups need access to seed and scale capital to develop and grow their ideas. In developing countries where private-public partnerships are not as available, involvement of international institutions which would help with the talent research, business advice and access to finance appears to be pivotal. In that regard, today Mr. Zakaria kindly mentioned briefly the role of EBRD in this regard, but can you elaborate how EBRD, as a very, very present institution in this region, strategically view itself in support of ICT and especially fintech community?
First of all, thank you for inviting me. And as you know, EBRD is an international financial institution that operates in 37 countries. And our goal is to help local economies to become more effective, open and sustainable, while still making positive impact on people's lives. We, as Mr. Zakaria said previously, EBRD adopted 2021 strategic capital framework, and the three components, major three components of it are to make our countries more green, digital and inclusive. But I would also say and add to make them more competitive. So with regards to that, EBRD, let's say, as an international financial institution, can do three things. First of all, it is direct investments. Second one is the policy dialogue, such as today's events. And the third one is technical cooperation. With regards to the fintech, we do 5 things. So we do technical cooperation with the local authorities. We do the financing. So, I mean, investments, be it through the venture capital investment program that we have, or as a limited partner in different VC funds in which EBRD invests, that later, let's say, further invest in the startups and SMEs. The third thing that we do is advisory support, be it to the, directly to the SMEs, to the incubators or accelerators, or to any of startup supporting bodies that performs within a country. The last 2 things is, as previously said, fostering policy dialogue with decision makers, and the 4th thing is being observers, being observers within the European Forum for Innovation Facilitators and Global Innovation Network Facilitators. That's to be on the point.
Yes, a quite wholesome presence. So in that aspect, I think that definitely international institutions of the scale of EBRD should play an important role in providing this glue between the private and public partnership, or at least, and definitely add a lot of value when it comes to access to finance to the fintech industry. So it's time for the second round of, I would say, more specific questions related to each of your respective fintech ecosystems. Mr. Van Doen, given your experience with the Fintech Hub and Fintech Regulatory Sandbox, how easy or how difficult it is to bring one idea from its inception to its final product? Can you tell us a bit more about the success rate of your efforts in Fintech Hub and your regulatory sandbox? And what I noted that recently you have developed so-called iForum as a platform for joint initiatives that create value for financial institutions and DNB. Can you elaborate more about that initiative?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Yeah, with regards to the succession rate, we have started with our Innovation Hub and Regulatory Sandbox. We call it Room for Innovation, but that's not a very catchy name, so let's keep it at Regulatory Sandbox. We started in 2016. Since then, we have done in total over, we've answered over 1,000 queries of market participants. It's difficult to say in terms of a succession rate, because some of those were already licensed entities, Some of them were not, and the question remains then, when is it a success? Is it a success if it obtains a license, or is it a success if its business plan thrives? But as you can see, there's been a lot of queries, and I think we've been able to help a lot of market participants. With regards to your second question, you're completely right. A couple of years ago, we started with the iForum, also because we felt the need, through our regulatory sandbox and our innovation hub, we've been able to collaborate with, or more better to say, provide guidance on an ad hoc basis to fintech companies. But as you all probably know, legislation always moves slower than innovation. Therefore, we also felt the need that instead of working with market participants on such an ad hoc basis, we also felt the need to have a little bit more forward-looking. So to provide you with an example, in an innovation hub, if a market participant has questions about how it can use, what are the rules regarding artificial intelligence, for instance, for an application on microcredit, that will be something for the innovation hub. But to work together with market participants on how we are going to make legislation to make sure that all the risks are covered of artificial intelligence and there still is room for innovation in 2025, that will be a research that we do in the iForum. That's one thing that we do in the iForum. Secondly, I think Mr. Zakaria said something about it in his opening remarks. We can speak about all the innovation in the sector and how we can help the sector innovate, but we should also look in the mirror. At the same time, we as regulators, we as legislators, need to innovate as well. So another part of the iForum is we get in contact with all different participants in the sector, and we allow them to come up with ideas, and they can present them to the iPanel. In the iPanel, we have board members of both fintech associations, also incumbents. The Ministry of Finance participates in it as well, like you just said, the Authority of Financial Markets. And all together, they have meetings and decide which ideas they should pursue an investigation to make sure that we become, in 2025, what we call a smart supervisor, and therefore innovate ourselves as well.
Thank you, smart supervisor. I would say as a regulator that it is very...
Not yet. We're getting there.
Getting there.
Excellent. So, Mr. Temmerman, similar question. I mean, in that regard, you have as well FinTech Hub as the meeting point where, as you have nicely explained, have a direct interaction with potential FinTech developers or in different stages. What I want to bring to the audience is your experience, in fact, how easy or how not easy is to develop one idea from the moment of idea to the final product, and in fact, how important it is to have all stakeholders and especially regulators on board in developing a fintech idea. So in that aspect, I wanted just to ask you, what are your experience, whether FinTech Hub justified its role, whether you managed to help fintech products to come to its final stage or give at least a good guidance, and whether you observed, for example, any patterns that maybe fintech companies in Belgium are interested in specific type of technology or products. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Thank you. So it's a broad question and several questions. Do I think our guidance has helped in creating concrete fintechs who are now operating in Belgium? Yes, definitely. We've seen several, easily about 10 companies being licensed thanks to our fintech hub and the guidance we provided. I think what we know best is regulation. And what we also know best is our incumbent banking sector and the people who are there. So, and our role as a regulator allows us to them together. So what we did is, after we had the initial success with our fintech guidance provision, where we helped individual cases, we saw there was more and more of these cases getting licensed. So then we pushed basically these new fintechs to create an association of their own. So we helped give birth essentially to the Fintech Association, which is called Pay Belgium today. And our market is heavily focused in terms of fintech, not on securities, but on payments. So there is a gap, or there was a gap to a degree in the Belgian market of several type of consumers, mostly SMEs, who were underserviced by Belgian banks, essentially, to a degree. And there was a huge amount of companies who wanted to work with these SMEs and create innovative solutions. So payments was the thing in Belgium, still is. And we created Pay Belgium. We helped give birth to Pay Belgium. And then after Pay Belgium was there, we basically created a national, what we call a National Retail Payments Committee, where we preside, we help set the agenda, but we're not in control of the agenda. We put the banks around the table, we put consumer organizations around the table, merchant organizations, every ministry or department of government that has anything to do with payments or could assist in any way. And we have broad conversations about what payments ought to be in Belgium and any innovative ideas and how we should be handling them. It goes from cash to central bank digital currency discussions we're having at the ECB level to anything under the sun that's related to payments and how the Belgian ecosystem ought to prepare itself for it or ought to work with it. So I hope that answers a bit of your question.
Yes, in fact, all of them. Thank you so much, Mr. Tikkum. Central Bank, together with the Ministry of Finance, started to work on development of our Montenegrin fintech strategy. So on that road, you are helping us, of course, with generous support of EFSA and Finance in Motion. We recently conducted a survey which I think had the main theme on how prepared is Montenegrin market for fintech and whether fintech strategy even a necessity for our market. I think for the first time in front of the audience, which I would assume many of them in fact participated in the survey, please, I would be honored if you could share the first results of the survey and your first impressions.
Thank you. Yes, so I think obviously in trying to build a fintech ecosystem, it can't be done in isolation. Sometimes policies are written in isolation and they never work. So the survey plays a really key role in getting input from yourself, from the industry, from the stakeholders themselves. And so we ran a survey from sort of August, middle of August to middle of September, third week in September. And I'm very encouraged by the amount of responses we got. So we had 385 participants responding to an online survey, which I think, considering the size of the market, is a really good representation, of the ecosystem. The kind of stakeholders that we asked to participate. So we ran 7 surveys. So one for government, one for financial regulators, one for established financial services firms, and there we got a really good response. 230 people out of the 385 responded. So a majority from the financial sector itself. We also asked fintech, alternate finance firms, and technology firms who are providing services to finance firms, as well as accelerators, incubators, development agencies. And then lastly, we looked at sort of associations, just to get the perspective of the industry that they represent. And also, interestingly, educational institutions. So we got a really good response from educational institutions, because obviously, as I said, skill development is a key part of the whole process. And really encouraging to see is that, out of those 385, 92%, we asked them, is there a need for fintech in Montenegro? And 92% said yes. Now, if we exclude the people that skipped that question somehow, then that actually bumps it up to 99%. So 99% basically of people who were surveyed completely independently. This was completely anonymous, so people could say what they really wanted to, because we don't have their details. So completely independently, 99% or 92%, if you take the skipped into account, feel that there's a need for fintech. Yes, there were 4 people, 1%, that said no, and there's always obviously a balance. And the reason for the no were interesting. It's not, because we're fearful of fintech or whatever. I mean, there were some valid reasons, right? So the big reason is the market's too small. Now, that I come across in many different countries, that the market's too small. Having said that, though, the incumbents always leave money on the table. So, for smart entrepreneurs, they can see these opportunities. So there's opportunities in every market. Even in a place like London, if you think of London or the UK, where I come from, it's such a highly saturated market with very dominant banks. Yet, fintech found niches to participate, and they're succeeding. The other thing was, there are a lot of banks, so we don't need any more banks or any more financial institutions. And some people felt that, the existing banks are already pursuing digital transformation. So, what's the point of bringing fintech on board? And I think the other interesting side is that, there's a lack of demand was the other response. So, people do not possess proper understanding of fintech as yet. And I'm quoting you exactly the comment we got from someone. So it's more that the demand side not going to be there, and therefore fintech may not succeed. So those are the sort of key drivers. The benefits that most people saw were economic development, so it'll help to develop the economy, because as people get access to finance, you get more sort of economic development. Financial inclusion and accessibility. Yes, having a bank account is great, but if you can't get access to loan products, it's another issue. And banks sometimes are notoriously difficult for some population to get access to. So fintechs might close the gap. More choice and benefit for consumers. So obviously, at the moment there might only be a few banks. Now we give them more choice. Alignment with international best practice is, I think, obviously a big driver, and a stronger financial system. And I think underlying also there's a kind of a hope that Montenegro can establish itself as sort of the international fintech hub where, digital nomads can come in and start up a fintech or a blockchain company. You've got a nice sort of a tourist environment. It's a great place to stay for 2-3 years. Launch a company in a test kind of environment because it's a small enough market, and then expand into the Western Balkans area. So those were the key things. I think the next step really is now, obviously, we have the challenging task of analyzing the data. There's a lot of data that we have in place. And based on that, we will develop a landscaping report. And, I'll leave the timing to Zorica to explain. I don't want to make commitments on her behalf. But we'll have a landscaping report. The landscaping report will basically help us to understand, what's the state of fintech in Montenegro. We will then follow up with a round of roundtables where we engage with stakeholders to basically explore a little bit more the questions they answered, but also some of the recommendations we're developing based on the survey that we got. So it's really we'll come up with recommendations based on the survey, but then it's to validate that with the industry. So we're not just, creating recommendations in thin air. And then obviously the recommendations then lead to the development of a national fintech strategy. And on the side, we're also having some discussions as to develop this governance framework. So by the time we have a national fintech strategy, we'll also have a governance framework, which will then assign ownership of the different recommendations to different stakeholder groups. So hopefully that gives you kind of an overview. Obviously, there's a lot more detail behind the survey, and that'll come out in the report.
Thank you very much for the instructive overview. I can just share your impression that we are, as well, on behalf of the central bank, very satisfied with the response rate, which means that ingredients, institutions are there. We just now need to create a viable infrastructure to connect and to better coordinate ourselves in order to end up with viable fintech ecosystem, and definitely introduction of PSD2 helps in that regard. So, Mrs. Zarfati, you mentioned that the FinTech Lab provides, I would say, a wholesome support to fintech community in Israel, from assuring access to finance, making connections with key stakeholders. So, from the perspective of FinTech Hub, given that we have in Montenegro a few of them, some are oriented toward fintech, some are general ICT hubs. Share with us your success stories, how difficult or how easy it is to create a fintech product in Israel with help of the lab. And in that regard, out of 3 different elements that you assure to fintech companies, which one you find the most used, connecting, for example, connection with finding the connection with investors, finding connections with peers, providing access to finance? What fintech companies use the most?
Okay. I will start, and as I mentioned before, so we are, our main shareholder are 2 global companies, MasterCard, technology company in the payment domain, NL, global energy company. And if you ask yourself what both of those companies has in common, so both have really great core business. They are diversifying into new businesses. And the most important thing that they both have in common is they really all about innovation when it comes to their businesses. So we have those shareholders, and we have our stakeholder, the Ministry of Finance, the Israel National Cyber Directorate, and the Israel Innovation Authority. And us in the FinTech Innovation Lab, we see ourselves, we have a mission. And one of the missions is to identify the future trends and the future solution that is going to shape the world that we are living at. Our focus area are based on those trends like IoT devices, AI that disrupting every industry, the increase of data, of course, open banking, payment platform, and I can go on and on. The main services, if I can answer to your question, the main service that the company enjoy the most is the connection that we can provide first to these 2 global companies, to our amazing growing network of alliances, if it's academy, if it's bank, commercial companies, NGOs, and like we are all working together in the same ecosystem to pursue the same goals. It's challenging, I can tell you. It's not easy. It's never easy to establish a new fintech solution. But we do work hard in order to scout the most novel and the most unique solution. We do our best with scouting. We use everything, all effort that is available, old-fashioned scouting using all kind of data appendix. We use all of our network of alliances and partners. I think that the most challenging thing for us as FinTech Innovation Lab is basically to find this solution, because, you know, we talk a lot about FinTech and cyber, but probably we heard it all. And someone else is doing the same thing that this startup is doing. But when we are evaluating and when we are screening those startups, we can identify who is the unique team, they have a unique spark that you know that if you go and you invest them and you give them an holistic solution, you provide them business support, the technology support, you work with them on refine their market need and validation, you know that this startup will be a success. It's not easy to identify, but we try our best. We do have a couple of success stories, and I want to go back 1 minute and to tell you all that we are working with startups in the wide spectrum of fintech and cyber, and it's a really wide spectrum. It's from traditional cyber, like phishing, like API security, like threat intelligence. We go to fintech, everything that has to do with transaction, with user authentication, financial inclusion. So we do scout for a really wide spectrum of solution. And I can say that for the last 18 months, we screened 165 startups in the fintech and cyber domain. 50% of them were fintech startups. We did a long evaluation process. I said it's not easy. And in the end, until now, we have 10 companies in our portfolio. And this portfolio is a good example of how diverse is the world of solution that we have. We have great company, Layer X, that's doing a zero-day phishing solution using AI capabilities. We have an amazing company in the fintech domain, Fugu, the only company that is doing post-checkout e-commerce transaction, post-checkout fraud detection, the only one, and you will hear about them. Out of those 10 companies, we had one company that has an exit, we will call it. They bought by an IT larger company. Two of the startups has successfully raised a good seed round. And you will hear from one of the most appealing startup in the lab, Keep, co-founded by Hanan, that you will hear from him soon. So Keep was a really good example of how we took 6 months of POC, redefined the business, the market validation, we introduced them to potential clients, to design partnership, and I'm really looking forward to see what the future holds for this company. I mentioned the challenges, but I do want to summarize all my answer with saying that each challenge comes with a great opportunity. And the market now is like very unexpected, and there are a lot of challenges when it comes to early stage startups to find a great team, to raise the fund, to have the customer trust. But it gives us as FinTech Innovation Lab an opportunity to address this challenge and to help all of those startups. So yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rafati, really impressive results. So, Ms. Weiss, what I have noticed is that Israel Security Authority has a very vibrant cooperation internationally. You have signed memorandum of understanding with colleagues from Hong Kong, Taiwan, US. So in propelling fintech agenda, how important is to have this kind of, I would say, international connections? I mean, having this conference, we really wanted to achieve precisely that, to, I would say, make connections with most advanced markets. But in your case, do you find important these kind of connections and how they helped you in developing your agencies?
So I think international cooperation is always important in exchanging knowledge and insights and know-how. But actually, we do sign a memorandum of understanding. We're also a part of the coordination group at the GFIN, the Global Financial Innovation Network, which is a gigantic, I think, over 70 financial regulators from all around the world sharing knowledge. And not only that, they also conduct cross-border testing. They're trying, actually. So international cooperation is important, but as I mentioned, our main agenda is the Israeli financial consumer. So Israeli has a very vibrant ecosystem. We have 550 active fintech companies, great place to raise money in, and everybody wants the Israeli fintechs, and we want to keep them at home. So international cooperation does not really help on that side. But I think we have a lot of programs, we try to have a lot of programs to do so. The flagship program for that, I think, is the FinTech Pilot Program that we have as a joint venture with the Israeli Innovation Authority. We offer fintechs to come and conduct a pilot. Actually, it's Israeli fintechs, but the testing site, the pilot site, can be in Israel or abroad together, in Israel and abroad, sorry. We offer regulatory assistance in implementing technology and funding of up to 50% of the pilot cost. So our incentive in doing so was to lower penetration costs to Israel, to fintechs. And the program has been running for almost 3 years now, so it's time to check if we're on the right path. We got 35 applications. I hear about Sharon's number, and I'm envious. 160 companies in 18 months, so yes, but they know to do it better than us. I think if I think about the challenges in this program is marketing, which is a kind of a new concept for a regulator, but you can have like the best programs in place and no one will know about them, so you won't get very far. And we are working hard on that space. apparently not hard enough or not successful enough, but we'll talk later. You give me some pointers. Also, early on in this program, we saw B2C business models as the holy grail, because these are basically the potential disruptors and competition generators. But we've come to realize that those pilots are very risky, because you have to bet, and we also give funds. You have to bet on the specific demand to the service. So we're more careful granting those pilots funding. We want for better market validation. And it's always good, because some of the funding goes to marketing costs. You have to onboard pilot participants. So we're more careful. We want better market validation, and that's it. And data, I think. Data, we started this program because we had data that we wanted to make accessible to fintech companies. But our data is relevant only to certain use cases. But if I think about wanting to promote fintech and innovation, then data is a key issue. Yeah. And you have to make sure, actually, the FCA is conducting a digital sandbox, which gives access to all sorts of synthetic data sets for all sorts of use cases. I think it's a very big thing, and we're moving on. I think that this is going to be our, I want to take it as a strength point, and to see if there are other entities they want to cooperate with us and make their data accessible to the fintechs.
Thank you very much. I completely agree with you that definitely regulators should work more in opening their databases to fintech in order to propel the ideas. And that aspect, congratulations on the success of your pilot program. So at the very end, Mr. Deadutovic, before us we have fintech companies and fintech enthusiasts, where definitely one of the key issues is access to finance and getting the right advice in the right time. I believe that our audience would be interested to hear a bit more about your EBRD's Star Venture program, what it brings, what this program offers to ICT companies. Are there any companies from Montenegro who already applied or maybe won some of the projects? So if you could give us a bit more information on this distinctive project that is happening in the region.
Sure. Thank you for your question. With regards to the Star Venture, that is one of, let's say, of pilot programs that EBRD has started within the Western Balkans, and now it is also deployed in the Summit region. So it has been within, let's say, Western Balkans since 2019. And the goal of that program is to find high potential startups and provide them with know-how. In addition to that, also part of the program is to also to support the incubators, accelerators, to build their own know-how and capacity building in order so they can, let's say, transfer that know-how to their tenants and other, let's say, clients. And of course, part of the program is startup ecosystem development. Within these 3 years for the Star Venture program, we had now 31 clients in all of the countries, and so far some 60 projects with international and local consultants were, let's say, deployed. And in addition to that, with the 11 partner accelerators, we completed some 31 trainings for them, but also for their tenants. And from Montenegro, we have 4 startup clients. We can also name them. The first one that was, let's say, onboarded in 2020 was Ubli company. It is, let's say, a fintech market space local store channel. The second, and let's say the other 3 were just recently onboarded. It's Flourish, it's Uhura Solutions, and Financial Solutions. So these, let's say, poorer solutions, financial solutions, are definitely fintech companies within the local market. And I would also like to add is that what I believe actually for the audience, all these creators and entrepreneurs, they definitely need financing. But in addition to that, they need know-how. And sometimes this know-how, it's more valuable than the financing, because with the right know-how and advice, you can scale up and conquer the world. And actually, I think for the Western Balkans, for the all, let's say, SMEs and definitely these innovators, the Western Balkans should be seen as a testing field, as all the markets are independent and yet small. So they have a great testing field, but in order to succeed, they'll definitely need to go abroad and conquer and develop there.
Great. In that regard, I can only invite companies to apply in the next round of your program, and I really do hope that we'll have a few more companies using your valuable services. So, as a banker, we were very, very punctual, so we are coming to the end of this panel, but before closing it, I'm giving the floor to the audience. If there are questions for our panelists, they will be happy to answer. If not, we came then to the end of this panel. Apologies. Yes, we. Great.
Question regarding when do you think the regulatory authorities will get involved in the approval of regulations for blockchain industries? You know, taking into account that the blockchain industry has a huge potential in the current market, but like it's getting quite cut short because of these regulations. What are your thoughts about this? So that's my question about it.
Apologies, I wasn't able to hear you well. Do you have me? Sorry.
So my question is, when do they think the regulatory authorities will get involved in the approval of regulations regarding blockchain industry?
Thank you very much. Apologies. Well, in that regard, the regulators are working on that. We just got technical assistance from the World Bank. So our target is to have the law on digital assets and blockchain by the mid of next year.
And if I may add, in the rest of Europe, currently we're in the finalization phase of the markets in crypto assets regulation. So I think both in Europe, but also we see work from the Financial Stability Board on this, from the Bank for International Settlement, because and the United States is also working on it. Everyone is working separately, and I think the big challenge here will be that we make sure that there will not be a lot of regulatory arbitrage in between these countries. So hereby a call for cooperation between all these different jurisdictions.
If there are no more questions, then I invite you for a short coffee break. Whoopsie. Apologies. Yes, sure.
Can you hear me? Thanks. Varlam Ivanoidzev from National Bank of Georgia, Head of Fintech and Subtech Development. So main topic of the panel was how regulators can support innovation. But the recent trend is that regulators themselves are not only supporting innovation, but sometimes take ownership for innovation. And the example of this kind of ownership is CBDC and open banking themselves. Regulators are kind of in the shoes of startups in some sense. And they encounter the dilemma being solutions obsessed or problem obsessed. And I think we have here kind of two-ways knowledge gap. On one hand, we can teach as regulators these new entrants about regulatory environment. On the other hand, we can learn from them. This is kind of innovative mindset thing, I think. When we talk about what are the key goals, projects like CBDC or open banking, or how to contextualize them within the context of certain country, we need to think, I think, about value-added use cases within the particular country, and take into account the standard startup dilemma, which is in the beginning be balanced between solution obsessed or problem obsessed. Who needs these solutions? And why many startups fail? Because of maintaining in the beginning this balance. They come up with the best solutions, but nobody needs it on the market. So it would be interesting to listen your perspective about this, how we can kind of consider these startup learnings when we are owners of the innovation in the projects like CBDC or open banking, and then moving from open banking to open finance.
Thank you. I couldn't say a lot about CBDC. It's true that we're perhaps moving into the fintech space ourselves with CBDC, but that's still in a very early policy environment. I think we're years away from seeing an actual CBDC solution in our phones or in our wallets. In relation to open banking, I've worked on it from the very beginning in Belgium. I would like to see our open banking in Europe go to high school, so to say, because it's still a child today. It's 6 years old. It's just out of kindergarten, so to say, and it needs to mature. And we did a lot more than just give advice in relation to open banking, because in open banking we saw the difficulty in convincing banks who saw this as a compliance issue to open up their infrastructure between those fintechs for whom the access to the infrastructure meant life or death in many cases in making their solutions work in the market. So we went further with open banking than we did perhaps with many other things. And we pushed very hard for the past few years in getting banks to open up their infrastructure, in interpreting the law sometimes ahead of what the European Banking Authority has been doing in terms of interpretation. And we've gone far towards enforcing open banking rules in order to make sure that there is the capability for PISPs and AISPs to offer new solutions and innovative solutions that could compete with, say, MasterCard and Visa in e-commerce or even in point of sale. I think we've done a fairly good job of that, but as a result, and why did I say that I want them to go to high school, is the legal framework as it stands today, and we could have a long discussion about this, not on stage, but the legal framework as it stands today has its shortcomings, honestly. And in order to have an effective open banking and move towards an open finance, there need to be changes to the legal infrastructure or the legal framework under PSD2 as it exists today in Europe. And we have quite a few ideas about that, which we've shared with the EBA and with colleagues from around Europe, and which are, I think, to a large degree captured in the recent PSD2 review that the EBA and the European Commission are doing. So, but we can have a more detailed discussion off stage if you want about that topic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then we can proceed to the coffee break. Thank you very much.
Ja sam Marko, jedan od mentora ekipe Interact. Okupili smo se jutros, nastavljamo sa radom. Mentori naspavani, takmičari nisu baš toliko, ali ideje dobro napreduju i računamo da ćemo uspjeti sve da pripremimo za sutra.
Tim Loanit je izuzetan, mladi su ljudi u pitanju, jako su vrijedni i puni su, da kažem, produktivnih ideja. Očekujemo u najskorije vrijeme vježbu, prezentaciju, da bi na neki način sugerisali kao mentori lideru na koji način da prezentuje sutra ovu izuzetnu ideju pred žirijem.
Moje ime je Eva Ivanović, direktorica marketinga Hipotekarne banke. Danas smo ovdje sa fenomenalnim timom Monte Bank. Moje kolegi, mentori i ja smo sa njima i naredna 24 časa u nadi da ćemo u toj ideji uspjeti.
Tim budućnost.
Kako ste zadovoljni prezentovanim rješenjima i radovima? Šta smatrate da je bila ključna karika za pobjedu vašeg tima?
Definitivno energije koju je ovaj mladi tim donio sa sobom još od prvog dana i inovativnost koju su pokazali i koju sama ideja nosi. Oni su se zaista fokusirali na rješavanje problema u društvu, prepoznali su nešto prvo među svojim vršnjacima što bi bilo od pomoći da realizuju, a potom su svoju ideju i njenu primjenjivost proširili i na ostale društvene grupe.
Da li ste očekivali plasman najbolje ili kako je ovo iskustvo za vas?
Jesmo i mislim da je ovo jedno novo iskustvo za nas, veoma dobro i neka odskočna daska za nas sve i mislim da svi kod tim su kontribuirali da osvojimo to prvo mjesto.
Mislim da je uspjeh svakog.
Ja sam Marko, jedan od mentora ekipe Interact. Okupili smo se jutros, nastavljamo sa radom. Mentori naspavani, takmičari i nisu baš toliko, ali ideje dobro napreduju i računamo da ćemo uspjeti sve da pripremimo za sutra.
Tim Loanit je izuzetan, mladi su ljudi u pitanju, jako su vrijedni i puni su, da kažem, produktivnih ideja. Očekujemo u najskorije vrijeme vježbu, prezentaciju, da bi na neki način sugerisali kao mentori lideru na koji način da prezentuje sutra ovu izuzetnu ideju pred žirijem.
Moje ime je Eva Ivanović, direktorica marketinga Hipotekarne banke. Danas smo ovdje sa fenomenalnim timom Monte Bank. Moje kolegi, mentori i ja smo sa njima i naredna 24 časa u nadi da ćemo u toj ideji uspjeti.
Tim budućnost.
Kako ste zadovoljni prezentovanim rješenjima i radovima? Šta smatrate da je bila ključna karika za pobjedu vašeg tima?
Pa, definitivno energije koju je ovaj mladi tim donio sa sobom još od prvog dana i inovativnost koju su pokazali i koju sama ideja nosi. Oni su se zaista fokusirali na rješavanje problema u društvu, prepoznali su nešto prvo među svojim vršnjacima što bi bilo od pomoći da realizuju, a potom su svoju ideju i njenu primjenjivost proširili i na ostale društvene grupe.
Da li ste očekivali plasman najbolje i kako je ovo iskustvo za vas?
Jesmo i mislim da je ovo jedno novo iskustvo za nas, veoma dobro i neka odskočna daska za nas sve i mislim da svi kod tim su kontribuirali da osvojimo to prvo mjesto.
Mislim da je uspjeh svakog. Ja sam Marko, jedan od mentora ekipe Interact. Okupili smo se jutros, nastavljamo sa radom. Mentori naspavani, takmičari nisu baš toliko, ali ideje dobro napreduju i računamo da ćemo uspjeti sve da pripremimo za sutra.
Tim Loanit je izuzetan, mladi su ljudi u pitanju, jako su vrijedni i puni su, da kažem, produktivnih ideja. Očekujemo u najskorije vrijeme vježbu, prezentaciju, da bi na neki način sugerisali kao mentori lideru na koji način da prezentuje sutra ovu izuzetnu ideju pred žirijem.
Moje ime je Eva Ivanović, direktorica marketinga Hipotekarne banke. Danas smo ovdje sa fenomenalnim timom Monte Bank. Moje kolegi, mentori i ja smo sa njima i naredna 24 časa u nadi da ćemo u toj ideji uspjeti.
Tim budućnost.
Kako ste zadovoljni prezentovanim rješenjima i radovima? Šta smatrate da je bila ključna karika za pobjedu vašeg tima?
Pa, definitivno energije koje je ovaj mladi tim donio sa sobom još od prvog dana i inovativnost koju su pokazali i koju sama ideja nosi. Oni su se zaista fokusirali na rješavanje problema u društvu, prepoznali su nešto prvo među svojim vršnjacima što bi bilo od pomoći da realizuju, a potom su svoju ideju i njenu primjenjivost proširili i na ostale društvene grupe.
Da li ste očekivali plasman najbolje i kako je ovo iskustvo za vas?
Jesmo i mislim da je ovo jedno novo iskustvo za nas, veoma dobro i neka odskočna daska za nas sve i mislim da svi kao tim su kontribuirali da osvojimo to prvo mjesto.
Mislim da je uspjeh svakog. Ja sam Marko, jedan od mentora ekipe Interact. Okupili smo se jutros, nastavljamo sa radom. Mentori naspavani, takmičari nisu baš toliko, ali ideje dobro napreduju i računamo da ćemo uspjeti sve da pripremimo za sutra.
Tim Loanit je izuzetan, mladi su ljudi u pitanju, jako su vrijedni i puni su, da kažem, produktivnih ideja. Očekujemo u najskorije vrijeme vježbu, prezentaciju, da bi na neki način sugerisali kao mentori lideru na koji način da prezentuje sutra ovu izuzetnu ideju pred žirijem.
Moje ime je Eva Ivanović, direktorica marketinga Hipotekarne banke. Danas smo ovdje sa fenomenalnim timom Monte Bank. Moje kolegi, mentori i ja smo sa njima i naredna 24 časa u nadi da ćemo u toj ideji uspjeti.
Tim budućnost.
Kako ste zadovoljni prezentovanim rješenjima i radovima? Šta smatrate da je bila ključna karika za pobjedu vašeg tima?
Pa, definitivno energija koju je ovaj mladi tim donio sa sobom još od prvog dana i inovativnost koju su pokazali i koju sama ideja nosi. Oni su se zaista fokusirali na rješavanje problema u društvu, prepoznali su nešto prvo među svojim vršnjacima što bi bilo od pomoći da realizuju, a potom su svoju ideju i njenu primjenjivost proširili i na ostale društvene grupe.
Da li ste očekivali plasman najbolje i kako je ovo iskustvo za vas?
Jesmo i mislim da je ovo jedno novo iskustvo za nas, veoma dobro i neka odskočna daska za nas sve i mislim da svi kao tim su kontribuirali da osvojimo to prvo mjesto.
Mislim da je uspjeh svakog. Ja sam Marko, jedan od mentora ekipe Interact. Okupili smo se jutros, nastavljamo sa radom. Mentori naspavani, takmičari nisu baš toliko, ali ideje dobro napreduju i računamo da ćemo uspjeti sve da pripremimo za sutra.
Tim Loanit je izuzetan, mladi su ljudi u pitanju, jako su vrijedni i puni su, da kažem, produktivnih ideja. Očekujemo u najskorije vrijeme vježbu, prezentaciju, da bi na neki način sugerisali kao mentori lideru na koji način da prezentuje sutra ovu izuzetnu ideju pred žirijem.
Moje ime je Eva Ivanović, direktorica marketinga Hipotekarne banke. Danas smo ovdje sa fenomenalnim timom Monte Bank. Moje kolegi, mentori i ja smo sa njima i naredna 24 časa u nadi da ćemo u toj ideji uspjeti.
Tim budućnost.
Kako ste zadovoljni prezentovanim rješenjima i radovima? Šta smatrate da je bila ključna karika za pobjedu vašeg tima?
Pa, definitivno energije koju je ovaj mladi tim donio sa sobom još od prvog dana i inovativnost koju su pokazali i koju sama ideja nosi. Oni su se zaista fokusirali na rješavanje problema u društvu, prepoznali su nešto prvo među svojim vršnjacima što bi bilo od pomoći da realizuju, a potom su svoju ideju i njenu primjenjivost proširili i na ostale društvene grupe.
Da li ste očekivali plasman najbolje ili kako je ovo iskustvo za vas?
Jesmo i mislim da je ovo jedno novo iskustvo za nas, veoma dobro i neka odskočna daska za nas sve i mislim da svi kao tim su kontribuirali da osvojimo to prvo mjesto.
Mislim da je uspjeh svakog. Ja sam Marko, jedan od mentora ekipe Interact. Okupili smo se jutros, nastavljamo sa radom. Mentori naspavani, takmičari nisu baš toliko, ali ideje dobro napreduju i računamo da ćemo uspjeti sve da pripremimo za sutra.
Tim Loanit je izuzetan, mladi su ljudi u pitanju, jako su vrijedni i puni su, da kažem, produktivnih ideja. Očekujemo u najskorije vrijeme vježbu, prezentaciju, da bi na neki način sugerisali kao mentori lideru na koji način da prezentuje sutra ovu izuzetnu ideju pred žirijem.
Moje ime je Eva Ivanović, direktorica marketinga Hipotekarne banke. Danas smo ovdje sa fenomenalnim timom Monte Bank. Moje kolegi, mentori i ja smo sa njima i naredna 24 časa u nadi da ćemo u toj ideji uspjeti.
Tim budućnost.
Kako ste zadovoljni prezentovanim rješenjima i radovima? Šta smatrate da je bila ključna karika za pobjedu vašeg tima?
Pa, definitivno energije koju je ovaj mladi tim donio sa sobom još od prvog dana i inovativnost koju su pokazali i koju sama ideja nosi. Oni su se zaista fokusirali na rješavanje problema u društvu, prepoznali su nešto prvo među svojim vršnjacima što bi bilo od pomoći da realizuju, a potom su svoju ideju i njenu primjenjivost proširili i na ostale društvene grupe.
Da li ste očekivali plasman najbolje ili kako je ovo iskustvo za vas?
Jesmo i mislim da je ovo jedno novo iskustvo za nas, veoma dobro i neka odskočna daska za nas sve. I mislim da svi kod tim su kontribuirali da osvojimo to prvo mjesto.
Mislim da je uspjeh svakog.
Nakon kraće pauze nastavljamo sa radom. Slijedi panel broj 2 na temu pokretanje digitalne fintech banke, usluge plaćanja, šta je potrebno, razvojna, regulatorna i tržišna razmatranja. Pozivam moderatore i paneliste da nam se pridruže ovdje na bini i da započnu sa diskusijom. Hvala.
So, good morning, everyone. Thank you for taking time to join us this morning. It's a great pleasure that ICT, Cortex, and Central Bank are organizing this event for FinTech talks. We have an amazing guest today. The topic is, as mentioned, what does it take to create a digital bank or a payment service, development, regulatory, and market considerations. Today, we will try to kind of engage each one of you, so please feel free to ask questions. There will be a person with a microphone, but meanwhile, you can also ask questions on a platform called coinis.com/ask. So that's maybe for our people, coinis.com/ask. I will monitor on the phone and I'll try to answer the questions. Those that do not wish to be involved in and engage can like maybe some questions and help us decide which are the important ones. So without further ado, I will introduce the guests and then I suggest they introduce themselves very briefly and we can start actually the panel. So today with us are Varlam Ebanadze from the Central Bank of Georgia, his colleague also from National Bank of Georgia, Vasil Shenglia, and we have today Shanan Levy from startup Keep in Israel. On his left side is also Nika Kurdiani, who is the CEO of a space bank and actually a unicorn today since he is the CEO of a digital bank, Space Bank, as well as Deputy CEO of TBC Bank. And then we have, I think, known to each one of you, Marko Milošević from Fleka and Ivica Tatar from Logate. So please maybe take a couple of minutes to introduce yourselves, then we can start with the questions.
Hello everyone, my name is Varlam Ebanadze. I'm head of FinTech and SupTech development at Central Bank of Georgia. Thank you very much for inviting us. Very honored to be here and quite unique situation that three Georgians on the same panel. I'm especially happy to share stage as a regulator with one of the biggest and most innovative banks in Georgia. So I think it will be quite interesting discussion to hear from both sides about innovation and kind of to come up with the consensus in that innovative value chain, how we can support each other, regulator and innovative business models driven by banks themselves. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I'm Vasil Shenglia. First of all, thank you to inviting us and give us this opportunity to speak about our experience in fintech and digital banks. I'm head of Open Banking Support and Credit Data Sharing Division. It's a pleasure for me to be panelist here, and I hope we will have very interesting discussions.
Hi everyone, my name is Hanan Lavi. I'm a CEO and co-founder of KIP. KIP is a fintech startup that provides services to both banks and merchants. Our main target is to solve one of the biggest pain points in e-commerce space today, which is declined transactions. So many of you as consumers sometimes get declined, but for businesses and for banks, that's a very, very big pain. And we created a solution that connects as a network between the merchants and the card issuers, the banks, We integrate with the banks. We allow them to build a model that prices different risk scenarios, and then if the merchant is willing to cover that risk, in real time, we allow the issuers to pass these transactions. So it's a very unique and innovative solution, and I'm very glad to be here today to share a little bit about our journey, enjoying from the Israeli ecosystem, the startup scene, like you heard before from the regulators in Israel and the labs, how that supports us in building the startup.
Hi all. My name is Nika Kurdiani. I represent actually the biggest bank in Georgia, which is TBC Bank. We have around 40% market share in different segments, London listed, and many good things to tell about TBC. However, for this forum, actually, I think it's interesting to tell the story of TBC's one of the companies, which is Space International, which was founded back 4.5 years ago, and now already operates in 2 countries. One is Georgia, another one is Uzbekistan. Quite successful, as we have already more than 1 million users registered and active. And basically, it's a story of a typical fintech created within a big corporate and successfully expanding to other markets, whereas the platform which operates this fintech is placed in one geography. In our case, it's Georgia. And yes, I hope I can tell you throughout the discussion many examples and difficulties and learnings which we had along this way. So thank you for having me here.
Morning, everyone. My name is Miloš Milošević. I'm CEO and product design lead of Fleka. We have been in the digital space for the last 14 years pretty much, and for the last 6 years we are heavily involved in working with the local and international banks on different products that they serve. We're working a couple of last years actually of building our own solutions that are in the fintech space, and looking forward to talking a little bit more about this.
Hello everyone, my name is Ivica Tatar and I am co-founder and strategy lead of the company which name is Logate, coming from Montenegro, IT company which is developing products that helps financial institutions to let's say be successful part of this digital transformation that right now is the main topic of this conference. Our products like, I don't know, CRM, debt collection, contact center are integral part of the communication of banks with their end customers, and we are trying to be part of this digital transformation world. That's it.
Why TBC Bank decided to actually enter digital space, where it entered? I know that you are not only in Georgia, and maybe in terms of technical development, what were the key pieces of, let's say, a bare bones bank? So probably some kind of an app as a front end, and then core system, accounting, and maybe compliance reporting. How did you deal with this? Did you have support from the main bank? How long it took, what are kind of the costs involved in this, and maybe we can hear similar perspective from the local market, since I know both of Ivica and Miloš had experience with building these applications for the bank. This would be probably a starting point for someone who wishes to enter a market before the regulatory part, which we will come to afterwards.
Thanks for the question. I'll try to be as efficient in terms of time as possible, because the question is big. Basically, we starting, I would say, from 2012, 2013, TBC decided to go into this digitalization story, right? Back then it was simply implementing mobile and internet banking solutions. At one moment, towards 2016, actually, we reached the threshold of 90 97% of all transactions made by customers being fully remote. So branches almost became consulting, centers rather than transactional centers. And in that moment, we saw this neo-banking hype happening around the world as standalone in startups as well as in big corporates. I remember JP Morgan playing with Fin, BBVA, and there were many different ideas floating around. So we said, why don't we also try something out? Even if we had a very dominant position in Georgia, we said, why don't we create something within ourselves which should try to challenge, whatever we are doing in conventional retail banking. And at the same time, we said, why don't we do it in a way where technology solution would not be developed by our IT department? Basically, it would be developed totally anew outside of TBC. Of course, organizationally, this thing called Space, the brand name was Space, and is Space, was part of TBC and legally. However, organizationally, we tried to create this Chinese wall so that we would not have the pressure of the mother company implementing their ideas or policies or whatever. So why not innovate internally? And the third thing was initially also, the third bullet point, basically if this thing would work out, why don't we use it as an international platform? Now rolling forward to basically today, what happened is that we have approximately 500,000 registered users in Georgia, and we have approximately 2-point-something million users in Uzbekistan, out of which, of course, active customer rate is smaller, approximately 1/4 of it. However, basically, it is still a very, very good indication. The good things about it is that it allowed us to see if an alternative model could work in Georgia, one. Secondly, it allowed us to understand if we could use it from Georgia in another country. And Uzbekistan is not our neighboring country. It is, yes, post-Soviet space. And we speak kind of same culture, same language in terms of Russian language is used all around Soviet countries. However, it is still a different place, and it's far away, time zone-wise also different. So we said, can Georgian team run a bank in Uzbekistan? We got a license in Uzbekistan, and basically we have a team there which runs the operations, which is needed for a bank to function. However, the commerce strategy, product management, technology, front-end, back-end, supporting services, would it be CRM processes or even ERP solutions, HR systems, basically this is all supported from Georgia. And this allowed us to understand that the technology stack can be exported. Now this solves many things. For instance, on the previous panel there was a discussion or a point that it is difficult to hire people, right? It is becoming increasingly difficult to find talent. And yes, this is difficult. And imagine having talent problems in many geographic locations. It's better to have it in one location. I can continue in terms of benefits of the centralized model a lot, but the whole idea is that if you can come up with the technology, if you can come up with the strategic rationale and execution power of developing a platform out of which you can operate several geographic locations, then the scale effect kicks in definitely, and this becomes very, very interesting in terms of profitability, in terms of operational efficiency, in terms of strategic competitive advantage. So this is a quick summary on what we did. Now, in terms of learnings, for instance, what I can indicate is that it is difficult, and it is quite difficult to enter a country and consider or assume that the technology environment there will be ready-made. So you don't consider that a credit bureau has an API solution for you to integrate online. You don't consider basically that the central registrar will have photos and passports electronically available, so on and so on. So in Uzbekistan, for instance, we had to cooperate with the government to digitize certain processes for us to function. And would it be onboarding or other credit-driven processes? So I would say that this is definitely a difficulty, and for us, I mean, if a country, if a regulatory environment wants basically to have fintech in its own environment, then there are many different layers in terms of very practical implementation experiences which has to be considered so that these fintechs can exist. It is talent, it is basically technological infrastructure, it is a regulatory environment, of course, it is general, basically, environment in terms of positioning these services as trusted ones. For instance, one small example, and then I will wrap up. In Uzbekistan, we had an insight. I mean, this is a fully digital bank, end-to-end mobile. There is even no internet website. And then we understood that we have to have local funding for us to lend in local currency. And at one point we understood that, yes, fully digital is good, but in the country, emerging market, not having tangibility of your infrastructure is a problem. So we had to open showrooms. Showroom is branded TBC space. Inside there is a furniture, but nothing else. So we have teams in the showrooms showrooming mobile app experience. What this created, it created tangibility, and people started bringing deposits in. So this kind of insights, you know, I mean, there are many insights which have to be practically very much researched.
Thank you so much for a thorough answer, but if you don't mind, just to keep it kind of practical, how long did it take to roll out? And what actual time and effort, and maybe the cost, if you can tell us just roughly, it doesn't have to be precise, but is it like a low 6-digit, mid 6-digit, how much does it take to actually roll out a bank, even if you have a sponsor? Just on the technical, and then we can talk more later about the market.
In Georgia, we rolled out in 8 months, from the idea to first customer. In Uzbekistan, as we went, why? Because we used TBC as the host licensing bank.
Okay.
So TBC Rails. So the stack was deployed in 8 months. In Uzbekistan, we had to apply for banking license. So it took approximately 1.5 years from the moment of application to launch. In terms of costs, as we are a listed company, I cannot go into those details, but it is how to say, you should not undermine the digits, okay, because it is expensive. So if you try to be very efficient, then in 2 years you will feel it on your technology difficulties. So make sure you spend enough money.
Understood. And maybe just to take one question from the audience, did the Space Bank reach break-even, and when?
This is also a difficult question for me to be transparent on. We are very close to break-even. On average, the analysis we did for digital banks to break-even from the very early start is more than 3 years. And there are many examples, if you have a look. We will be less than 3 years. We will be very close to 2 years from the moment of first commercial operation.
All right, thank you so much. And maybe, Milos, if you can, from your experience, tell us a little bit about how the development goes. I'm aware you've built some applications for the bank, especially the front-end ones. How this process goes in Montenegro, how long does it time, and yeah, maybe money is a bit tricky subject, but I'm just curious, how much would it take someone to actually start it and to kind of gather all the pieces?
Well, let's say that in Montenegro the situation is where we have pretty much 11 banks working in the market, and there is a lot of fish in a small pond in a way, who are trying to, let's say, reposition their product, which is very similar to each other, by actually focusing mostly on the e-banking and mobile banking applications. Now, for us who were structuring some of these products for different banks, it's always a question to what extent you can actually go and how much you depend on the core banking software limiting you to do certain things, because the standards have not been widely adopted. So until the, let's say, PSD2 actually comes really effectively in place, practically speaking, there is always a little bit of a limit to what you can do with that layer that is on top of the existing solutions that exist in the banks. Some banks in Montenegro are vendor locked in a way that actually core banking system does not allow much stuff to be done, so the innovation is a very tricky business that is very much driven by the guys in the shadows who are in the back in the core banking. So sometimes it's really a question how much you can push. Obviously, budget is also a concern of different things, and how much the banks can get involved in shaping new products and new values for their customers. And I think this is good what Nika has been actually saying before, is that actually doing kind of a spin-off within the existing structure of a bank that is actually not being, let's say, dragged back by the existing problems, legacy, the structure, the decision processes, and all these things is something that really can push the banks. But none of the banks in Montenegro have been having a courage enough to actually embark on that journey and actually create a digital bank. So when we are talking about services that they do, is generally about revamping e-banking and mobile banking services, and trying to reach a certain piece of the pie in the market there. And obviously the penetration aspect of it is to a certain extent related to the actual acceptance of the digital services and so on, but then on the other hand also the user experience it provides. You have a simple thing that, for example, you have a mobile banking penetration that is much smaller with the businesses than it is with the residents. But when you look why that happens, it's usually because it's just the ergonomical inconvenience actually to do transactions on a small screen. And this is where QR codes and other stuff that exists can help to bridge that gap and actually get the wider acceptance. I'm just giving a small example of certain things that are happening. But where really there is a lack of innovation, I think, is that what I often say is that banks are seeing their products as purely transactional. And the time for that has really passed. There is a whole new layer of value that needs to be created for the end users in order to make really a difference.
And maybe if you could comment on the same thing, and also just kind of briefly mention, does Montenegro has capability to build a core banking system? Like if someone would want to enter the market, could they find the talent and the resources, and what sort of resources these would be? Maybe if you can briefly mention, like what amount of people would be needed, or maybe what time would be needed, or could he outsource it maybe to you? Just
Okay. So, as I said, Logate is a company which is making products on the side of the finance institution that helps them to get this communication with the end users easier through these digital channels, online channels, because everything now is coming to this customer experience, to the digital outlook of the companies. Banks in Montenegro, of course, see that, and right now they are doing some kind of transformation, and they see that they need to go online, they need to go on the internet, they need to speak with these younger people, with this younger generation, which will not go to the branch offices and to I don't know, buy some product or buy some service. They will want to do it online. We are on this market from I don't know, more than 15 years, and I am very much involved with the banks from Montenegro, and I'm happy to say that I'm a friend with many of you guys here who are representing banks, and I know how much is their struggle and how much they need to work, and what are the let's say obstacles on their way to be more digital, let's say more oriented to the end customers through these online channels. And we must say that everything this all depends on the market that we are living in, on the social and geographic and, I don't know, political, everything is connected here. And because all of that, we are right now here, and let's see what we can do next to become digital in a less time. And I think that banks right now are considering that, and you have right now mobile banks, this digital payments, everything is right now here. And I think that many of these banks are right now considering going to the digital bank, actually making fully digital bank. But as you know, some things that are regulatory need to be changed, need to be, let's say, we need to have some laws, and that everything of this could be possible. But I think that they are preparing for this to enter on this digital market as soon as possible. Regarding your question about the core banking system, I think that it is our strategy, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago was to build everything a part of the core banking system. You know, CRM, contact center, mobile banking, all the components that gathers all the communication between end users and banks. And I think it's easier to have some APIs to the core banking system and in order to be faster, you know, because changing core banking system is a pretty, let's say, demanding operation and not in every position good way to make things work. So I think it's better to do this, let's say, layer above the core banking system and make this transformation faster.
So if you just don't mind commenting, maybe what about someone who is not existingly a bank? How would he approach this? Can he outsource core system? Can he find it somewhere else? Because, yeah, definitely for the existing banks, they could just connect via APIs, as they do probably. But what about the new entrant to the market? How would he go about this?
Yes, they could start with this, let's say, story about making new core banking system. But I think that there are existing platforms here on the market, and I don't know, 3 or 4 of them are very popular and very good. And I will firstly consider that, and after that see if does it make sense to build a new core banking system, because it's not easy. But actually, if there is a need for it, I think that we could do it, because I always said we have smart people here and we could do anything.
Yeah, exactly. When you mentioned people, I was just curious whether people can be actually taught in a short time to apply kind of in financial industry their skills, or you have to bring someone with existing knowledge in order to develop these systems?
That is the combination of this experience and talent, let's say. Okay. That is how everything works. Because we started in 2008 working with the banks, and for the first year or two they didn't want to speak with me, you know, because I'm not a banker. Okay.
Thank you so much. So maybe if someone would like to join with a question, please feel free.
Hello, I'm representing Association of Montenegrin Banks today, and I'm happy to have chance. And I'm happy to have chance today to discuss with you about, I would say, one of the most important topics we have in our country. So just first to say that I'm really amazed about results which was presented by Mr. Kurdani. To have 0.5 million users of the platform in a country which have less than 4 million inhabitants is really amazed. So congrats for that, to have that project fully developed and in production with the first client for the 8 months. Again, all my respect to that. But here we have a full queue of the questions which are actually enablers to have that kind of the event like you and experience like you had it with your bank. So widely observing for the development of fintech and successful cooperation between banks and IT companies, you need at least three preconditions. First one is to have potential, and I'm sure that our country have a huge potential for that. Having in mind that there are a lot of IT companies who are out of fintech zone, and I can give you, let's talk about statistics, that one of the biggest IT companies have annual income higher than 5 biggest fintech companies. So obviously fintech is not such a famous business in Montenegro. Second thing, what was mentioned by Mr. Governor, there are 7 of 18 fintech companies who, I will, but it's important, Vlada, sorry. 7 of 18 fintech companies which are actually from Montenegro, and that representing less than 40% of the total, but their income is uncomparable with that 40%. It's highly below 40%. From the perspective of the bank or banking group who operating in this region, I'm responsible also for IT operations of one banking group. I can tell that we are not vendor locked. We are locked by our legislation. From the regulatory perspective, I would say that our regulation is more or less aligned with the European Central Bank guidelines and regulations, so there I cannot recognize in our regulation obstacles up to the moment when regulation is referring to the certain laws which are fully unaligned with...
Zaria, sorry, but we don't really have time. Let's focus on the question, please. And
the question for Mr. Okay, concrete question for Mr. Nika. I have 2 questions. For Mr. Nika is that 8 months of development and production was like a crown of your work, but how many efforts you invest before that 8 months to analyze our legislation? And question for our colleagues from FLECA and Logate is how they see this kind of the legal Chinese wall we have right now in Montenegro. Thank you.
Thank you, and sorry for speeding up, just to give everyone a chance to talk. Thank you.
So the idea was presented to the management board in July 2017, and the first customer was registered in March 2018. Development was done by a team of not more than 20 people, which was separated out. This time includes regulatory discussions too. So it means that the regulator was very forthcoming and, let's say, innovative enough to support us. One. Second, we were smart enough to not develop things by ourselves, but deploy third-party solutions and only take those APIs from the bank, core banking system, which is needed for regulatory reporting, customer account creation, which is overall, let's call it general ledger solution. So the whole idea is not in what is there or what is not there. The whole idea is about how you approach things. And you should always try to find easy solution. And there is nothing bad in easy solutions when you are starting up. Let's call this famous buzzword MVP. Once you are there and once you have your first customer, you should of course target the sophistication which is needed for you to scale up. So this is in a nutshell how the answer would be.
Would you like to comment or?
Okay, I'll be brief. I think that in terms of Montenegrin situation, the law that has been that passed through last week basically changes quite a bit of things for the fintech industry. But major point that I would make is definitely lean on what Nika says, that there is no need to reinvent the wheel for things that actually do exist on the market, because you're going to really spend so much effort, money and time to develop something that exists there that does not create any difference in value. So the idea is to collect things that are there and try to build something that actually you can test on the market and see whether it works or not, because this is not, as he was very diplomatic about the numbers, but this is not a cheap game. So you really need to optimize whatever you can in order to get out with something and see whether it actually catches on.
I may quickly add, There is nothing wrong in copying and pasting, literally. So the smart thing is you should understand the momentum and try to deploy whatever is there in a smart way in the right momentum. So I would say this is a solution to many things. So mindset is important.
So thank you, and with this maybe we can wrap up the development part, although obviously this is a very complex topic and certainly each of them will take a panel of its own. So maybe the word to Varlam, maybe since you are a head of fintech, it seems that National Bank of Georgia has some wider strategy for the fintech. Maybe you can open up this topic and explain us a little bit what has happened in the past 3 or 4 years in Georgia, what have you developed, what are the challenges, and just kind of a landscape that is crucial for digital banks.
Okay. I'll start with something provocative from regulator side. Bill Gates has predicted 20 years ago banking is necessary, banks are not. And strategy is about choices. And we as a regulator are supporting this ongoing trend. So it's already here. And what this means for us is that we choose to be very open, and our key advantage in the country like Georgia, very small market, is only to be open, policy driven. We don't have any advantage of to be market driven, already digitized, and competition is very high. But we are seeing that these infrastructure barriers are removed by technology. AWS disrupted barriers 5 years ago or 7 years ago. If we would enter to the banking business, you would start literally with the construction business, building a bank office, and then next thing would be buying physical servers. Now nobody needs this, and we as a regulator are supporting this trend by removing additional barriers for new entrants, which is data barrier. And we are translating this into real stuff things. Like we see, for example, open banking as an infrastructure, as an enabler for new entrants to get access to the data. And what has been competitive advantage for banks historically by being kind of big storage of banks information, and it is no secret that historically banks failed to capitalize on the data, and now they are learning from high tech, and we want to give the similar starting points to fintechs and new entrants with the open banking and open finance strategy. Next infrastructure project we look from this perspective is central bank digital currencies. So we want to have this infrastructure in long term as a place for experimentation and for added value services by fintech startups like smart contracts, etc., etc. One of the key points in our strategy also is contextualization. We call it kind of bottom-up strategy. What it means is that we are identifying the most useful use cases, whether it is in open banking or CBDC or then to open finance in our Georgian context. As I mentioned during my question, so regulators are now becoming the not only supporters of innovation, but owners of the innovation. And the key question we should ask when we are doing any innovative project to be balanced between solution obsessed and problem obsessed. So we to have a track that we come up with something which somebody needs on the market. And the next advantage of this bottom-up strategy is that every disruptive innovation starts with tackling bottom of the pyramid. So we need to think about segments of the market where you are able, with this added value use cases, touch with bottom of the market. Next, Basel, for example, sees this kind of projects like open banking and CBDC like public goods. And like healthcare is public good and should be accessible for everyone and be inclusive. We see our role to make sure that this is case in our case.
If you don't mind me interrupting, so if I understood you correctly, you kind of guide the new fintechs by use cases. You find the space in the market that is missing and you guide them to actually implement something in this area.
Yeah.
And has this been successful? Do you have some examples where companies have actually targeted some part of the market that was missing?
Yeah, let me give you an example. We already have open banking key infrastructure, which means that all major banks are onboarded on open banking and they are obliged to open up key APIs, right? Data aggregation, payment initiation, and additionally we have eKYC on that. But we don't measure our success of implementing open banking with this just. But we measure our KPIs of implementing open banking with how many new added value services for the consumer has been implemented using these APIs. So now we are starting going beyond standard role of the regulator, and we started a week ago very intense marketing of open banking in good sense with different segments. So we are meeting, for example, microfinance organizations, cash conversion organizations. Segment by segment, we are bringing some specific use cases from open banking and from other countries, how their business models can benefit in a most efficient way with the minimum investment by being just implementing in their applications the APIs which are already there. But you need, as a regulator, to communicate about this with the key stakeholders.
Understood. Thank you so much. So maybe, Vasil, you're an open banking specialist. Maybe you can give us an overview of the kind of initiatives that have been done already. So in terms of, as Varla mentioned, open banking in terms of PSD2, digital onboarding, instant payments. What does this look like in Georgia, and how important is open banking for the future in digital banks?
For digital banks, of course, open banking is vital, and also instant payments. We currently launched open banking. It was roughly 1 year ago, and at the end of next year, instant payments will be available in Georgia. Currently, in our open banking, we have information sharing, payment initiation, digital onboarding, and information sharing about standardized products. Currently, our problem till last week, our problem was that only banks were involved in open banking because of legislation restrictions. But a week ago, legislation restrictions removed, and from November, all non-bank institutions under MBG regulation can participate in open banking. When we were working on open banking project, it started 2 years ago, we analyzed other countries' experiences, and that's why we followed the UK experience mostly. We choose to create common standard, and with Banking Association, we created common standard. It's mostly Berlin Group standard, but because of local specifications, we changed some things. Also, it's important that all banks, it's mandatory for all banks to open their APIs, and it's easier for fintech organizations and other banks to become third-party providers. Also, one important thing happened during our open banking was Brexit, because technical requirements wasn't feasible for non-European countries, and Brexit helped us. And nowadays, license certificates are also available for non-European Union countries, and we use this opportunity.
And maybe if you don't mind a bit explaining more about this part of digital onboarding, so you have a kind of electronic KYC. Is it just a picture and a picture of ID card? Is it a domestic solution? Did you maybe brought some existing solution in Georgia, or you developed it yourself? How does it work? Did the old banks actually use it? Was it a success story?
It's very new, and currently banks are not using it, but they want to develop this service in the next few months. In digital onboarding, we have two paths. One is just verification, and it's much easier process. And second one is fully KYC onboarding. Prices are different. And I have to mention that all service in our open banking is free of charge, but only onboarding is, I think it's not very expensive, but third-party providers should pay for digital onboarding in both ways. If they want verification, price is of course much smaller, and if they want full KYC, it's a little bit more.
And regarding the APIs, you mentioned that you implemented Berlin Group standards with a bit of modification for the domestic market. So it means basically that the startups in Georgia can actually export their products in some other countries because the standards are the same?
Yes, actually the idea was that to create opportunity for local fintechs to enter European market easily, and vice versa for European companies to enter in our on our market easily. For example, if your fintech company wants to start business in open banking business in Georgia, it will be much easier because of this Berlin Group standards. Also, we think that some fintech companies in Europe who want to expand their business and become banks, but they don't, for example, in UK, someone who don't want to take a risk and become bank in UK, they can start in Georgia, take digital banking license in Georgia, and after that they can take their business model to the UK, for example.
So that's a really good strategy, actually, that maybe also Montenegro can use in future.
Yeah.
So maybe, Sean, sorry to keep you last to talk. Maybe you could share with us your success story, how the government in Israel actually helps the startup, what kind of support did you have, and then maybe we can talk a bit more about, since as I understood you have experience in actually financing the startup. I think it would be really interesting since our market is not as developed yet.
Yeah, so I think, the topic today was about, right now in the panel, how to create a digital bank. We are not a digital bank, but I can speak about how to drive innovation and how to create an environment where fintechs and maybe a digital bank can come internally from Montenegro or country. By the way, in Israel, just now, the first digital bank is being introduced. So the ecosystem really supports a lot of startups that are going globally, but maybe less internally, but I'll speak maybe about that as well. A little bit, I'll start about our journey, where we started. I think that, there's a lot of layers to success and what helped us in our way. I think that the first thing is the fact that I had the pleasure to work for two startups, learning payments for 13 years. These two startups are unicorns today. One is a public company, one was acquired by a large US corporation. And, my personal experience is that that's how I learned payments, and definitely that was a big contributor to myself and the company when I came to raise funds. It came with even to create the idea, I had to have the knowledge to come with that. So that to begin with, I think that it's a long process. It's a snowball. In the good term, you fund the market, you push the market. Eventually, a lot of companies are created. These companies create good people. The people go out, some of them, and create new companies. Eventually, you have a scene, a startup scene. Definitely, it helped us a lot, in perspective. When I came out and decided to open a company, I had no clue. How am I going to find the funding? We thought it would take us a year. Yes, it was a better times than it is now. It was during COVID. Still, fintech was, on the rise. It still is today, but, the funding situation is not as good as it was. But, I had no clue that I'm even connected to venture capitals. But there is almost 400 different VCs in Israel today, out of which I think around 80, 90 are international. And you have 6,000 startups in Israel operating in different sizes. So eventually it creates such a strong network that you're not even aware. I wasn't aware that I'm connected directly to VCs, but each friend I spoke with from the network brought me to someone. Eventually, within 4 weeks, we were speaking with over 25 different VCs and got our first term sheet and funding very, very quickly. So obviously, it's all these layers that created that. And then what helped us a lot is and you heard a little bit about that previously, is the direct support. So direct support is what the government can really push. I don't think it's the government can really initiate. It creates the initiatives. So we had the privilege really to be supported by the two speakers that you heard today. The first one is the FinTech Lab. That again, the government was the initiator. The government came with the idea to create the lab, but eventually the one that creates the value for us as a company is really being connected to the enterprises like MasterCard. So for us as a company that sells into banks, that was very important, especially that it wasn't just an accelerator, and I think it's a good lesson learned. They actually created value in technology. So for us, they tested our technology, and we could then go, to banks and show them the results of these testings that we meet the standards of security and SLA that banks are requiring, and that created a lot of value for us. Definitely when it comes from a company like MasterCard. Later on, we had the privilege to work with the second organization, that's the ISA, and together with the IIA, the Israeli Innovation Authority. From which they supported us in doing a pilot, which is probably the most difficult part after funding, right? First you need to get funding, then you want clients, because no one wants, definitely when you're selling to the financial sector, no one wants to be the first, right? They want to be they perceive themselves as innovative, then they want to be second. But no one wants to be the first, and it definitely helped us a lot that the government came with a pilot program that allowed us to pilot together with an Israeli bank. So it served the government in wanting to bring fintechs and keep them internally supporting the local market. But it supported us as well, because suddenly it pushed really a strong, very large Israeli bank to pilot with us, to sign a contract because they had timelines, etc. So all in all, I think this creates a very, very strong ecosystem that just continues to grow and grow.
That's a really amazing story, actually, that you have. But if you don't mind mentioning, what are the institutions that you had support directly? You mentioned some of them, but in the process, if you can quickly remember, what were all the institutions that kind of guided you from a startup to actually bringing the product to market and getting new customers?
So again, you're referring to the FinTech Lab and the ISA. So the FinTech Lab, again, you heard today, Sharon, was formed by, it's a joint venture of MasterCard and NL. But again, I think that it wouldn't have been created in Israel unless the government would put in funds, push funds into the market, come with the initiative to say this is the way we want to do it. They did a tender. MasterCard and NL had to win it. So it pushed them to create more value than others. There's many accelerators in Israel. I can really honestly say that they create much less value. Why? They don't provide you real technology. They don't have a real lab that actually develops with you, sits with you on your specs and helps you with that and all the testing, etc., etc. I think that here, because they had to report back to the government, then probably they had to do it in a much better way. For us, it really worked very well. And the second is the ISA, so that's the Israeli Securities Authority, which you heard as well. So luckily we had the benefit to join from both. So you heard what a long process we had to go through. I think that's, by the way, a personal take, and they know it. It's not a surprise. Sometimes also in Israel, a government is a government, It takes much longer and a much painful process to go through with the government. That's why we were one of 165 companies maybe, but much longer than it takes to get much more funding from a private VC. That's something probably to learn how to do it quicker in an easier way, not to drive away strong startups that maybe otherwise would not want to waste the time on that.
And how long did it take you to raise funds actually? How long was this process, and maybe if there is anything interesting in it?
So again, I think, like I said before, I need to thank mainly to the ecosystem. So I was surprised as well, how quick it took us, because I wasn't aware, of the network. Today, it's definitely a different ballgame now. I'm leveraging the network to create the network with clients, right, and to sell. But we were lucky to make it very, very quick, only with the presentation coming out, of just left a very good position, but it took us 4 weeks to get the first term sheet. So that was really, really quick, and there was another funding round later on. That's already a different story.
Yeah, that's really surprising and rather quick. And maybe coming back to you, Nika, maybe you would like to share your experience with financing the regulatory capital, or how it went for the Space Bank, since I also believe it was not only financed by the mother bank.
In our case, in Georgia, as it was part of TBC legally, it was of course TBC, and we didn't need to have regulatory capital in addition, because we were trying to, let's call it, rent the license of TBC, right? However, in Uzbekistan was of course a different story. So basically there it was us initially, but then we got the support from institutional investors, EBRD and IFC. So we have 20% in Uzbekistan owned by each of them. So 60% belongs to TBC Group, and 20 and 20 to these two institutions, which, if I know correctly, for EBRD was the first fintech bank investment, and for IFC also as a bank. So for them, they also took a risk of a startup, literally. Other than this, we did not attract any other funding, because it's all basically institutional money, including TBC Group.
Yeah, but it's interesting that there is also institutional investors ready to invest in kind of developing economies and to support you in this.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think just to elaborate on the point, I think the regulator, not so much, but I think different government authorities have a very big role in creating that ecosystem. Of course, the regulatory environment should be supportive of innovation, what Varlam was saying, but in terms of having the ecosystem which is right at hand, supporting innovations, in terms of funding, legal infrastructure, contracts, so on and so on, I think this is very much needed. So when we talk about this facet, I think colleague there was also indicating to that. It's a complex topic which has to be addressed 360, basically, I would say.
Understood. Thank you so much. And maybe you would say, if you would like to share the experience from the local market in terms of startups investing, or generally just taking funds from outside, if you feel like it.
Yes, I'm on the local market for the last 15 years with the Logate, and I know very much the situation. As I said earlier, everything depends on the market, on the, wellness of the country, or the wealthness of the country, or anything like that, in order to have everything in line. Regarding the let's say some kind of investment, I think that we don't still have the critical mass here of potential investors, of VCs or something like that, that could risk or are willing to risk to make some kind of disruption here in Montenegro. But maybe with these initiatives something will come of it. Regarding Logate, we had an investment at 2017 as an equity investment in our company, and I think this was the first time Montenegro that some company from Montenegro, from the IT SAI has this kind of investment, and that went very well. And right now, I think that the IT companies that are right here and they're running right here could be this, let's say, starting point for the venture capitals, for the investors, because we are now we have some kind of possibility to invest some part of our, let's say, revenues or to make some new things. I think that's the thing in Montenegro. That is how it will work here. To get some kind of bigger investment for your idea, you need to go in the region or in Europe maybe to present your idea to the venture capitals. That is what we are right now actually doing with our new idea for some solution that is we call it charge gate solution for some kind of application or solution for easier usage of the charging points for the electric vehicles, but we cannot find it here. We need to go outside to get on some conferences or speak with some VCs. But for these fintechs and everything here, I think that IT sector could try to do it together with the banks, of course, because I think that I think that all of them are considering that right now to see if some of their money could be used for some kind of good initiative here. But as I said, everything depends on the market and how it will scale, because scaling is everything right now. Okay.
Understood. Thank you so much for a thorough explanation. Varlam, you had something to say, and if you don't mind me also asking, what about regulatory capital in Georgia? I think you have an interesting idea that the startups don't have to pay in total amount, but some smaller amount, and then if you can mention it.
For digital bank licensing process, we have regulatory sandbox approach. So it's 10 times less than in a regular situation in the beginning. And then during 3 years syncopation period, they fulfill all requirements on regulatory capital.
So they have time to actually prove themselves, and then if they don't succeed, maybe not pay, but if they do, to pay up full capital.
Yes.
Okay. And you wanted, I think, to mention something.
I just wanted to build on Nika's point of importance of coordination between different government bodies and about regulatory environment. It's very true, and in practical terms, we achieved to the point that we are now joining forces, our regulatory sandbox and Georgian Innovation Agency Accelerator, Startup Accelerator, to give so-called, let's say, whole complete service to fintech startups, from identification of the idea and validation of the business model, which happens at Startup Accelerator at the Ministry of Economy, and then through our regulatory sandbox, we would give them advices and entry points to regulatory environment with the status which best mesh with their business models. And for example, in a practical context, what it means, we have this digital bank licensing process, the aim of which is to support innovation in banking and to bring new business models, innovative with the innovative mindsets. But we encountered in the problem that this regulatory sandbox, when we receive applications about digital banks, very experienced, seasoned bankers would come with the requirement of digital bank license. But what they lack is a kind of innovative mindset, how to differentiate. They are kind of fixed in their past experience. So this is their this combining and coordination between regulatory sandbox and GITA Startup Accelerator adds value. Because at Startup Accelerator, we have all instruments and mentors to kind of coach on differentiations of the business model. So this way we would coordinate that who comes, the seasoned bankers at our regulatory sandbox for digital banking license, we would coordinate them to give some kind of learnings about business model innovation at Startup Accelerator.
That's really good news. So if I understood you correctly, Sandbox is kind of a process where the startup would enter and get the governmental support throughout the process?
Sandbox is under National Bank of Georgia. Its main purpose is to help new technologies or new entrants in a safe environment to test their business cases and business models, to help and then to launch. But startup journey starts in a different place in the beginning, during the coming up with the idea about new value chains. So our main purpose at Regulatory Sandbox is to match best status in regulatory environment with the business model of new entrants.
Great to hear. And Vasil, maybe you can briefly mention on the regulatory requirements regarding the capital we mentioned, but also in terms of the management board, there are probably some requirements for a digital bank as well as for any other bank, I suppose?
Yes, the requirements for digital bank in terms of management and in terms of board is the same as for traditional banks. But we have relief on capital. This is the most important part, and also we are ready to discuss anything which does not create systemic risk. So we are ready to discuss about to use clouds, and we are ready for everything.
But it means that kind of the management board has to have experience, so they have to come from the existing banks in a way, or have to have an experience? Or
they need experience and education. This is the same for digital banks and for traditional banks.
All right, interesting.
And also we can use regulatory sandbox, as Orla mentioned, for digital banks. If something is against our decrees, we can launch digital bank anyway, and we can update our regulations if it's necessary.
All right. And so kind of to wrap this regulatory part, Milos, maybe you can comment on the local market regulation in terms of this digital onboarding, payment systems, and PSD2 that we also congratulate Central Bank on implementing with the Parliament recently.
Yes, I think it's a big moment, definitely, that we have all been waiting for. Obviously, we'll see how it goes down the path in practical implementation, as of course from a law to actual practical implementation. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time, even though the law says that the banks should get compliant within 18 months, but we know how it went in the EU with some extensions and so on. So even though the banks are very much aware of this, the question is the willingness and resistance they will pose on the market actually to actually do this to a certain deadline that has been put. We mentioned several times neobanks and banks and digital banks and so on, but there are different levels actually of institutions that exist that could that could be different fintech products that do not require such a huge amount of capital or licensing and everything else. And I think that yes, to a certain extent, many ideas maybe will end up in a neobank environment, let's put it that way, but some of them don't even need these kind of licensing and can start small and test these MVPs, because digital bank as such is really something very hard today to start off from the ground up, let's say, as a first step, to be taken, especially because it costs a lot of money. The funds are not available, as many of you guys have mentioned. And it's not the question of unwillingness of VCs to invest here, it's just that we are really an uncharted territory. So in that sense, the regulatory aspect of it and the government and the actual state reassuring investors that their money is safe, that the actual framework is clear to everybody, what it means to invest in a country, what it means to invest to a certain startup, is the first step actually that we need to take between different institutions so that some interest can come in. It's one thing us going to other countries to seek for investment and so on, but we're still very much unknown in that sense. No matter how good or bad our idea is, we need to bring them here, and as our colleagues have been mentioning before, to create an ecosystem actually that really kind of guarantees to the investors what are the rules of the game. This is really, really important.
Thank you for thorough questions, but if you can maybe also mention a little bit, what would be your expectations from either a payment service or a digital bank? For example, you mentioned, there are different levels, but for example, to implement a payment service that doesn't work 24/7 is really hard to approach the market. What would be your expectation of such a service if you were purely client, let's say, since the user experience is kind of a king, what would you like to see in the market in future happen so that you can maybe change your bank?
I would personally lean on a little bit of Nika's maybe approach. It's a question of hustle, trying to find a way within the actual regulatory framework that exists right now and try to make it seamless to the end user. It doesn't matter, and this is a really common thing that happens between developers and designers, how they see different things. It doesn't matter if something is being processed real time exactly at that moment. It's just the question of guarantee that it will be processed, and to make sure that the security, safety aspect of it is there. So there are ways to tweak it to a certain extent and to create actually products around this, even though the actual instant payment is not ready yet and so on. There are ways. There is a level of obviously a standard payment institution. Then you have e-money institution and so on. So there are levels actually where you can actually find different aspects where your product can actually fit. And my personal suggestion would be to start with one of these two actually, and not to aspire immediately to everything that digital bank has, because the aspect of loans, only loans themselves, just to put them like that, is something that is very, very complicated and depends really how interesting it is to actually make a break and in the first place as a start, and to make a real difference on the market. So I'm really up for working with small things that are not so interesting to traditional banks at this point in time, but where is a lot of actual impact that can be done both on users and on the actual product.
Thank you. And Nika, maybe you can, what you wanted to say, but also if you don't mind then elaborating a bit on the actual user experience that your user gets as a digital bank client, or even the payment part of the service, but exactly in these, I mean, as you wish, but only also in these terms, digital onboarding, how it happens, and then the kinds of PSD2 information that your bank gives or that you receive from others, since data is usually in silos of each bank. How do you benefit from it being open, and maybe a bit of how you approach the market?
Yeah, actually, it is very much the point I wanted to make, and let me start from the point and then come to the question. Firstly, again, I represent two types of institutions here. So I am, to one hand, I'm CEO of a neobank, which is run already in 2 countries, and on the other hand, I am deputy CEO of a very much conventional but quite digitalized bank. And plus, which is very dominant in our own country. Now, it is a bit annoying if I put a head of a traditional banker, retail banker, to listen to the whole hype around fintechs and neobanks. Why? Because at the end of the day, it is not at all about fintechs and neobanks. It is just about digitalizing the customer experience. So if we make sure that we look at things a bit unconventionally, and if we digitalize or speed up or make it seamless or embed the banking service experience, and this is exactly what Bill Gates meant when he said that banks are not needed, because financial products embedding is a totally new trend. I mean, you would get a BNPL loan, right, the installment loan, on Amazon website without knowing which bank is providing the balance sheet. So basically what I'm trying to say by this is that every bank can become a fintech. And this is not at all about starting a neobank or creating a digital bank. So in this regard, this is a very important point, because in the markets like Georgia or Montenegro, we are small countries. So for us to talk about creating fintechs in our own country and scaling them and making them profitable, it's a totally difficult point to do. So what we have to think about is, on one hand, how we make sure that our banks do not become obsolete, and on the other hand, how we make sure that we create enough environment for our fintech ideas to scale in other countries, to get exported to other countries. For instance, in Uzbekistan, we are using an onboarding solution created in Georgia. So we scaled it further to another country. Now, coming to our concrete value proposition in terms of digitalization, we have fully digital onboarding. We have absolutely end-to-end digitalized consumer lending. The customer, from the moment of the application until the end of the money transfer to his account, is less than a minute, right? So every process which is customer-facing has zero human involvement on the back. Zero. And it's 24/7. So this is all about customer experience. You have to make sure that your products are quick, you save time, and they are always available. And even if you go to an extra mile where your services are embedded into their normal customer journey, like, for instance, right, the electric cars, or every car maker now tries to embed the payment into the car. When you drive towards the toll, you don't even pay, you don't do anything. It's automatically booked, right? I mean, this kind of stuff. So we have to understand what is the use case, what is the customer journey, and how do we embed ourselves into the customer journey so that the customer doesn't even feel that the bank exists. This is where you scale. This is where you sleep and your business is growing, basically, because you are embedded.
If you don't mind me interrupting, it seems that also this time we've had PayPal, for example. I mean, not we, but generally we've had it for already 25 years. Cards are in use for maybe since 60s, so 50 or 60 years. Don't you think, as a traditional banker, that it's been enough time for traditional banks to do it, and they have kind of not done it, or not done it properly? So that's why the reason for the new entrants, which are actually the challengers.
I think we are, as wearing now the hat of traditional banker. So we are all stuck in our legacy, literally. And I mean, it's also a generational topic. So we should not miss the generation topic. So we have to have a look at what is the average age of our management and what is the average age of our consumer, and then try to understand if we have same use cases. You understand what I mean? So this is also important. I mean, very practical insights which matter. It's not about theory or our experience, which I gathered over my last 22 years of banking experience. It doesn't matter. I mean, if the use case changed and people want to buy a loan in Amazon without applying for a loan, then my 20 years experience are obsolete. And this is what we traditional bankers have to understand, This is the solution.
This is exactly the point. The generations that are coming, or that will be maybe banking with you over the next 50 years, want kind of the new experience and not the old one. But definitely there is space also for the other. And I think this is really interesting to mention regarding instant loans. So basically a client could get a loan within a very short period of time. What about the risk part in this area? Do you get some alternative data,
yes,
or the data from the government, or how does this work?
I will bring you Uzbekistan example. As in last several years I was heavily focusing on that project, and I guess open banking there somehow naturally, not because of PSD2, was created, and there is a story to it, I won't go now. Basically, for instance, what we do is that whenever a customer applies to a loan on our app, we require him to link his payment cards, bank cards, from other banks. Why? Because the PSD2 / open banking approach in Uzbekistan allows us to basically pull 12 months of transactional data out. And by this we understand alternative information, right? Plus we have fraud management systems which allow us to understand the typing behavior, so the information which is there on the gadget. Information on, of course, all rights reserved to the customer, meaning that he allowed us to do it, but basically we understand what types of websites he's browsing on, what type of information he's trying to comprehend and channel, how quickly he's typing this time, how quickly on average he was typing before. There are lots of tools which allow you alternatively to analyze the customer behavior, not only credit bureau or rating or credit history or underwriting, conventional approaches. So in this regard, I think this is also another, open-mindedness topic, pitfall, which, now putting my traditional banker's hat on, traditional bankers are falling into.
Thank you so much. It's a really interesting insight from your end. So with this, we are kind of coming towards the end of the panel. I would like maybe to suggest any of you who wishes to comment on this, what sort of future do you see ahead for the digital banks or digital payment services? Is it something that we see on the Far East, kind of super banking apps, where in one app you can do everything that you wish, like book a cinema seat out of banking app directly, or maybe more what we see in Europe, kind of just this turning traditional bank into digital bank without really some added value services? Please feel free, who would like to maybe comment on this, please.
I can start just to give my insight, echo what Nika was saying. I see it in the market, we're selling into banks, and it will be maybe surprising that we see much more success with traditional banks than with neobanks. Happily, you are both, so we can speak later about the traditional side. But what we feel from the market, and the reason is that the neobanks really bring mainly customer experience. So, and it's a great thing that they brought to the market. They pushed, we see it, in many markets. I can, say in Israel, we see it definitely, that the large banks, the traditional banks became digital in a way. Today, no one goes to the branches anymore. And that was created by the push of the neobank. But the neobanks have a lot of gap in the ones that didn't come from banks, from the traditional banks themselves, but, were created as startups. They have a very, very big gap to close in products. Sometimes they have, they only have a prepaid card. They can't give loans. They can't give, and that's why they to close the gap with the large banks, it will take them a lot of time, and that's why I believe that the large banks are here to stay. And but they will, if they improve their solutions and their customer behavior, they will continue to dominate the market.
Thank you so much. Please.
Yes, these neo banks, as you said, will need to find their niche in this fight with the traditional banks, but the good thing that they done is they pushed traditional banks to go into this digital, and we are already said here, everything is about customer experience. Everything is there. If the customers are satisfied with your app or way of doing things, that they will be loyal, and you will get new ones. But the thing here is also this. Let's say we are calling it employee experience. From the side of the traditional bank, from the side of the neobank, this thing also need to be reorganized. The digital transformation is not just digital, let's say, transformation on the online channels. Of course, you need to be present, omni-channel presence on all the channels. All the social networks, all the communication channels. You need to be there, but also it means that you need to transform your traditional bank inside the bank. All the processes need to be changed. Everything is way of the communication. Everything is there is changed, and that is the thing where employee experience come to the let's say focus, because if the employees are satisfied, I think that also that means that the customers will be also.
Understood. Thank you. Maybe, please.
I agree that big banks are definitely here to stay, and I see it much more collaborative or synergy between the two rather than only competing. I think that's because where traditional banks fall short, that's where fintech comes in, and vice versa, I think. So it's not really, I mean, it's a made-up fight in a way, I would say, but it's more of a synergy that needs to be found. And to your question about super app versus single apps and so on, I think it really does depend on the market. If you think of in Russia, that is doing everything, or WeChat that is messaging up and letting you buy stuff and book your hairdresser and everything else in China, it's something that is unimaginable to do possibly in some other markets. So I don't think that we have ever found a case where one fits all, and also as Nika was saying, entering Uzbekistan while similar and everything, it's still a new game. So it's always a new game in a certain way, because we're actually touching the point that we're touching is actually users and customers, and they have a cultural language background, and all these other things that influence how they actually consume products and how they accept them or not.
Thank you so much. And maybe Nika, if you want to close it down, the panel, and then maybe a couple of Q&As. We maybe went through a bit with the time, but it's a really complex topic and it takes a lot of time to just even touch upon these topics.
Yeah, I just want to, as we are a central bank organized conference, I just want to touch upon the point of, and we are, I mean, I come from Georgia, Montenegro is also small, we are also small, so I just want to touch upon the brain export component. You know, I mean, we have talent in our countries, however, we don't have scale in our countries. So we may come up with great solutions, but they may fail if we try to sell them internally. And a very good example of this is Skype from Estonia, right? If they would try to implement Skype only in Estonia, it would not fly, right? So I think also from the regulatory standpoint, or innovations agency, so on and so on, all this type of institutions, we have to think about how do we support export of fantastic ideas, which can easily happen in our countries. Israel is a fantastic example of this. We all read possibly the book of Startup Nation, right, about Israel. So this is how it goes. So Israel is not also a big country, but the whole world is using their solutions. So this is, I think, a good wrap-up, in my opinion, of the combination of private and the public sectors, basically.
Fully agreed. We all wish ecosystem like in Israel, definitely. Yes. So that would be it from our side. Maybe it would be nice if there were some questions from your end.
Hello. Soon we'll start a hackathon whose topic is eKYC. So because of it, I would like just to turn back a little bit more to Vasil and to the topic of how the role of their central bank in onboarding, basically performing customer identity verification and onboarding. So could you give us a little bit more idea on this, how this works? I'm asking because, you know, here we are starting to develop this thing in Montenegro. Around Europe, Great European area, we see different approaches. Mainly EID and trust services used for this kind of situations, like ID card issued by the government, which we have here as well, or I don't know, Moldav's example where you have this public-private partnership between telco and state, and they're using SIM cards for customer identification and so on. So in Scandinavia we have banks doing the same thing. They are trust service providers. So what actually are you doing? How are you providing these trust services to the customers, and did you need to introduce some additional laws to support this, or are you using this IDAS compliance solutions or something like that?
Yes, we updated our email decrease, but in practice it works that you have to be a client in any bank, and if you want to create an account or just apply for a loan in another bank, they are asking there's a certain top-up, and you have to enter your credentials of your existing and current bank, and after that, this is a proof for new bank that that's really you. There are two options. They can get just verification that's you, or they can get all documentation, KYC, and so on.
Cool. So it seems like the Scandinavian examples where banks took over the identity service provider.
Yeah.
Okay, and the follow-up question, do you do across, because these are banks, is this only for the local, countrymen, or is it cross-border?
At this stage, it's only local, but we were discussing with our neighbors, and it could be cross-country after some time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will definitely not ask about the figures, but from the financial stability point of view, if you may compare NPL in the Space Bank and TBC.
I have my regulator sitting here. I would say lower in Uzbekistan, because Space Bank in Georgia compared to TBC is like super small. But if you take Uzbekistan digital bank, which I consider also already quite big, I think it is smaller than the banking sector has. And this is not because that we do conventional underwriting better. This is because we do the holistic underwriting better, including non-traditional information sources. So, because fraud in retail is a very big source of problems, and not only credit capability of the customer. So that would be the answer. So it's lower in Uzbekistan than the average of the sector.
Anyone else with a question? All right, then that would be it from our end. Thank you so much for
Nakon dva zanimljiva i veoma uspješna panela slijedi ono što svi sa nestrpljenjem očekujemo, predstavljanje ideja 5 finalista ovogodišnjeg Fintech Hackatona. Dozvolite najprije da vas podsjetim da je Centralna banka 2. septembra ove godine otvorila prijave za drugi Cbcg Fintech Hackathon na temu Upoznaj svog klijenta jednostavno i sigurno. Slogan Upoznaj svog klijenta, odnosno Know Your Client ili KYC, je međunarodni standard u oblasti sprečavanja pranja novca i finansiranja terorizma i u širem smislu podrazumijeva set procedura koje omogućavaju identifikaciju i verifikaciju identiteta klijenata. Najčešće se koristi u sektoru finansijskih usluga, ali svoju primjenu nalazi i u drugim industrijama. Od takmičarskih timova očekivalo se da osmisle ideju i prateće programsko rješenje, čijom implementacijom bi se građanima kao krajnjim korisnicima ovih usluga omogućio brži i jeftiniji, jednostavniji pristup finansijskim i drugim uslugama, prvenstveno kroz unapređenje efikasnosti i skraćivanje vremena trajanja samog procesa KYC procesa. Nakon 1. oktobra, do kada je poziv bio otvoren, stručni žiri za predselekciju pristupio je analizi pristiglih prijava i odabrao 5 timova za finalni dio takmičenja. Ovih 5 ekipa, dakle, u prilici su da se takmiče za vrijedne nagrade u fondu od 15.000 eura koje je obezbijedila Centralna banka Crne Gore i kompanija Mastercard. Važno je da naglasim i da će o najboljim rješenjima odlučivati međunarodni stručni žiri u čijem sastavu je 6 članova. U predstojećem, dakle, 48-časovnom radu ovi timovi imaće podršku mentora, u pitanju su stručnjaci iz oblasti bankarstva, IT industrije, marketinga i odnosa sa javnošću. Došlo je, dakle, vrijeme za predstavljanje timova koji su ušli u finale, pa hajde da zajedno pogledamo kratka video predstavljanja kroz koje su ove ekipe predstavili sebe i svoje ideje. Prvi tim čine Miodrag Vujković, Batrić Krvavac i Sreten Mačgalj, a njihov projekat nosi naziv Multisign. Pogledajmo njihovo video predstavljanje.
Multisign. Secure. Private. An easy solution for know your customer data sharing.
This is Tina. She wants to open a bank account.
Hello. I would like to open the account with your bank.
Hello. Thank you for choosing our bank. Let's do some paperwork first. We need your name, address, phone number, email. We need to know if you are a politically exposed person. And that would be it.
Wow. That's a lot of data.
Thank you for becoming our customer.
A few months later, Tina wanted to open another account with a different bank.
I don't want to go through that again.
Can we help Tina? Can we make sharing know your customer data easier, but also private and secure?
That's where the multi-sign comes in. Let's do a different movie.
Tina opens the account online. It will take some time to fill in all the data for sure. But she will do it only once. Only for the first bank she will do business with. After she is done with filling in the forms, Tina will sign and encrypt the data using digital ID card or cryptographic USB token. Encrypted data is stored on a private blockchain. Blockchain is available to banks only. But even banks can't access Tina's data if she doesn't want them to. She needs to decrypt the data personally, using her private key stored on electronic ID card or cryptographic USB token.
And if I want to open the account with another bank, I can do that in a matter of seconds, using my electronic ID card.
With multi-sign, know your customer data is encrypted, private, secure, and easily shared. Let's meet the team behind the project. Patrick is a startup veteran and a sales wizard with more than 10 years of experience. Sreten is a programming star with more than 8 years of code behind him. Miodrag is an auditor turned programmer with more than 10 years of banking and finance experience. Thank you from the multi-side team.
Drugi tim čine Saša Ščekić, Matija Ratković i Filip Dragović i oni će se takmičiti za nagradu predstavljanjem projekta pod nazivom Marduk.
Hello, we are Marduk. We are a digital sales and onboarding platform for banking, insurance, telco and other regulated industries. Marduk is a marketplace that connects businesses and customers. With no-code design for product landing pages and online approval workflows, businesses can quickly publish new products. High level of integration provides KYC and contract signing. Businesses can sell their products by configuring approval and onboarding flows, while customers of those businesses can sign up, browse for the product that fits their needs and apply for it. For example, banks can sell account opening, cards and loans, while new-to-bank customers can purchase these products. Seamless user experience includes mobile-first design, as more than 60% of internet users in Montenegro are mobile. Simple onboarding process and purchasing of different products. Sales process has 4 simple steps. Customer starts the app, finds preferred product and applies for it, receives the offer from the business, for example bank, and digitally signs the contract. It's a seamless end-to-end digital sales experience. Here is how it works for the customer. First, choose product you want to apply for. It will lead you to verification process. First part of the process, customer enters personal data, then contact information. After that comes identity verification, where ID card is first scanned, then reading personal ID data with NFC, and finishing with face identification with phone camera. Upon confirmation, customer is provided contract to sign with qualified signature. Electronic KYC, easy identity verification in just 30 seconds. Compliance and security of KYC and contract signing process are ensured with out-of-the-box modules for multi-layered customer identity verification and qualified electronic signature. These modules can have different implementation depending on the country to meet local compliance requirements. All of that and many more. Marduk is brought to you by Saša Ščekić, in charge of product and software development, Filip Dragović, working on software development, Matija Ratković, sales and marketing. We are Marduk. Let's reimagine your customer experience together.
Treći tim koga čine Anđela Vlahović, Lolita Miklajlova, Nikola Lešić i Ivana Ćorović-Delić predstavljaju svoju ideju pod imenom KYC Platform.
Hi everyone, an introduction is in order. We are Ivan, Angela, Lolita and Nikola, a team of 4 people completely different in terms of education background and work experience. However, there are a few things we have in common and they have brought us together. We are young, enthusiastic professionals interested in research and problem solving. Let's dive into our project overview. The main problem we have identified is the absence of effective control, monitoring and analysis of existing banking data. What kind of solution do we offer? Effective control, monitoring, analysis and decision-making system based on artificial intelligence. Our project is defined as a web platform for the Central Bank of Montenegro, which would offer the possibility of detecting fraudulent transactions and classifying physical persons, legal entities and entrepreneurs according to risk levels with the aim of suppressing illegal activities. Our Know Your Customer platform represents an online platform based on the process of ingesting, storing, organizing, aggregating and maintaining the data created and collected by the banks and financial institutions from Montenegro. It will provide an effective data management and analytical information tool to help drive operational decision-making and strategic planning by the Central Bank of Montenegro banks and financial institutions. It will be implemented as a solution for monitoring suspicious transactions such as transfers, deposits and withdrawals and protecting the economy from fraudulent payments. Our solution's brain is based on TensorFlow. It is imagined as a web platform owned by the Central Bank. Imagine a scenario where you could have a centralized, anonymized database containing all bank transactions made in the previous 5 years and flagged as OK or fraud. With only 20,000 rows, we managed to achieve 90% accuracy. This means that there is a 90% chance that a new transaction would be accurately classified as fraud or not fraud without any predefined rules and heuristics. And we do not plan to stop here. Imagine that the anonymized database contains entries on all entities that have a bank account in Montenegro, along with the number of paid loans, number of active loans, cumulative monthly loan payments, number of times the account payments were overdue, number of fraudulent transactions there occurred, and so on, along with the risk level information for those who have already been assessed. This data could then be used to train an artificial intelligence model to automatically classify entities according to risk levels. When we say anonymized database, we mean that only Central Bank of Montenegro can identify the account owners given the data in the database. The Kaggle's dataset we practiced on has anonymized and normalized data represented using 112 features or columns along with the target decision column. It contains 20,500 rows. We achieved preliminary accuracy of 90% on the tested TensorFlow's neural network. The next step would be using an ensemble of artificial intelligence models in order to improve these results, but we prefer doing this on the real anonymized datasets. Thanks for your attention.
Četvrti tim čine Marina Radunović, Ivana Radunović i Ivan Radunović. Ne znam da li je, ali zvuči kao family startup. Oni će nam se u narednim minutama predstaviti svojom idejom koja nosi naziv KYC Link.
Verify identities and securely get input from a client. In order to open a bank account or do any other sensitive operation, every bank in the country requires in-person visit to the office. It's 21st century and it's about time we change this. Remotely verify identities of new clients and remote actions of existing ones with KYC Link. For every new client, we deliver unique verification link via email or messages. Client can complete verification on any device. No additional software is required. In the backend, our models verify validity of the documents. After identity check is completed, we send response to the bank through a webhook. Our forms are simple and each institution can modify them according to their internal procedures. They can request additional documents and details regarding clients' background. Integrating KYC Link in the bank workflows is straightforward procedure. User interface is friendly and bank officials have complete overview of all important details. System is browser-based and doesn't require application download. KYC Link team.
I posljednji, peti tim u sastavu Maša Miladinović, Aleksandra Milić, Heril Muratović, Boris Stuponja i Stefan Janković danas nam predstavlja svoju ideju pod nazivom KYC X360.
Hello everyone, we are KYC X360 team. The solution that we will present is designed to help the banks digitally onboard their clients and digitally sell their products and services. The KYC process within the solution is implemented using three different identification methods, and these methods help the bank perform the transactions securely.
The solution integrates the three existing solutions we developed that have already found a place on the market. These solutions are Bank CRM, then Document Management System, and Omnichannel Contact Center solution. They're integrated together to allow the bank and its clients to safely and seamlessly communicate through digital channels without the need to go to the branches and to wait in lines. By the way, I'm Alexandra Milic and I'm working in technical sales department for already 2 years now.
And I am Masha Miladinovic, and I have 5 years of experience working in technical marketing and presenting at various international technical conferences.
And I'm Stefan Jankovic, and I have over 2 years of experience in fintech industry as backend engineer.
And my name is Boris Luponja, and I'm working as a software engineer for 10 years, and 6 of those for fintech solutions.
Hi, my name is Heril Muratovic. I'm a software engineer and technical lead. I have been working in software engineering for 10 years. 6 of those 10 years I have been working in fintech industry, developing smart and innovative software solutions.
Our KYC X360 solution is designed to help the banks know their clients and service them accordingly at any given time.
Dozvolite mi da se na kraju u ime organizatora zahvalim svim učesnicima hakatona na energiji, trudu i vremenu koje su uložili i uložit ću naredna 2 dana na osmišljavanju ideja i programerskih rešenja. Za sada toliko. Hakatoncima želim uspješan rad i vidimo se u nedjelju na proglašenju pobjednika. Sada slijedi 3. panel na temu Mastercard, kako otvoreno bankarstvo krči put ka otvorenim financijama. Molim moderatora i učesnike panela da pređu na binu. Hvala.
Dobar dan svima. Evo, ja sam i moderator i učesnici panela. Ne radi se o panelu, već o prezentaciji. Hvala vam. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mirjana Berić, responsible for Mastercard business development activities in Montenegro and Serbia. Today I'm going to talk about world of open banking. I'm going to take the story back to the basics, so people who are experts in open banking can respond to their emails, and the rest of you can follow. And I will talk about how Mastercard sees what's soon to become open finance market and how we as a company are responding to the opportunities that open banking is creating. I'm sorry, I need a We will get there. Thank you for your patience. Okay. Can you please turn to the second slide? So first things first, let's start from the definition of open banking. Open banking is a collaborative ecosystem where financial institutions and third-party providers are interacting through secure APIs in order to for the third-party providers to access customer payment accounts data. Traditionally, only banks and their customers had access to customer account information. With open banking, this is changing, and now fintechs or third-party providers that don't have to be only fintechs, they can also be other banks, merchants, digital partners. They can also access this data and use it for implementing various new innovative services, which we will talk about a little bit later in the presentation. So how did it all start? It depends on the market. If we talk about Europe, in 2018, PSD2 regulation was adopted, and this is basically what has set the foundation for the development of open banking across Europe. We have also UK, where there were industry-led initiatives in early 2018, and they started the development based on that. In some other markets, like for example US, open banking banking, a version of open banking, so interaction between financial institutions and big techs, was present also for at least a decade by sharing different information, and there are also many different markets where we have open banking regulations or industry initiatives, and we will talk about that too. Open banking will fundamentally change the way people and businesses are managing their finances and transact. Can you please go to the next slide? So the good way to think about open banking is that it makes financial services more useful for the end consumer. So consumer or small business is at the center of open banking experience, and they are able to share their data, to control how this data is shared, and to benefit from this. If we are talking about use cases, we can split them into three main groups. Financial management, credit decisioning, and of course payments. Financial management is a very familiar probably topic to all of you. I will give a couple of examples. I'm sure that many of you in this room, the same as me, have accounts in different banks, and in order to track your financial situation you need to log into each and every banking application and see what your balances is, what your transactions are. Then you have to take your calculator just to see where you stand. Open banking solved this challenge by enabling fintechs or banks or other players in this ecosystem to develop applications and portals which enable the customer to provide consent and for this data to be shared and shown in one single application. This is what is called account aggregation services. There's another very useful case, which is my favorite, personal finance management. So if you want to track how you spend for each category, this is something that personal finance management applications are made for. When you have it with only one bank and data from only one bank, this doesn't give you the full picture. So open banking also makes it possible for you to see all of the information, to have your spend categorized through these different ways that you are spending money, so you can see how much you are spending on utilities, how much you are spending on food, clothes, and you can track your information and your spend from month to month. And it can, of course, enable you to make better financial decisions in the future, which is why it's my personal favorite, and I cannot wait for this application to be enabled on my market. When we talk about credit decisioning, you all are aware how long it takes to compile all the paperwork that you need when you are going to some lender to apply for a loan. It also takes a lot of time to these lending institutions to go through these papers, to collect all your data, to compile it, to analyze it, to decide on approving you a loan. Open banking makes this process very simple. So it enables you to, through a certain portal or application, with one click of a button, share all of your data, all of your financial information with third-party providers, which then enables the institution that is granting you a loan to have more information on your financial situation in a very simple way and to make better and more informed financial decisions and on your loan approvals. Also, open banking is enabling payment use cases, so there are two sides of this story. We will talk about it a bit later, but it enables you to initiate payments without having to log into your banking application from this online portal or mobile application of the third party. You can also initiate payments, and also it enables businesses to accept quick and secure online payments in a different way. So to start with, who is who in the open banking ecosystem? Traditional banks, financial institutions are playing a role of account servicing payment service providers. They are interacting through secure APIs with with third-party providers that are licensed entities that have specific licenses, and they can be split in two groups. So third-party providers can be both or either of account information services provider or payment initiation services provider. Account information services are the basic or start services of open banking, and we have just talked a little bit about examples from this part. So account aggregation, personal finance management, account verification are just some of the examples. We have also account verification, income verification, and also support to the lending decisions that we already discussed. When we talk about payment initiation services, they're all about enabling seamless digital payments without having to log into the banking app or any other interface. So if you are logged into the third-party provider's app and you have you gave them the consent to access your payment account data, they will initiate the transaction process. That they would ask you to select your bank. You will then enter your credentials that are provided by your bank, and you will, with applying of strong customer authentication, you will complete the transaction without needing to leave this application and log into your bank application. Open banking also regulates, the PSD2 regulation is also managing this way of confirming the transactions. This is, you are probably well aware through all of these discussions on your new law about strong customer authentication and elements that need to be taken into consideration when confirming any interaction in online environments. So TPPs and banks must make sure that all of this is taken into consideration when the solutions are developed. Account information services are now, in this moment, if we talk about Europe, most of the API calls, most of the interactions are actually account information services. Around maybe 10% is payment initiation services. This is probably going to change soon after the new ways of payments come to life more and get developed even more. All of this is driven by APIs, or application programming interface, which are software intermediaries that allow applications to talk to each other. APIs as a concept are not new. They're existing from the development of computer systems, and they became prominent in the business world because they enable the quick development of innovative use cases. When we look back, most of the APIs were internal, very technical, and hidden, but now we already talk about the world of open and partner APIs, where different API specifications are available on developer portals. There are sandboxes. Everything is available for third parties to develop innovative services. When we talk about Europe, there is a challenge with API landscape. API landscape is very fragmented, so PSD2 regulation does not solve this problem, does not give detailed API specification. They just outline the solution, so that the third-party providers have a challenge here because each and every bank can, and sometimes it happens, implement API according to their specification, which then third-party providers must adjust to. In some countries, there are domestic initiatives which are basically setting the API standard on the country level. We see such initiatives in Germany, in Poland, in Switzerland, but for the Europe itself, the market is very fragmented. This is the result of this is that a new type of player in this ecosystem has shown up. These players are called aggregators, and they are doing this heavy lifting. They are integrating with all these different bank API standards, and they are providing to the fintech or to the organization who wants to use and connect, they are providing a single API and making their life much easier in this respect. If we talk about the number of registered third-party providers in Europe, it was, you can see the growth on the slide from January 2020 until March 2022, when there were 548 registered service providers in Europe. 40% of them are in the UK, which is one of the most developed open banking market in Europe, but there are other countries with a big number of registered third-party providers, like Germany, Sweden, Nordic countries. It's also very developed there. These third-party providers, if we look at the structure, around 50% of them are both account information service providers and payment initiation service providers. So they have a license that includes both. 45% of them are only licensed for account information service providers providing, and then 5% of them are licensed only for payment initiation services. And we will look at some statistics, at some numbers from different researches, which give us an indication how this market, open banking market, is going to be developed around the world. In 2020, there was 24.7 million of open banking users, and this number is going to be 132 million by 2024. This is a really big growth that can tell us a lot about how fast these services are evolving. Also, the new study from Juniper Research found that the value of global payment transactions facilitated by open banking is going to be around $116 billion in 2026 from just under $4 billion in 2021. So you can see that there is an exponential growth that is going to happen, and also according to research, Europe in 2026 will have the share of 75% of open banking payment transaction, which indicates a head start that PSD2 regulation has given to this market, which is quickly evolving. Also, to talk a little bit about how banks, financial institutions accepted the open banking. Of course, at the beginning, I think that there was word about that in the previous panel. The banks have resisted this change. They probably, in some cases, tried to make it harder for fintechs and third parties to enter this ecosystem, but what the situation in Europe now is that the banks have realized that there are clear advantages. And although there's a threat from new entrants, the banks can use this opportunity to place their services in front through these interfaces, to partner with fintechs to develop different services, to support these services to be able to stay relevant for their customers. And for fintechs, there are obvious advantages from being able to implement different and offer different innovative services. You can see some data on the slide from different researches. The first percentage, 64%, comes from the Infosys report from 2020, and this report is highlighting the trends, how banks engage in this ecosystem with their customers. It involved 750 financial institutions across the world, and so there were many respondents, and 64 of them has said that the major developments in financial industry will come as a consequence of open banking. Also, from Harvard Business Research, that was sponsored by MasterCard, which also was done across several countries and financial institutions, 51 of them 51% of them is already developing products and services based on open banking concept. 49% of them are partnering with fintechs to develop different solutions, and 16% are losing clients because they are not adjusted and their competitors are ahead of them in this game. And open banking, which started as a regulatory initiative in Europe, is now a global phenomenon with many different markets that have initiatives that have open banking laws under consultation or under consideration. But open banking as a concept has a very limited scope. The scope is limited only to payment accounts. So different types of accounts, the other types of accounts that some consumer or business has, are not in this ecosystem. So the next step in the open banking journey is called open finance. Open finance means that instead of just payment accounts, now different types of accounts like loans, savings, mortgages, investment, pensions would also be included. So the customer could share their data from this account also with third-party providers, which would enable them to have even better financial picture, to have benefit from different services that would give them good financial advice, but not only advice, it is not only read, it is also write, so they could take, I don't know, what they saved from the recommendation from personal finance management and transfer it to their savings account or to the mortgage account. So also the open finance concept will not stop at banking or only at finance industry or accounts. It will also include other industries like telcos or different companies, utility providers that also have information about customers. If we talk about open banking limitation, one other limitation is there. This is that it doesn't include the unbanked population, and there is many unbanked on each market, and the financial data on those individuals are not in the bank system. So to serve the unbanked, to give them access to certain products and services, third-party providers could access with their consent other type of information like utilities, telcos, different funds, everything that is there to support what they need to allow certain services. So, as I mentioned before, there are many markets around the world with open banking initiatives. There's more than 60 of them, so Montenegro is going to join the list of these markets soon. In some countries, open banking was industry-driven, like the example is United States, while in other markets it is regulatory-driven. The example is PSD2 in Europe. So what is MasterCard doing in this open banking ecosystem? Open banking for MasterCard is a really key priority. We started thinking about this concept a couple of years ago when our customers came to ask us for advice on how to respond to different industry initiatives or to the regulation. So we started thinking and developing certain services, and now it is one of the major areas of investment across the company, with more than 1,300 people dedicated to it across the company around the world. In 2020, we have acquired in US a company called Finicity, which is a leading aggregator on US market, and they are also providing services for lenders. After this, in Europe, where we already have certain services developed in that moment, but we realized that we needed to accelerate our strategy, so we acquired in 2021 a company called Aya, which is a provider of the single API interface for third-party providers to be connected to different banks to be able to provide different innovative services. So this is really at the heart of our strategy, and we are working on it. Other than that, we have also our consulting services, which can help banks, fintechs, third-party providers of any type to develop their strategies, to design their use cases, to test them and deploy them. So we have done more than 160 projects, consulting projects on this topic until now around the world. And now let's go through some of the examples of the services that our partners implemented together with our recent acquisitions, Aya and Finicity. First example I would like to share with you is the service that we already mentioned, account aggregation. This is provided by Challenger Bank from Nordics with more than 500,000 customers. The bank is called Lunar, and they were trying to solve the challenge that their customer had, not being able to see all of their accounts in one place and all of their transactions in one place. And also the experience of topping up the account from other bank was also very cumbersome, so they wanted to provide one platform which would make their lives easier. So they developed a solution where the customer can connect all of the accounts from all of the banks where they have accounts to see all of this information, but they can also easily top up their account from the account in another bank by having no need to exit Lunar application, and while still being able to pay quickly and securely, because strong customer authentication is performed by their bank. On the screen you can see the example of how linking of the accounts experience looks in this application. So it is very simple. The list of banks is offered, the customer selects the bank, so they give their approval for these accounts to be connected, and after that they can see them in the application and they can manage their information. Also, these screens are showing how easy it is to top up the account from the account in another bank without the need to exit Lunar application at any point. One more example I would like to talk about is the Santander Bank that wanted to implement personal finance management, innovative application for their customers, and not only for their customers. They aimed for this application to be used also from customers of other banks, so this didn't make a difference. So they made this application in partnership with Aya, which enabled connecting all of the accounts from various different banks, and it enabled, of course, categorizing their spend and giving them proper financial advice based on the data available. This example, which Danske Bank implemented, is basically also account aggregation services, but this time it's for businesses. So businesses also need to have a clear picture of their finances across different banks, maybe even more than consumers, for example, for accounting purposes or for tax purposes. So they are also in the need of such a platform where they can see all the data from different banks, which is what Danske Bank has implemented in cooperation with Aya. And one example from the US in cooperation between Brex and Finicity. Brex is basically a fintech who is providing financing for startups and fast-growing companies. So they are issuing MasterCard credit cards, and they were trying to find a way to improve their underwriting models and to be able to offer more flexible credit limits. So what they enabled is for their customers that through Finicity interface connect all their financial information with Brex. So Brex, based on all of this information that they are getting from these different sources, is able to give them higher balances, higher credit limits on their credit card. It enabled them to increase by 10 or 20, between 10 to 20% credit limits that they are approving when compared to the competitors that didn't go in this direction. So these were just a couple of examples that I wanted to show you. There are many, many more, but I've tried to select the one from each of the category. And the slide that you can see has many different numbers on it. Some of are already familiar, like the fact that 60 markets around the world have open banking already. This number is, of course, growing every day. But what I would like to emphasize is the numbers on the bottom left and bottom right. The number of the bottom left is a result of research that included consumers but also businesses across the world and in 20 countries around the world, and 62% of respondents said that they are willing to share their data if it will benefit them, if they would be able to use innovative services for their own benefit. So this is telling us how many opportunities are there in this ecosystem. Also, there's this 88% surge in the use of financial application. We are witnessing this also on our markets, so this clearly gives us the picture of what the future is bringing when it comes to open banking. And to tell you a bit about our vision for open banking, fundamentally it is about empowering customers and businesses to derive maximum value from their financial data and from their accounts. The pillars of our vision are data decency and customer trust, putting the customer at the center, giving them control, enabling trust and transparency. Data governance, data protection is at the heart of everything we do, of all the product development activities that we have. Also, platform for innovation. We are providing solutions that enable third parties or financial institutions to develop different innovative and useful services in this ecosystem. Data is a force for good. We see that development of open banking to open finance is improving serving of unbanked population, financial literacy. So we believe it is essential, this next step from open banking to open finance. And broadening choice, we empower every business in every industry to enable their customers to pay and get paid in whichever way they want. We are one-stop partner that delivers the infrastructure to connect to all types of payments and information to enable choice, experience, and security. And at MasterCard, we also understand the need of all the different players in this ecosystem, and we have the solution for them to maximize the potential of all the opportunities that open banking is bringing, and the open finance. With this, I would like to close today's presentation. Once again, I would like to thank Central Bank of Montenegro for organizing this important event and for giving us the opportunity to present. And I thank you all for the attention.
Zahvaljujem prethodnom govorniku i najavljujem prezentaciju najnovijih rešenja za fintech i bankarske usluge koje su u prethodnom periodu kreirane na crnogorskom tržištu. Prezentaciju će držati predstavnici 4 kompanije, jedno za drugim, najavit ću ih sada. U pitanju je Fleka, zatim Logate, Profit App i Flash App. Izvolite. Imamo pauzu, izvinjavam se. Nemam agendu kod sebe. Pauza za kafu 15 minuta, nakon toga ovo što sam najavila. Izvinite. Kratka pauza. Nastavljamo sa radom. Kao što sam već i najavila, slijedi prezentacija najnovijih rješenja za fintech, bankarske usluge koje su kreirana na crnogorskom tržištu u prethodnom periodu. 4 IT kompanije danas su sa nama i predstavit će navedena rješenja ovim redosledom. Najprije firma Fleka, Logate, Profit App i Flash App. Izvolite.
No pressure. Hi everybody. So let's see if everything works. Okay, so today we started off the discussion quite a bit with touching different key points of what fintech means, and I hope I'm not risking a YouTube moment here of stepping over the cables. Basically, we were talking about how things have changed in the last decade or so, and how this is actually putting an effort on the banks to change themselves. So if we think about the environment and the landscape, how things are changing, this year in February, 4th of February, Facebook turned 18. So basically it has been 15 years since Steve Jobs has presented an iPhone to the world for the first time. And since then everything has changed. It has changed how we communicate with each other, and it has changed how we learn, how we get comfort, how we get politically engaged, and how we do business. So everything, all of that, has been changed forever. If we look at Montenegro, it's really interesting to see. Basically, 25% of people have been born after Facebook. So they are basically digital natives. They don't know for anything else. And this is something that we addressed this morning about how we need to address the services as well. And 40% of the Montenegrins are in a very sweet spot, being between 25 and 50 years old. Think about for a second how we don't take into consideration how important this is and how the environment and actual digital landscape has changed. So if we think about these digital, let's say, natives who are working today and using the apps that they live in their pockets, basically everything is completely different. There is a plethora of services on a daily basis, and these things are with them in the pocket all the time. So they expect that basically all their life provides a similar experience of Instagram, of TikTok, Spotify, Netflix, Facebook. And this is something that is very important to consider when we are talking about maybe fintech or apps in this area. To give you a very specific example how things are changing is to look at the car industry, because car industry is something that we can really relate to and actually look on a timeline of 50 years how things have changed. So let's talk basically about expectations for a second. After the Second World War, the Fiat has introduced a very famous Fiat 500. And the idea was affordable, compact car that is convenient, that is practical. And afterwards, many of us probably remember going on holidays with Fiat 600 or Ficha, and we even today have a mystery how we all fit in these cars all together. Okay, so there was this expectation there. And then, as the time went on, actually expectations went to be different. So we were talking about speed, power, strength, and this is an ad for Mustang, and we were talking about horsepower, of how strong this car is. And even nowadays, basically, we still have basically a remnants of this when we talk about things. But how things are actually changing, because we are taking them for granted. Basically, we're not talking anymore about the engine power. We're not talking about this. When you see the ads of the cars today, they're very much different. So I'll just give you an example here of a car and how the ads basically work in there. The first thing comes in from the inside of a car. We're not talking about the car, how it looks from outside, how much horsepower it has, what engine it has. We're talking about the infotainment experience. This is why I'm trying to make a parallel between what's being expected by the end users. Because you're talking about everything that is actual customer experience, because I'm taking for granted that the car is beautiful, that the car is powerful, and that it's going to take me from A to B. But what I'm not taking for granted is that it's going to memory my seat, that it's going to massage my seat as well, that is going to have infotainment system that memorizes my favorite songs, that knows where's my home, where's my work, that basically has a display theme and the stiffness of the driving and everything else under profiling. So everything goes basically into personalization. And this is something that is very important. So when we look at the traditional financial institution, if we really go back, we're going to say, okay, it's trust. It's institution, it's security. Because when we took it really to the basics, it's me putting the money somewhere that is safe, okay? It's much more things than that, but to the end of this experience, it's that. But when we think about the millennials, the zero generation, Gen Zero, these guys are actually taking that for granted. We take for granted that the things are working well and that we have transactions in the banking system and everything else. That's a baseline. The same as it is a baseline for cars that is taking me from A to B and that it's an amazing car and so on. But what the response of the apps basically that are available in the market is that it's purely transactional. And they look beautiful, they're nice and so on. But at the end of the day, when you look into these things, what's available on the market are actually just transactions. So for a very long time it has been like this, and these are just basically many apps in the region. Maybe some of you will recognize them and so on. But banking should not be only transactional. So it should create a delight and satisfaction and really conform to my lifestyle. And this is something that we need to address. If you think about it, the big chunk of our life evolves around money. So whether it's good or bad, it's a different story, but it's something that these apps are actually not reflecting it. So this is where actually fintech, in its essence, bridges the gap. So it's cheaper, more convenient, faster, and so on, but it's actually creating a new value. And that's something that is very important. If you look at the global players in the fintech area, which probably of most of them you do know, but like Monzo, N26, Revolut, Klarna, and so on, you will see that there are many other things that they are addressing within their ecosystem of apps, because transactions themselves are not enough. So basically the availability of PSD2 that we addressed today, there is a whole set of innovators that is creating another layer on top of what is existing and actually creating a new value. And many times we're talking about the small market of Montenegro, how things are evolving and so on, but let's look a little bit about that. It depends on the aspirations of the other side. So if we look at the numbers, basically, while skipping, let's say, the COVID year of the net profit of the banks in Montenegro, 11 of them are operating at the moment, there is quite a bit of stuff that is going on in this very small market. And usually there is always a story, whether we are ready, our users, are they ready for innovation? And it's always being like chicken and an egg. So basically we need to provide the prerequisites, basically that works on a scale and practice. So we need to talk about e-signature, e-government services, as Mr. J. Tickham today said, like to provide actually a lot of services that are available for people to get used to this so that they can actually use these things. But if we look at what's happening actually in the last several years, you can see between 2017 and 2021, there are basically many users who are actually adopting digital payments. And this is a very important thing. So you have basically almost 90% of users in Serbia that have actually made a transaction in digital channels. And this is really, really important. So it's not that bad over here. It's just that basically we need to think about what kind of services we are providing to the end users and what does that mean in the end. So what these things actually can mean. So when you create the first kind of service, whatever it is, and if we kind of scale it down from a digital bank to a payment institution and so on, we need to think about these services as possibly the first kind of financial institution for most of the people, which allows me to do micropayments. And I'm possibly not eligible for loans, as it says here, but I still have financial needs. So some of these things that are available there, like as shown, as monthly recurring bills, like utility bills, peer-to-peer exchange, top-ups, taxi, parking stuff, gym courses, and to a certain extent e-commerce, are something that is really interesting to actually look into. So the needs of the people are smaller, but are basically more immediate. And when I want to address one of the other things that is very dear to me is to think about a little bit more besides transaction. So this, for example, aspect of something that I like to call social banking is something that I really like. There is a lot of stuff that we do on a daily basis and that we could kind of round up with our transactions to help those in need. So when you think about financial institution, what it does, what it can do, these apps, actually you can create a social impact as well. And this is something that resonates, especially with the younger generation, because what we are lacking right now is the empathy. We see it in the society that the empathy is the number one thing that is missing. So we're all drawn to ourselves, to our lives only, and not thinking about the others. If we think about this, that it can be some sort of a gamification model that can be introduced, as you're running your runs with your health apps that everybody is using to a certain extent and so on, the same thing can be done with donations. The same can be done making a difference, whether it's planting a tree or helping a child, whatever it is. But this is something that my story today was more to actually give you an idea how to actually extend beyond just the the transactional environment. There are many things that we have built in the past. We're building for the banks, for ourselves, and so on. So, for example, services like payment by link are very interesting because the banking itself, the online transactions are getting more and more conversational. So we're getting out of the field of actually having a necessity for an online store, but the actual transaction can happen within a conversation between a florist and you, who can actually give you a link to pay for the flowers and deliver it locally while they are far away and so on, send you a picture of something that is very unique and so on. Things like this, that they don't need to think about the warehouse, availability of their products and so on. These are the products that can be very interesting. So we talked quite a bit about services that are complementary, and we actually wanted to build something on top of existing platforms that have been introduced. So created an MVP basically in Montenegro, where we are actually building an expense tracker. So we leaned on a standard that exists already of QR code that contains some sort of fiscal data, and found we needed to find a way how to scrape the data and offer a seamless experience to the end users. Because if you think about expense trackers, all of us want to know how we spend our money to a certain extent, but then again, it's very hard. You dedicate yourself for a month basically putting in this data, and then you can't be bothered anymore. You're just basically saying, oh well, I pretty much know how I'm spending my money. We wanted to take that away and bring a new experience to the end users, so basically their whole effort would be actually just to scan a QR code. And by scanning a QR code, we're processing all the data and actually categorizing it and showing the data in their app. So we're showing the data that is basically how much they're spending per category, and this was not an easy task. So all the categorization and everything that is happening in the background to be this nice and beautiful in the front is something that is really taken a lot of effort of my team. But we are getting there. And so we have introduced several things that are just being pushed towards next phases of implementations and everything else, and we have now basically splitting the expenses into installments. We have recurring payments like for your subscriptions to Netflix and stuff like that. We're introducing soon joint accounts so that the whole family can know where the money goes and so on. We're going to be getting into budgeting. And obviously, when you get on a scale like this, you need to get into crowdsourcing so that the data is quality data and that people contribute for the categorization and everything. But something that are really nice is that this is something that we want to take out of Montenegro and actually apply to other countries. So we're exploring now the implementation in Serbia, and this is going to be probably the first market that we're going to go out to. So this is just an MVP. So just to give you an idea, our users have processed already 1.3 million in transactions in receipts that they have scanned in Montenegro. So there are 60,000 scans so far, and generally more males are inclined on using this application. So there are two reasons for this that are possible. This is just theories. One is that they like more the application, but the second that is more prominent is that the girls are not actually reporting all the expenses. So basically what we have done is that we got into a situation where we know how much a can of Coke actually costs in each store in Montenegro, how much the price has changed between each store over the time. We know the demographics of the people, anonymous of course, demographics of people who are buying what kind of products and what categories of products. So we're getting into a lot of data that is in the back actually that is meaningful. But that is not all, because when you think about an app that goes out to the end user, then you also need to think how this can actually work together with the institutions that exist already. Here there is, for example, e-banking of Lovćen Banka that we have worked on and just published months ago. And it is nice, beautiful, but it's transactional. How can it grow to another level? That's basically the banks giving them meaningful experience in giving them scan and knowing how you spend your money. So integrations with those transactions that don't mean anything in e-banking now get a complete new meaning when you actually give them this data. Everything is crowdsourced and everything is much more precise than just getting a logo of a merchant that have been some initiatives on a global level to be. What else can be done? So the scan, always thinking on top of this layer that has basically all the data and building upon. So what we are doing is actually that this QR code can be served to actually make a payment. And this is our take on this, why this should work in such a way, which means that we can extrapolate the data. We are now linking the data with the accounts of the companies in Montenegro, and we can actually make a payment, or we can actually transport this data to an ERP of an accounting software of a company. So implementations can be for your suppliers, for anything, and we can also parse the whole image as well. So all this data actually comes out of the scan platform. In Lovćen Banka, we have actually implemented here a very cool feature that basically just by scanning an account gives you a list of accounts that are available in the database and suggests Lovćen Banka as a first choice of your payment, no matter what's written in the invoice, so that the money stays within the bank ecosystem and being the smallest, the cheapest the cheapest price to pay for the transaction amount. And this is something what we will be rolling out as an implementation in different mobile banks that can be done. So you don't need to insert anything. Just by scanning a QR code, we're filling in the data of the new payment accounts of the new payment, and you just need to confirm your payment and the money goes out. So by working a lot with a QR code, we actually can get into a point of having something that is a template for quick payments. You can get to a place, you just like scan and take the money out. And this is something what is really connected to the fact of actually getting together with the PSD2 regulations and so on. So there is a lot of services, and I see it always an ecosystem. So we talked about donations, quick payments and stuff, receipts, money spending, financial advisory and so on. So there is a lot that actually fits into that phone besides your just normal and regular life. And this is the ecosystem. So many things can be cherry-picked out of this. And we're working on to actually having something that will become out of this a wallet, a payment application for utility bills,
And there are many other things that we are looking into. So preparation of this for the multi-bank system is something that is really what we are aspiring to. We have a good traction, and at that point in time, this becomes basically a layer on top where you're going to have all your money together in one place, and you can dedicate certain amounts to certain things. So you can have achievements for the gamification. So you can say, okay, let me buy, let's don't talk about donations. Let's say, like, I need to buy new shoes, and these shoes cost 300 euros, and I'm going to take 50 cents of each transaction and put it in this virtual space. And once it gets there, I'll be happy that it's an achievement. It should be like a health application. So this is something what we are looking at, and there will be plenty of more to come from Flecka. I just wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Može? Čuje li se? Nemam osjećaja. Je li se padeš? Ups. To je to. Dobar dan svima. Veliko mi je zadovoljstvo što imam priliku da govorim danas pred svima vama i prije svega bih iskoristila priliku da čestitam Centralnoj banci Crne Gore na organizovanju ovog već drugog po redu ovakvog događaja koji već vidim da ima pretenziju da postane tradicionalan i to čini mi se na zadovoljstvo cijelog bankarskog sektora i cijele IT zajednice. I posebno izražavam zadovoljstvo što su i crnogorske IT kompanije dobile priliku da na ovaj način predstave neke svoje rezultate u fintech oblasti. Ja sam Jevrosima Zogović i dolazim iz kompanije Logate, a ukoliko niste znali, Logate je razvio bankarski CRM. I naš glavni konkurent nije neki sofisticirani, fancy bankarski CRM zasnovan na nekoj vještačkoj inteligenciji koja radi sve umjesto vas. Naš glavni konkurent je Excel. Ne znam koliko vam zvuči logično, ali mnogo je logično. Jednostavno svaka inovacija ikada nailazila je na otpor. I možda je tu pravo vrijeme da se sjetimo riječi čuvenog Henrya Forda koji je rekao da sam pitao ljude šta žele, oni bi mi rekli brže konje. Mnogi će pogrešno Henrya Forda doživjeti kao nekoga ko je radio po svom, ne obazirujući se na potrebe svojih klijenata i to je nekako magično urodilo plodom, ali to nije istina. Ljudi razmišljaju u smislu rješenja. Mi nismo željeli pametni telefon kao takav. Željeli smo da imamo priliku da sa drugima komuniciramo u hodu. Isto tako nismo željeli ni Instagram. Željeli smo da svojim prijateljima pokažemo slike sa ljetovanja, da pokažemo kako slatko izgleda naš kućni ljubimac dok spava ili da se tu i tamo malo pohvalimo. Banke, odnosno menadžment banaka, oni ne žele CRM. Oni žele da budu u stanju da efikasno komuniciraju sa svojim klijentima i da povećavaju prihode. A da biste danas bili u stanju da efikasno komunicirate sa vašim klijentima, morate biti svuda. Vaši klijenti danas su zoomeri koji koriste internet servise da bi ostvarivali profit, komunicirali, dijelili iskustva i zaista su dobri u tome. Jedno istraživanje je pokazalo da su YouTube, Instagram, TikTok i Snapchat 4 najpopularnije platforme među zoomerima i oni ih ne koriste samo da na njima dangube, što bi se reklo. Komunikacija putem ovih platformi je njima nekako već urođena, čini mi se. A to omnichannel prisustvo čuveno više nije opcija, imperativ je. E sad, kako neki marketing menadžer ili neki prodavac može zaista da zna kakvi su rezultati njegovog rada ili zalaganja? Pa, vrlo jednostavno. Ukoliko, primjer radi, sprovodite neku prodajnu kampanju, željećete da znate koliko ljudi je otvorilo vaš e-mail, pogledalo vašu Viber poruku ili kliknulo na link koji ste poslali. Već neke stvari poput podizanja svijesti o nečemu ili unapređenja javnog imidža nisu toliko kvantitativne. banke su finansijske institucije i da biste bili u stanju da odgovorite na finansijska pitanja morate koristiti finansijsku terminologiju. Drugom riječju, morate koristiti brojeve. Marketing, KPI-evi uvijek moraju biti mjerljivi. Da li ste znali da 4 od 5 Amerikanaca svoje financije rađe vodi digitalno nego na tradicionalan način? Da 8 od 10 Indijaca danas koristi mobile banking zahvaljujući pandemiji? Da impresivnih 94% Meksikanaca danas koristi mobile banking? I svi znamo da živimo u nekom globalnom okruženju, svijet je globalno selo, čuli smo to mnogo puta i taj mobile banking zaista osvaja cijeli svijet i postaje sve popularniji i značajniji i ovdje kod nas, i u Crnoj Gori i u regionu. I onda jedno moje pitanje za sve vas je šta vaš marketing tim radi po pitanju ovoga? U brojkama, sjetite se. U Logate-u mi se vodimo pristupom zasnovanom na podacima kako bismo omogućili bankarima da razumiju svoje klijente, da komuniciraju sa njima i da donose odluke. Mi osnažujemo retail i ostale sektore koji komuniciraju direktno sa klijentima na način što im omogućavamo jednu jedinstvenu platformu za upravljanje interakcijama putem različitih kanala komunikacije, omogućavamo da jednostavno i uspješno sprovode personalizovani marketing i svoje kampanje, da uspješno i efikasno upravljaju reklamacijama. Samo zato što nešto zaista možete da uradite u Excelu ne znači da to tako i treba. Automatizacija također može biti primijenjena i u reviziji i na taj način izbjegavamo neke malverzacije ili curenje podataka i slično. I čini mi se da danas više nego ikada svjedočimo tome da je sigurnost jedan od najozbiljnijih problema sa kojima se suočavamo i to curenje podataka jeste realan scenario jer u suštini Excel nije najsigurnije rješenje i to smo viđali iznova i iznova. I automatizacija je jako značajna upravo za postizanje efikasnosti, odnosno značajno nam je da neke stvari postanu efikasne za potrebe upravljanja, kontrole i produktivnosti. U suštini mi činimo menadžment banke srećnim. E sad, da se vratimo jedan korak unazad. Šta ljudi na prvoj liniji fronta zapravo žele? Šta žele bankarski službenici? Oni žele da prime svoju platu, odu kući posle radnog vremena, posvete se svojoj porodici, plate ljetovanje, zimovanje, obrazovanje za svoju djecu, kupe pijesak za mačke, eto i to je poskupilo sva ostala poskupljenja. Mi smo naše CRM rješenje uz kontakt centar, mobile banking, e-banking i brojna druga fintech rješenja koja nudimo implementirali već u 11 banaka u Crnoj Gori i regionu. I uvijek, ali uvijek, bez izuzetka, nailazili smo na taj jedan problem. Zaposleni u bankama bili su spremni da brane Excel svojim životima. Po njihovom mišljenju Excel radi sjajan posao, a već te inovacije čuvene, one su već nešto nepoznato, nešto nepredvidljivo, nešto zastrašujuće. I uvijek tu postoji mogućnost da uslijed rada u nečemu nepoznatom pravimo greške i ne budemo zadovoljni svojim učinkom. A Excel je sjajan, jednostavan. Excel, čini mi se, danas uče i djeca u osnovnim školama. I zamislite sad, dođe menadžer banke i kaže da banka upravo implementira neko sofisticirano CRM rješenje koje treba da zamijeni Excel. Zaposleni počinju da paniče. I tu se javlja ono jedno pitanje koje je toliko usađeno u našu ljudsku prirodu, a to je šta ako ja ne budem bio u stanju da to savladam? Šta ako ne budem znao to da koristim i to učini da izgledam glupo? Niko ne želi da izgleda glupo. Mi razvijamo softverska rješenja za naše klijente i između ostalih naši klijenti su i banke. I mi uvijek razmišljamo o problemima sa kojima se suočavate i odgovaramo na njih na najbolji mogući način. I kad god inoviramo kao tehnološka kompanija, a možete pretpostaviti da se to dešava jako često, nailazimo na otpor. U početku mi budemo jako entuzijastični po pitanju tih inovacija i toga što one mogu donijeti našim klijentima. Mi u startu vidimo tu širu sliku, ali tu dolazi do tog prekida. Zaposleni ne vide tu širu sliku jer su fokusirani na kako. Oni ne vide jasno benefite za sebe. Kompanijska kultura jeste način na koji radite to što radite na radnom mjestu. I kompanijska kultura zaista jeste ključni faktor, odnosno ima jednu svoju ozbiljnu ulogu u donošenju nove tehnologije u radno okruženje. Harvard Business Review odradio istraživanje među 750 top menadžera na svjetskom nivou da bi došlo do zaključka da postoji 5 ključnih faktora koji utiču na usvajanje nove tehnologije na radnom mjestu. A mi, kroz naše iskustvo, došli smo do toga da i kroz implementaciju projekata sa našim postojećim klijentima ne samo da utvrdimo da su ovih 5 faktora tačni, već su od suštinskog značaja za usvajanje nove tehnologije. Ohrabrite vaše zaposlene da koriste nove tehnologije. Nekako kad kompanija, odnosno banka, odluči da je vrijeme za uvođenje neke nove tehnologije, prosto se očekuje da zaposleni pređu sa starog na novo, pa nekako ovako, čini mi se. A već korišćenje, odnosno usvajanje nove tehnologije i njeno korišćenje u svakodnevnom radu zaista iziskuje promjene u ponašanju. I novčani benefiti, novčani stimulansi mogu zaista biti dobar način da se to postigne, ali zaista može biti mnogo lakše od toga. Jednostavno pohvalite nečije novostečene vještine ili gamifikujte taj proces usvajanja nove tehnologije na taj način što ćete koristiti neku platformu kao što je Kahoot, kako biste to iskustvo vašim zaposlenima učinili zabavnijim. Drugi faktor pa bude često bolan. Ulažite u infrastrukturu. Uvijek krenite od ljudi, ali ne zaboravite na ulaganje u sisteme. I ovo će zaista iziskivati veću alokaciju sredstava na IT sektor, na ljudske resurse, na operacije i slično, ali jednostavno usvajanje svake nove tehnologije zaista zavisi od dobro isplaniranih procesa i ljudi koji vode te procese. Učinite učenje dijelom plana i dijelom radnog zadatka zaposlenih. Organizujte radionice i seminare. Jednostavno, ne očekujte da vaši zaposleni nakon napornog radnog dana odu svojim kućama i umjesto da provode vrijeme sa svojim bližnjima, uče tamo o nekoj novoj tehnologiji koju ste odlučili da usvojite. Ne želite valjda da preuzmete i njihov privatni život. Učinite sve ovo dijelom vaše strategije i dobro se držite toga. I to nije jedan kratkoročan zadatak, to je čitav jedan proces i tokom tog procesa bude i grešaka, i padova, i uspjeha, i koraka naprijed, i koraka nazad, ali to je jedno zaista jako bitno iskustvo kako za zaposlene, tako i za menadžment banke. Objasnite benefite zaposlenima iz njihove perspektive. Sad, mi smo promijenili ovaj 5. faktor. Harvard Business Review kaže da su vlade te koje utiču na usvajanje novih tehnologija, ali mi duboko vjerujemo da postoji nešto mnogo značajnije. Jednostavno objasniti zaposlenima koje benefite oni mogu ostvariti usvajanjem te nove tehnologije. Kako ta nova tehnologija zapravo može dovesti do poboljšanja tog njihovog poslovnog dijela života. Nemojte koristiti neke velike brojeve, neke projekcije za sljedeću godinu i tome slično. Razmišljajte kao vaš zaposleni i potrudite se da na taj način pomognete sebi. Sad, zaposleni su ti čije je iskustvo jednako bitno, ako ne možda i važnije od iskustva klijenata. Zaposleni su ti koji usvajaju te nove tehnologije. Zaposleni su ti koji su na prvoj liniji fronta i komuniciraju direktno sa vašim klijentima. I ajde nekako da se potrudimo da im zajedno omogućimo da rade svoj posao najbolje što mogu. Jednostavno, krajnji cilj jeste definitivno obslužiti što veći broj klijenata u što kraćem vremenskom periodu, a pritom da nivo izvršenja te usluge ostane na odgovarajućem nivou. Automatizacija je jako značajna kako bi se omogućilo da se suzbije pravljanje grešaka u radu, kako bi se uspostavila neka konzistentnost u radu i na kraju krajeva možda dođemo i do nekih nagrada za zaposlene sa najboljim učinkom. Isto tako oni, da se izrazim tako, pedavi zadaci koje zaposleni obavljaju kroz Excel postaju automatizovani i poluautomatizovani. Rad na daljinu je takođe omogućen u potpunosti, a da nema nikakvih problema u tome i ovo sve uz nešto što mi u Logate-u zovemo Digital Banking Universe. Logate-ov Digital Banking Universe je ideja koja je nastala nakon sastanka sa menadžmentom jedne banke, gdje smo utvrdili da ti legacy core banking sistemi nude neke zastarile interfejse koji nam daju neke podatke koji nam nisu u tom trenutku baš čitljivi i upotrebljivi onako kako treba i onda zaposleni bivaju primorani da na kreativan način koriste Excel kako bi te podatke transformisali u upotrebljive informacije. Mi ne radimo core banking sistem, ali možemo da gradimo oko njega kako bi banke u svakom momentu imale mogućnost da odgovore na savremene potrebe svojih klijenata. Ali opet, naglašavajući ulogu zaposlenih u čitavom tom procesu, kao i naglašavajući to da se najbolje korisničko iskustvo ostvaruje upravo kroz zaposlene i njihovo sopstveno radno iskustvo. Sjetite se samog početka naše prezentacije, imajte nekako uvijek ovo na umu. Ne znači da to što smo nekad koristili i što smo nekad znali treba da bude nešto što ćemo nastaviti da radimo i koristimo. Ja bih sada pozvala mog dragog kolegu Mila Grbina iz NLB banke da vam prenese njihove utiske u korišćenju Logate-ovog CRM rješenja.
Dobar dan svima, nadam se da se čujemo. Pozdrav s moje strane i u ime NLB banke. Ja mislim da smo mi u saradnji sa Logate-om, da je ovo 9. godina, tako je. Pre toga smo koristili Excel, naravno, za razne naše operacije i za praćenje našeg portfolija. Prva aktivnost je bila LTS sistem, to je skraćenica za Loan Tracking System, koji se bavio, i dan danas radi, na način da se pratimo kreditni portfolio naših klijenata, corporate, SME i fizičkih lica, retaila, naravno. I posle nekoliko godina nama se pokazalo da naši kolege koriste LTS u svakodnevnom radu. Broj kolega koji koristi LTS je mnogo veći nego onih koji se bave kreditnim portfolijom, tako da se pojavila potreba i proširenjem tih funkcionalnosti, gde se Logate našao i ponudio nam rešenje prodajnih prilika, reklamacije i tako toga bilo je popriličan broj funkcionalnosti, ali ja bih se zadržao na prodajnim prilikama koje su i doprinale velikom skoku upotrebljivosti same aplikacije, koja je postala pravi CRM sistem. Na osnovu broj korisnika u banci je skočio na preko 90% kolega u banci koristi CRM svaki dan. I suštinski to je aplikacija sa kojom počinje i završava se radni dan. U tom delu kao jedan najznačajniji deo je, ja bih izdvojio, prodajne prilike, gdje smo mi svi ipak tu na neki način da budemo u službi naših klijenata i tu i tamo nešto da prodamo, jel? Pa to što prodamo trebalo bi da ispratimo, da vidimo kako prodaja ide u svim fazama. Poznato je, što je Mima rekla, da je Excel bio odličan, jel? U banci imamo oko 300 ljudi koji svako ima nekog rođaka za kojeg treba nešto da se, kako to kažemo popularno, se završi. I ti svi lidovi su se slivali u razne Excele. Sada to više nije slučaj, u stvari već nekoliko godina to više nije slučaj. svi lidovi ili opportunity se slivaju i dolaze u LTS, odnosno u CRM sistem, gde se na jedinstveni način vrlo jednostavno prati od momenta kada je klijent, kada se unese prodajna prilika, do momenta konačnog nekog statusa kroz razne statuse umeđu vremenu koje smo definisali po nekim standardima. Naravno, sve je vidljivo na nivou klijenta, kompletna istorija kretanja prodajne prilike i samim tim jedinstveni uvid je koju menadžment ima potrebu da pogleda, na kraju svakog dana vidimo gde smo u kontekstu današnjeg prodajnog rezultata, dok kolege u mreži koji se bave direktno prodajom, naravno mogu to da izvezu u Excel, prethodno pomenuti, da vide i da vide koji je njihov dnevni učinak. Jer sa psihološkog nivoa u kontekstu prodaje bankarskih proizvoda vrlo je važan taj, kao kažem, završni aspekt dana kada se zaokruži i vidi se koji je u stvari učinak. Nisam napomenuo ranije da ovaj sistem nije samo naravno za prodaju kredita, nego za svih bančnih proizvoda koji se nalaze u prodajnom asortimanu banke. Logate nam je mnogo pomogao u tome. Mi Logate smatramo našim partnerom. Moderno je rečeno partner, ali tako stvarno i osjećam, ipak to nije dobavljač, nego partner koji razume naše potrebe i na neki način zajedno ih razvijamo, i partner koji je inovator. Mnogi od ovih aktivnosti, ja sad vidim ovde neke koje nismo implementirali, partner koji je inovator i koji nama pomaže da zajedno napredujemo u nekom tom zajedničkom putu ka uspehu. Hvala mi.
Hvala, Mile. Ja sam sigurna da ste svi vi inovatori i samim tim što ste ovdje to i dokazujete i nadam se da smo nekako mogli da vas inspirišemo da sagledate sad stvari malo iz nekog drugačijeg ugla. U suštini da ste uvijek usmjereni na potrebe svojih klijenata, ali istovremeno uvažavajući potrebe vaših zaposlenih. Hvala vam najljepše.
Koji se minja naprijed? Ok. Dobro. Zdravo svima. Moje ime je Lazar. Ja sam ovdje da predstavim ispred kompanije ProfitUp i da predstavim neko naše rješenje i kako je sve to počelo. Mi smo razvili istoimenu aplikaciju koja se također zove ProfitUp za povrat novca, da našim korisnicima omogućimo da što jednostavnije i da im omogućimo da imaju veću kupovnu moć. Korisnici bi vrlo jednostavno došli bi došli u prodavnicu i pokazali bi našu aplikaciju, pokazali bi tu naš kod i s tim izvršili trgovinu i odmah bi zatim na svojoj aplikaciji dobili povrat novca koji bi dalje mogli da koriste negdje drugo. U svom tom razvoju tu se rodila neka naša vizija da omogućimo, da unaprijedimo, olakšamo sam način elektronskog plaćanja i cijela ova priča je krenula od tog momenta. Prvo smo morali da uočimo neke probleme koji su trgovci imali. Naravno, trgovci žele da imaju što veći broj kupaca, da dovedu nove kupce, također žele da povećaju svoje promete, žele da budu u koraku sa digitalizacijom i također žele da bolje prate njihove troškove. Sa druge strane imamo naše kupce koji također žele da imaju veću kupovnu moć, također žele da i oni prate svoje troškove, žele da mnogo jednostavnije plaćaju, da imaju veću transparentnost gdje troše novac, žele jednostavan set servisa da troše novac koji oni posjeduju. Tu stupa ProfitUp gdje on nudi svoju platformu u kojoj kupci dobijaju sve tražene stvari, dobijaju svoj dobijaju svoj novčanik na kome njihov povrat novca liže. Također otvaramo nove servise gdje korisnici mogu da šalju novac drugim ljudima, a sa druge strane imamo trgovce kojima mi pomažemo da oni budu prisutni u današnjem digitalnom svijetu, omogućavamo im da prate troškove, da se oglašavaju, omogućavamo im čak i da umanjimo troškove prilikom plaćanja, jer znamo da kada su pitanje elektronska plaćanja, da trgovci imaju neku proviziju koju moraju nekome da platimo. Mi smo tu vrlo kompetentni među cijelom konkurencijom. Mi smo počeli cijelu priču u Crnoj Gori kao jedan mali tim i Crna Gora je bilo neko tržište koje smo mi želi da testiramo i da idemo cijelu ovu ideju. Nije bilo jednostavno i lako. Proširili smo se kasnije kada smo vidjeli i testirali ideju na našem tržištu i validirali i vidjeli da sve to funkcioniše, odlučili smo da se proširimo u Srbiju. I ovo su neke metrike koje smo mi uspjeli da postignemo u zadnjih 3,5 ili 4 godine. Znači imamo preko 100.000 registrovanih korisnika, imamo preko 4.000 premium korisnika, jer mi našim korisnicima nudimo i neke benefite kroz premium program, to je naš referral program. Imamo preko 500 otvorenih, preko 500 povezanih prodavnica gdje korisnici mogu da troše svoj novac. Imamo oko 1.200.000 transakcija, to je preko otprilike 22 miliona prometa koji su prošli kroz našu aplikaciju i također 1.100.000 cashbacka koji smo vratili našim korisnicima. Sad, ovo nije bilo baš tako jednostavno, jer kada smo ušli na tržište Srbije, tu smo malo udarili u neke zakonske barijere, jer je to tržište samim time i prilično strogo regulisano od strane Narodne banke. Pa smo se mi tu povezali zajedno sa Chipcardom, ostvarili saradnju sa njima u dogovoru. Chipcard inače dio Asseco grupacije i on je nedavno dobio EMI licencu od strane Narodne banke Srbije, koju će da pasportuje nama i time otvori vrata da mi sasvim normalno postojimo u Srbiji, da postanemo jedan pravi licencirani digitalni novčanik. Naravno, Crnu Goru nismo zanemarili, paralelno zajedno sa time jedna banka ovdje u Crnoj Gori je prepoznala naš potencijal i sa njom smo otpočeli saradnju i ušli u pregovore oko same integracije, također da i korisnicima u Crnoj Gori omogućimo sve benefite jednog pravog licenciranog, više valutnog digitalnog novčanika. Kako se mi širimo na tržište? Znači, mi smo krenuli prvo sa Crnom Gorom, pa smo ušli u Srbiju i tu smo trenutno prilično dominantni i aktivni i imamo veliki broj trgovaca. Pored toga imamo također neke trgovci, počeli smo da radimo u Bosni, počeli smo da radimo u Albaniji, počeli smo da radimo u Makedoniji, polako se širimo. Naš digitalni novčanik će da omogući svim korisnicima, pored samog plaćanja, omogućava i transfer novca između država, omogućava plaćanje računa. Kasnije ćemo imati i još neke proizvode koji će biti na nekom od sljedećih slajdova. Također, naš plan je da naravno uđemo u Evropsku uniju, jer Evropska unija je onako veliko tržište. Također smo i tu počeli da tražimo provajdere koji će nam da EMI licencu, koja će da nam omogući da poslujemo u Evropskoj uniji. Prva država na koju ćemo mi da uđemo u Evropskoj uniji jeste Hrvatska. Tamo imamo našeg partnera Monrija, koji ima jako snažnu i veliku infrastrukturu za plaćanje. Ima također dosta point of sales sa kojim ćemo mi da se integrišemo i vrlo jednostavno da uđemo na tržište Hrvatske i samim tim čim uđemo na tržište Hrvatske nama su automatski otvorena vrata za cijelu Evropsku uniju. Što su mi do sada postigli? Znači, trenutno je 2022. godina. Prisutni smo trenutno u 5 država, do kraja godine planiramo prisutnost 8 država. Mi smo razvili naš wallet je razvijen in-house kao rešenje. Planiramo iduće godine, ovo možda bude svima interesantno, planiramo da uvedemo kriptovalutu i da samim time tokenizujemo i gamifikujemo naš biznis i da korisnicima bude još jednostavnije i lakše da plaćaju, malo da uđemo u blockchain tehnologiju i da to sve bude zanimljivo. Takođe planiramo da izdajemo naše platne kartice, da ljudi mogu, pošto trenutno novac može se koristiti samo unutar trgovaca koji su povezani sa Profitupom, sama integracija je vrlo jednostavna, gdje softverne kasije dovoljno samo da javi Profitupu za izvršenje te transakcije i kao što sam pomenuo, novac je odmah, novac koji se vrati korisniku odmah dostupan za korištenje u neku drugu prodavnicu i naravno to je kada on plaća sa Profitupa takođe ima benefite. Samo povezivanje sa bankom u Crnoj Gori i emil institucijama u ostalim državama nam omogućava da radimo i da korisnici mogu da finansiraju svoj digitalni novčanik putem top-upa, da samim tim i podižu novac, pošto trenutno zbog nekih regulativa to još uvijek baš ne smijemo da radimo. Vrijeme. Dobro planiramo još da imamo, da budu to pravi bankarski računi, da postoje štednji računi, da korisnici mogu da primaju platu na Profitupu i da postoje nešto što mi nazivamo ciljevima i money pool, gdje bi korisnici mogli zajedno da skupljaju novac i da zajedno plaćaju kod trgovaca. Naš tim, Vojin Rašković koji je osnivač cijele ove ideje, ima Marko Ivanovića koji dolazi iz komercijalnog bankarskog sektora, Dragi Vujačić koji je zadužen za marketing i predstavljanje u javnost, Rade Filimović koji je zadužen za sve vizualne i sitne detalje koje čine korisničko iskustvo ljepše, imamo Aleksandra Vukovića koji je glavni za razvoj mobilne aplikacije i mene koji vodi cijelu priču oko severskog dijela. To je bilo to, hvala svima na pažnji. Ako ima nekih pitanja, ne znam da li ima vremena, može sad, a može i posle događaja.
Dobar dan svima. Moje ime je Milica Gazivoda i dio sam tima koji je razvio Flash Fintech platformu. Ja bih vam na samom početku pustila jedan kratak naš promo video, čisto da bi stekli uvid u to šta mi radimo, a kasnije ćemo o detaljima.
Nemate karticu, nemate keš, nemate problem jer tu je Flash. Ako želite inovativno, jednostavno, brzo i sigurno plaćanje, želite Flash. Pripremite se za revoluciju plaćanja. Bez obzira da li želite da platite nešto online, obavite kupovinu na POS terminalu, aktivirate i koristite programe lojalnosti bez dodatnih aplikacija i kartica ili da pošaljete nekome sredstva znajući samo njegov broj telefona, sada to možete uraditi pomoću Flasha. Ne morate da razmišljate da li ste sa sobom podnijeli platnu karticu i da li je radno vrijeme bankarskih poslovnica završeno. Dovoljan vam je samo Flash, jer Flash ne poznaje granice.
Pa šta je to Flash i koje smo mi to probleme identifikovali? Na početku, klijenti tradicionalnih bankarskih sistema nisu u mogućnosti da plate bez platne kartice ili gotovine. Ako imaju više računa u više različitih banaka ili više aktivnih programa lojalnosti kod različitih trgovaca, to im zahtijeva korištenje više kartica ili aplikacija. Za banke proces je komplikovan i skup. Često banke imaju čak 3 različita provajdera da bi procesuirale jednu transakciju na POS terminalu i nisu u mogućnosti da svojim trgovcima omoguće dnevno sravnjavanje po osnovu tih transakcija. Dok trgovci sami nekada ne mogu da zadovolje standarde banke i ispune uslove da bi uopšte implementirali i koristili POS terminal i često imaju neefikasne programe lojalnosti od kojih njihovi kupci vrlo brzo odustaju. Nudimo rješenje u samo jednoj platformi koja će omogućiti klijentima bezkartično, bezgotovinsko i plaćanje sa vrlo jednostavnom registracijom. Banke će dobiti jednostavan proces obrade transakcija, a trgovci dobijaju jednostavne programe lojalnosti koje će njihovi kupci koristiti. Svi smo čuli za globalne payment provajdere i znamo koje su njihove moći i mogućnosti. Hajde da jedan dio tih mogućnosti spustimo i kod nas. Šta je to što radi Flash? Flash povezuje i pravi jedan jedinstveni ekosistem tako što će povezati banke, njihove klijente i trgovce u jedan sistem, povećavajući im efikasnost uz smanjenje troškova. Trenutni market size koji vidite na ovom slajdu se odnosi na zemlje Evropske unije. Ono što smo mi identifikovali kao potencijalno naše klijente su 91 milion fizičkih lica koji su u suštini mobile payment korisnici u uzrastu od 18 do 44 godine. Ništa manje tržište, bez obzira što je manje u odnosu na Evropsku uniju, ali što se tiče potencijala, ništa manja nije ni Crna Gora. Po istraživanju Centralne banke Crne Gore vidjeli smo da postoji jako velika zainteresovanost lokalnog tržišta i da je više od pola ispitanika izrazilo želju da bi koristilo bar jednu od ovih usluga koje mi predstavljamo. Imamo potencijalno na lokalnom tržištu 450.000 korisnika, to su sve korisnici interneta i smartfona sa nekim od bankarskih računa. Trenutno na tržištu postoji 11 banaka, a dnevno se samo u 2021. godini u domaćem platnom prometu po zvaničnoj statistici obavilo 40.000 transakcija i to u iznosu većem od 59 miliona eura. Ako primijenimo prosječnu ponderisanu naknadu za te transakcije, banke su prihodovale 79.000 po osnovu provizija samo na te naloge. Konkurencije imamo, naravno, i to nam je negdje dokaz da ovo što radimo stvarno vrijedi. Konkurencija ne samo da postoji u Evropi, već smo istražili i američko tržište i jedni od najvećih tih konkurenata su u gornjem dijelu ove zvijezde. Međutim, ono što smo primijetili je da cijeli taj sistem i sva ta konkurencija pokriva samo jedan spektar naših usluga. Naše prednosti u odnosu na konkurenciju je što želimo da korisnicima omogućimo jednu tačku, to jest jednu aplikaciju za praćenje svih njihovih finansijskih i potrošačkih navika. Banka bi dobila jednu jednostavnu implementaciju, smanjila bi svoj cash flow, a povećala bi prodaju svih svojih ostalih proizvoda. Također dobila bi novi marketing kanal komunikacije sa svojim trgovcima, kako fizičkim licima, tako i sa trgovcima, a trgovci su u mogućnosti da instaliraju bezuslovno POS terminal, da imaju dnevno sravnjavanje po osnovu transakcija obavljenih na tim terminalima i da integrišu programe lojalnosti baš po njihovoj mjeri. Da li će to biti neki procenat od transakcije u zavisnosti od prethodnih transakcija, da li će to biti cashback, to će već zavisiti od svakog pojedinačnog trgovca. Biznis model nam je B2B i B2C. Trenutno, dok ne implementiramo u Crnoj Gori PSD2 regulativu, baziramo se na B2B model iz razloga što moramo direktno sarađivati sa bankama jer prosto nemamo podatke sa kojima bi mogli da radimo. Tako da je taj B2B model na slajdu odnosi se na banke u Crnoj Gori, dok je B2C model uglavnom zasniva se na subscription modelu koji je našim klijentima bi trebao biti najintuitivniji. Tako funkcionišu i velike kuće tipa Amazona, Netflixa i slično. Trenutno smo, pošto smo mladi na tržištu i trenutno smo u potrazi za investicijama, ja ću iskoristiti moment da spomenem da se trenutno u Crnoj Gori razvija jedna jako pozitivna klima, tako što se uvodi i što je već uveden zakon o inovacionim djelatnostima koji omogućava kako većim firmama, tako i bankama mogućnost da investiraju u start-upe na način da ih ta investicija vodi u 1% equity-a koji imaju u samom start-upu. Mi smo apsolutno raspoloženi za taj model. Vjerujem da ima dosta bankara ovdje koji bi mogli da razmotre tu situaciju. Ovo je neki naš put od septembra prošle godine kada smo krenuli sa samim konceptom. Pobjedili smo na 2 lokalna takmičenja koja su start-up takmičenja. kreirali smo naš prvi MVP, odradili smo usability testing tog prototipa u laboratoriji za UX i UI dizajn u Zadru i trenutno smo u pregovorima sa lokalnim bankama. Trenutno aktivni pregovori sa 2 lokalne banke, jednim većim trgovcem za implementaciju rješenja i također smo, kao što sam već spomenula, u potrazi za investicijama. Također, jedan dio našeg puta je i prepoznavanje od jednog lokalnog huba koji nam je omogućio da budemo učesnici u jednom međudržavnom projektu u saradnji sa američkom ambasadom u Crnoj Gori i imat ćemo mogućnost da prezentujemo naše rješenje pred američkim investitorima početkom sljedeće godine. Tim čine stručnjaci iz oblasti IT-a i bankarstva. Zajedno imamo preko 40 godina iskustva. Milena Plamenac je full stack programer i ekspert za e-commerce rješenja. Nataša Popivoda, iskusni arhitekta softvera i IT projekt menadžer. I moje ime je, kao što rekoh, Milica Gazivoda. Ja sam po zanimanju magistar softverskog inženjerstva, ali sam u lokalnim bankama već nekih 15 godina. U posljednje vrijeme najviše u oblasti IT-a i digitalnog bankarstva. U principu to bi bilo to. No card, no cash, no problem. Flash. Pošto smo jako kratki sa vremenom, Tanja nam je već to napomenula, možete zapisati naš kontakt i budite slobodni da nas kontaktirate za eventualnu saradnju ili sva pitanja koja ja danas nisam odgovorila.
Zahvaljujem na jako zanimljivim prezentacijama i nastavljamo sa 4. panelom. Ovog puta pauze nema, 2 puta sam provjerila. Dakle, u 4. panelu od uvaženih panelistkinja čućemo koji su benefiti Zakona o inovativnoj djelatnosti i Zakona o podsticajnim mjerama za razvoj istraživanja inovacija i na koji način ovi zakoni mogu pomoći razvoju finteka u Crnoj Gori. Molim panelistkinje da se pridruže. Panelista ipak. Dobro, hvala. Izvolite.
Dobar dan, pozdrav i od nas. Hvala svima što ste ostali da čujete i informacije o tome kako podsticajne mjere koje omogućavaju, dakle, inovacioni zakoni u Crnoj Gori, dakle to je Zakon o inovacionoj djelatnosti i Zakon o podsticajnim mjerama za inovacionu djelatnost, mogu da se upotrebe u cilju pronalazaka fintech rješenja. Današnje panelistkinje na tu temu sa nama su, dakle, Marijeta Barektarović-Lanzardi iz Ministarstva nauke i tehnološkog razvoja i Bojana Femić-Radosavović iz Fonda za inovacije, dakle direktorica Fonda za inovacije, a Marijeta je direktorica Direktorata za inovacije i tehnološki razvoj. Dakle, 2, možemo reći slobodno, najrelevantnije adrese koje bi mogle da govore na ovu temu danas. Tako da ja bih počeo sa pitanjem, dakle, Marijeti, vezano za to, ako bi mogla da uputi, dakle, i sve koji nas danas slušaju, šta se u smislu zakona o podsticajnim mjerama za inovacionu djelatnost podrazumije, kako se, dakle, tumači inovacija, šta je to inovacija i kako neko ko ima neku ideju može biti siguran da je ona inovativna, u smislu upravo zakona, i šta su, poslije toga da pričamo, dakle, o tome šta su sve mogućnosti koje taj zakon otvara za inovativne ideje u oblasti finteka i u oblasti drugih.
Prije svega zahvaljujem na pozivu, zaista jedan interesantan panel i veoma relevantna tema u posljednjih godinu dana posebno aktualizovana u smislu Zakona o inovacionoj djelatnosti koji je značajno izmijenjen 20. godine. Sama definicija inovacije podrazumijeva jedan potpuno novi ili značajno poboljšan proizvod ili uslugu i tu često dobijamo pitanja od naših potencijalnih korisnika jer uvijek ide pitanje kako mi to u Crnoj Gori možemo da napravimo nešto što je boom u svijetu, disruptive technology i tako dalje, ali uvijek govorimo o nečemu što ne postoji kao rješenje ili je postojala, ali ima neku novu potpunu funkcionalnost koja omogućava određenom subjektu inovacione djelatnosti da na tome razvija to rješenje i kasnije cijel svoj biznis zasniva na tom rješenju. Zakon o inovacionoj djelatnosti je unaprijeđen na način da prethodno smo imali inovacione organizacije u samom registru inovacione djelatnosti. Registar inovacione djelatnosti za naše slušalce je zapravo jedan mehanizam države da prepozna ko se bavi to inovacionom djelatnošću u Crnoj Gori. Sada, taj spektar je mnogo širi. Naprimjer, na osnovu nekih prvih rezultata statistike inovacija koje imamo ove godine, ispada da se u sektoru mikro, malih, srednjih preduzeća zapravo imamo 53% kompanija koje su imale neku vrstu inovacije. Sad tu podrazumijemo i inovaciju u poslovanju, i u marketingu i tako dalje, ali možemo reći da smo veoma aktivni, posebno inovacije u proizvodu. Ono što je veoma važno jeste da kažem da pratimo se po nekim indikatorima vezano za inovacije u Crnoj Gori na osnovu takozvane evropske tabele uspješnosti i tu vidimo da je zapravo jedna od naših jačih strana inovacija proizvoda. Tako da to je ono što definitivno o čemu možemo razgovarati u Crnoj Gori. Važno je da sada prepoznajemo različite vrste subjekata inovacione djelatnosti. Naravno, mimo našeg registra svi se mogu baviti inovacionom djelatnošću, ali ako neko želi da ostvari pravo na podsticajne mjere o kojima ćemo pričati ili želi da koristi neki od inovacionih programa koji su na raspolaganju, on mora biti prepoznat tim registrom. Da bi neko bio prepoznat, mora imati inovacioni projekat i tu stižemo do momenta kako država prepozna inovacionu djelatnost na način što takav projekat evaluira, odnosno imamo međunarodne eksterne eksperte koji za upis u registar imaju jednu, da kažem, blažu proceduru. Oni samo procjenjuju da li je vaša ideja inovativna ili ne u skladu sa zakonom. Naravno, ta procedura se značajno komplikuje kada govorimo o dodjeli sredstava, jer svaki program ima neki svoj poseban zahtjev. U registru možemo da imamo znači i pravna i fizička lica. Po prvi put fizička lica se prepoznaju ovim registrom, pronalazači, inovatori kao fizička lica, freelancer koji obavljaju i daju neku intelektualnu uslugu za određeno fizičko ili pravno lice koje obavlja inovacionu djelatnost, a također imamo inovacione infrastrukture. Posebno prepoznajemo sada inovativne start-up, što je veoma važno i to je za ovaj prvi krug, da kažem, da zaključim, jeste da onoga momenta kada ste prepoznati kao inovativni start-up u našem registru, dobijate mogućnost da budete korisnik podsticajnih mjera i koristite brojne mogućnosti o kojima ćemo
sad možemo li čuti koji su to sve vidovi, dakle, podsticaja i podrške na koje inovatori u oblasti finteka, recimo, mogu da računaju ukoliko je njihova ideja prepoznata kao inovativna u smislu zakona?
Tako je. Znači, prvi osnovni korak jeste da vaša ideja zaista bude ocijenjena kao inovativna i bude u našem registru inovacione djelatnosti. Za to je potrebno da, na primjer, kao start-up, to je najveće interesovanje u posljednje vrijeme ili pravno lice, se prijavite preko naše platforme Inovacije Gourmet, koja nadamo se će biti aktivna veoma brzo. Zbog cyber napada koji su nažalost zadesili vladu Crne Gore, platforma je...
Ali vi, iako ona ne radi, vi dalje završavate svoj posao?
Tako je, našli smo alternativno rješenje, odnosno sada ista ta dokumentacija može biti dobijena od strane nas i dostavljena u hard copy formi i možete biti vrlo lako upisani u registar. Međutim, naš je cilj bio da pojednostavimo procedure i papire i da to prosto bude u elektronskoj formi. Dakle, kada generišete vaš PIB, vaše kompanije, naš sistem je automatski povezan sa izvodom iz centralnog registra privrednih subjekata, tako da dobijemo automatski informacije o vašem preduzeću, da li ste u stečajnom postupku likvidacije, da li uredno izmirujete poreske obaveze, jer da biste postali kandidat za podsticaj, neki od podsticaja, naravno morate da izmirujete vaše poreske obaveze i posljedično budete nagrađeni i oslobođeni ako se bavite inovacionom djelatnošću. U prvom redu, dakle, tu imamo oslobađanje od poreza na dohodak fizičkih lica i prireza na porez, poreza na obavezno socijalno osiguranje, također oslobađanje od poreza na dobit pravnih lica I to je veoma važno da kažemo da tu imamo sad ulogu kod poreza na dobit, ulogu veliku ulagača. Dakle, porez na dobit i oslobađanje od poreza na dobit može ostvariti pravno lice koje dio svoje dobiti ulaže u sopstvene inovativne projekte. Sa druge strane, on može ulagati i u start-upove, odnosno spin-offove, i naravno udio, time stiče udio vlasnički udio u tom start-upu koji ne smije preći 49%. Sada, kada govorimo o...
Dakle, to je jedna od mjera koja na neki način spaja investitore, koji u ovom slučaju mogu biti komercijalne banke, tako je, sa potencijalnim inovatorima, odnosno ne potencijalnim, nego sa inovatorima koji imaju neka fintech rješenja za koja vjeruju da su inovativna i na taj način mogu zapravo da dođu do nekih finansijskih sredstava. Sad, koji je to iznos, koja je procedura na kraju krajeva da se od toga dođe, možete li nam to pojasniti?
Kao što sam rekla na početku, da bi investitor ostvario podsticaj i prijavio se kao investitor, prvo, on mora da ulaže u inovativne start-upove koji su već prepoznati registrom inovacione djelatnosti. Drugo, mora onda konkretno da izvrši investiciju, da postoji ugovor o investiciji, da imamo promjenu u centralnom registru samog vlasničke strukture, o tome dostavlja dokaze, onda se i on upisuje kao investitor u naš registar inovacione djelatnosti i paralelno podnosi zahtjev za sticanje statusa korisnika podsticajnih mjera. Kako je ovo nov zakon za sve nas, kada je u pitanju bankarski sektor, nedavno smo imali komunikaciju, zbog toga molim da se uključe kolegi Centralne banke, zbog toga što Zakon o bankama ima određena ograničenja kada govorimo o kvalifikovanim udjelima i tako dalje. To je nešto što je nama označeno kao potencijalno ograničenje, ali u smislu Zakona o podsticajima, znači trenutno za pravna lica postoje ta ograničenja da udio o vlasničkoj strukturi ne može biti preko 49% i da mora da se ulaže u start-upove koje smo prepoznali na taj način.
U suštini, neko ko vas sluša, ima fintech ideju, ovo bi trebalo da shvati kao impuls ili signal da bi trebalo da se dodatno da prouči Zakon o bankama i druga relevantna akta, osim Zakona o podsticajnim mjerama za inovacionu djelatnost, kako bi pokušao da aplicira za ta sredstva.
Tako je. Svakako je to partnerski odnos i mi sami, zakon se implementira godinu dana, saznajemo, imamo indikacije od strane različitih potencijalnih korisnika gdje zapravo svakoga ko želi da se bavi fintech inovacijama, one podrazumijevaju Zakon o zaštiti ličnih podataka, bezbjednost finansijskih različitih transakcija i tako dalje. Iako je nešto inovativno, može biti u suprotnosti sa zakonom. Tako da posebno u dijelu fintech inovacija usklađivanje sa srodnim zakonima mora posebno dobiti na značaju, jer na primjer konkretno u ministarstvu neko će reći jeste vaše rješenje inovativno, ali sa druge strane postoje neka druga zakonska ograničenja, naravno mi smo tu da zajedno sa potencijalnim korisnikom, jer zaista želimo da postičemo inovacionu djelatnost i dođemo do nekih rješenja, a ovo je idealno i vrijeme da generišemo možda neke izmjene povezanih zakona koje možda su prepreka implementaciji ovakvih nekih podsticaja koje imamo.
Hvala, Marijeta. Fond za inovacije je jedan od stubova ili, da kažemo, jedan od proizvoda Zakona o inovacijama, tako? I on također u tom ekosistemu daje i ima neke svoje instrumente podrške za inovatore. Pa možda bi bilo interesantno čuti na šta sve mogu da računaju inovatori, na kakav vid podrške mogu da računaju ukoliko bi htjeli da se obrate, recimo, Fondu za inovacije.
Naravno. Hvala, Aleksandre. Prije svega hvala što ste nas prepoznali kao bitnog aktera u cijeloj ovoj priči i pozvali nas da budemo dio ove konferencije. Fond, upravo tako, fond je osnovan zahvaljujući zakonu, a sa druge strane riješio je problem implementacije inovacionih programa koji je postojao ranije. Zapravo, prije osnivanja fonda, ministarstva su bila ta koja su donosila i zakone, bavile se i politikom u oblasti inovacija, a radili su i implementaciju programa, što samo po sebi nije prirodno i traži prevelik angažman velikog broja ljudi koji nemaju usku specijalizaciju baš za tu oblast. Zbog toga je osnovan fond da bi se bavio implementacijom ovih programa i obezbijedio sredstva finansiranja koje usmjerava ka podršci inovativnom preduzetništvu. I to je upravo naša uloga. Fond za sada sredstva obezbjeđuje iz nacionalnog budžeta, ali imamo mogućnost da sredstva obezbjeđujemo iz međunarodnih izvora i već smo u nekim procesima gdje se fond prepoznaje zapravo kao implementatori programa koji su finansirani EU sredstvima i sa druge strane imamo mogućnost da kroz donacije obezbjedimo sredstva koja ćemo usmjeriti dalje ka našoj inovativnoj zajednici. Ključni, recimo tu, osnov koji nama daje mogućnost da dobijemo dodatni budžet jeste onaj zakon, produženje zakona o ekonomskom, ne zakona, nego pravila o dodjeli ekonomskog državljanstva, gdje prošle godine, na kraju prošle godine, donijeli su odluku da svaki aplikant koji aplicira za ekonomsko državljanstvo naše zemlje ima obavezu da uloži 100.000 eura, da to položi na račun Fonda za inovacije za razvoj inovacionog ekosistema. To nama daje mogućnost da prepoznamo neke nove interesantne oblasti za finansiranje u oblasti inovacija i da kreiramo neki dodatni budžet koji će se baviti baš tim. Sve u saglasnosti sa Vladom i Savjetom za inovacije i pametnu specijalizaciju. Mi podržavamo, samo ću se ograditi, pošto je Marijeta pomenula inovatore i pronalazače, fond zapravo podršku daje pravnim licima, ne fizičkim, i da, oni se mogu obratiti fondu za različite programe podrške. Za sada, mi smo baš mlada institucija, postojimo godinu dana, u punom kapacitetu zapravo radimo od februara tek, a već smo pokrenuli 2 programa podrške. Prvi program podrške je sitniji, zbog toga što je tu sama podrška do 8.000 eura i odnosi se na inovacione vaučere. To je brz mehanizam gdje ukoliko vam treba recimo neko istraživanje ili testiranje koje može da vam pruži naučno-istraživačka zajednica, možete brzo u roku od 7 dana dobiti odgovor od fonda da li to možete finansirati na taj način i završiti, zaokružiti taj dio priče. Na početku razvoja nekog inovativnog proizvoda to je često potrebno i prepoznali smo da je to zapravo jedan mehanizam podrške koji treba da bude otvoren stalno, kako niko ne bi imao prepreku da u toj ranoj fazi testira samo rješenje na kojem želi da radi. Drugi program podrške je značajniji, to je bio javni poziv za dodjelu kolaborativnih grantova za inovacije i kroz njega dajemo grantove u vrijednosti do 100.000 eura. Oni se odnose, odnosno svi oni koji su imali fintech rješenja, kompanije koje su imale projekte u oblasti fintecha su također mogli da apliciraju za ovaj grant i to je poziv koji je zatvoren prije nedelju dana i u toku je evaluacija koja će se završiti do kraja novembra. Tako da to je bio jedan vid podrške koji smo imali u ovoj godini. Sad kad smo planirali aktivnosti za ovu godinu, još uvijek smo se preplitali Ministarstvo ekonomskog razvoja, kasnije Ministarstvo nauke i mi u programima koje sprovodimo, a namijenjeni su podršci inovacijama, a od sledeće godine većina tih programa prelazi u fond, tako da ćemo imati širi spektar programa koji možemo da ponudimo našoj inovativnoj zajednici.
Sad, interesantno je pitanje koje se nameće možda iz vašeg govora, izlaganja, a to je, pomenuli ste da postoji negdje i perspektivni mogućnost da Fond za inovacije prepozna fintech kao perspektivnu oblast za ulaganje i da onda osmisli neki program koji će posebno targetirati, recimo, rešenja u fintechu, finansijske tehnologije. Koliko je trenutno po vama to perspektivna oblast za inoviranje u Crnoj Gori? Da li tu vidite potencijal? Gdje ga vidite? I da li se to na nekom od tih programa, možete li nam reći, prijavila neka, recimo za taj kolaborativni grant, za vaučere, ne znam, prijavila nekakva fintech ideja koja vam je, kažem tako, zablistala, koja vam se svidjela i tako?
ne smijemo je ocjenjivati tim da li je zablistala ili ne. Kod nas se evaluacija radi eksterno, evaluaciju radi Međunarodna ekspertska komisija u prvom i drugom krugu. U prvom krugu imamo i eksperte iz oblasti koja je baš bliska oblasti projekta koji ocjenjuju to, ali da, bilo je projekata iz oblasti finteka i to nas i tekako raduje. Moram reći da dobili smo sjajan odgovor zajednice na poziv za kolaborativne grantove. Mi u budžetu imamo 670.000 za taj poziv, a tražnja za grantovima je bila 3,1 milion. Pri čemu je sufinansiranje preduzeća koji su prijavili projekti dodatno 1,8 miliona. Znači dobili smo vrijednost projekata od 5 miliona, a na raspolaganju imamo svega 670.000. Mislim da je to jasna poruka svim donosiocima odluka koliko zapravo postoji tražnja za podrškom inovacionim projektima i koliko je neophodno raditi, možda baš ovo, Aleksandra, što ste vi pomenuli, da uže segmentiramo neke pozive. Da imamo, kako je nedostajalo ovakvih poziva našoj zajednici i ne postoji onih koji su baš usko segmentirani, onda je prirodno da se prijave svi i da imamo različite oblasti baš sada. A sa druge strane, nadamo se da će u budućnosti biti, ukoliko se vidi da postoji tražnja, recimo za fintechom, fond uvijek ima mogućnost da u saradnji sa drugim institucijama, kao što su Centralna banka, kao što je Investicioni razvojni fond, možda ako se prepozna da je to oblast u kojoj treba podržati inovatore, osmisli program podrške, zajednički kreira budžet i na taj način motiviše zajednicu da se bavi baš tom temom i ponudi inovacije u toj oblasti.
A možete li nam reći koje su to još instrumenti podrške koji generalno vi vidite u tom inovacionom ekosistemu, možda nisu u domenu, ajde kažemo, Fonda za inovacije i ministarstva, a postoje i mogu da računaju inovatori, mogu da računaju na njih?
Naravno, osim zakona o podsticajnim mjerama o kojem je Marijeta govorila, koji definitivno vas poziva da ulažete u start-upove, tu postoje i različiti fondovi, i regionalni i EU fondovi, za koje naše kompanije mogu da apliciraju. Jedna od uloga Fonda za inovacije, na primjer, jeste da na neki način pripremimo našu zajednicu za učešće na takvim programima. Kada smo otvarali, iako nije ovo prvi program za koji se dokumentacija radi na engleskom jeziku i Ministarstvo nauke je isto radilo tako ranije, ali kada smo mi otvorili to kao naš prvi program, imali smo različite komentare. Često su nas pitali zašto se sve piše na engleskom jeziku, zašto su prezentacije na engleskom jeziku kad je naš zvanični jezik crnogorski, ali mi smatramo da je uloga fonda da pripremi sva naša preduzeća da mogu da apliciraju za neke fondove koji postoje u Evropskoj uniji. Što se više približavamo Evropskoj uniji, bit će potrebnije i postojeće veći broj mogućnosti kako možemo doći do novca koji možemo da finansiramo ovakve projekte i zbog toga smatramo da je jako važno da se na vrijeme pripremimo za to. Tako da svi naši pozivi su napravljeni tako da u potpunosti odgovaraju onim mjerama i kriterijumima koji važe svuda u Evropi. Tako da neko kada prođe evaluaciju našu, em što će dobiti jasne komentare i instrukcije same komisije koji su eksperti u toj oblasti, koji su vidjeli hiljade takvih projekata prije toga, dobit će i značajno iskustvo koje im može pomoći da sutra novac dobiju možda od nekog drugog fonda.
Jasno, Marijeta, izvoli, htjela si da se nadovežeš na ovo što je Bojana.
Napredak je bio u poslednje vrijeme što je na neki način i država prepoznala da programi prvo trebaju da prate jedan drugi i da cijel ciklus inovacija treba da bude povezan. Na taj način je uvezala različite vrste podrške koje će naravno, kao što je Bojana rekla, u narednom periodu preći većina zapravo u fond, odnosno ministarstvo će samo zadržati stimulaciju učešća u međunarodnim programima za inovacije. Imali smo predakceleracijski program, on će nastaviti sa svojom implementacijom. Dakle, to je neka osnovna prva stepenica. Kada vidite svakoga ko ima i neformalni tim koji ima neku ideju, on prolazi kroz program predakceleracije koji traje 10 mjeseci, jer ono što smo shvatili jeste da imamo dosta ideja, ali nam hvali to mentorstvo, ta neka nefinansijska podrška koja nam je na prvoj stepenici potrebna. Evo, na primjer, interesantno je da je kroz jedan takav predakceleracijski program ove godine zapravo pobjedničko rješenje bilo fintech rješenje. Danas ste imali priliku da čujete o flash rješenju.
Tačno prije nego što smo mi došli na ovu scenu, one su izašli.
Tako je. Dakle, ima ogromnog potencijala. Kad se završi predakceleracijski program koji je bio u junu ove godine, odmah smo plasirali ranu fazu razvoja start-upova, to je znači sad malo veća financijska podrška do 20.000, trajanju od 6 do godinu dana, kada ste stekli neko znanje kroz predakceleraciju, međutim ne nužno, ne samo korisnici predakceleracijskih programa, već i neko ko je prošao neku drugu vrstu ili ima neku ideju, želi da sad krene dalje u neku ranu fazu, dobija mogućnost kroz takav jedan instrument. A kao što je Bojana rekla, onda smo smisleno za one koji su već prošli ranu fazu razvoja start-upova prošle godine omogućili kolaborativne grantove i imat ćemo do kraja godine podršku iz IPA fondova koja je vezana za baš preduzeća koja se bave inovacijama i koja su već spremna da imaju tu podršku do 100.000 eura, 120.000 eura. Tako da je cilj da sad programi prate jedan drugog. Naredna ambicija jeste da takva podrška bude kontinuirana, odnosno da korisnici ne čekaju rok, nego da imaju u toku godine otvoren poziv za ranu fazu razvoja start-upova i kad su spremni za nju da imaju u svakom momentu priliku da apliciraju. Pomenuo si, i to je jako važno jer vidim da vidljivost o tome nije velika, jeste da postoje brojni međunarodni programi već dostupni Crnoj Gori koji se ne koriste. Prvo, Eureka program, to je networking program, dakle ukoliko želite da ostvarite neki networking sa privrednim društvima ili naučno-istraživačkim ustanovama u zemljama članicama Eureke, to možete da uradite i ministarstvo takve napore podržava sa nekih 45.000 eura u periodu od 3 godine. Druga velika stvar jeste Horizon Europe program, kome smo se pridružili prošle godine. On u dijelu svom Inovativna Evropa ima nešto što se zove AIDS akcelerator. Dakle, mogućnost je da svoj koncept note tokom cijele godine prilažete. Evo, ohrabrujuće, kod nas se prijavila prošle godine samo jedna firma sa koncept notom i prošla u sledeću fazu i sad već je bio cut-off za narednu fazu, odnosno za investiciju koju daje Evropska komisija do 15 miliona eura. Tako da postoje neke stvari koje su dostupne nama, a koje ne koristimo dovoljno ako imamo među toliko zemalja Evropske unije i van pridruženih zemalja koje nisu samo zemlje Evropske unije. Jednom smo pokušali, prošli smo u narednu fazu, a komplikovana je, zaista procedura jeste komplikovana, ne vidim razlog.
Ali u suštini ono što se ovde rodi u našem ekosistemu veoma lako može da se zakači za neki, da počne da funkcioniše u nekom novom ekosistemu koji je širi, veći i tako dalje. Bojana?
Samo sam htjela da se nadovežem na to, možda prvo na ovo poslednje, Aleksandra, što ste vi rekli. Da, mislim, sve ideje koje mi podržavamo generalno je dobro da vidite svoje ciljno tržište van Crne Gore. Premalo smo tržište da bi neki inovativni projekat mogao da napravi veliki uspjeh, a da je ograničen samo na naše tržište. Tako da, apsolutno da su same ideje primjenjive i vani. Htjela sam da kažem samo da, na primjer, Marijeta je pomenula ovu mentorsku podršku. Mi smo prepoznali da za start-upove, pošto ćemo taj program će voditi fond naredne godine, i kad smo radili neku reviziju i razgovarali sa start-upovima da vidimo što njima fali i što mi vidimo iz stalne komunikacije sa njima, jeste da je možda ta mentorska podrška u tim nekim mekim vještinama i potrebnija nego finansijska. Jako je važno da, i zbog toga ćemo kroz program nuditi osim finansijske podrške, mentorsku podršku tokom tih 6 mjeseci, koliko oni razvijaju tu svoju ideju, za koju treba start-up jasno da definiše gdje im je zapravo mentorska podrška najpotrebnija. Što je to gdje neko treba da im pomogne da bi cijeli model doveli do kraja. I to je izuzetno važno. Htjela sam da pozovem i sve vas. Mi Mi smo prilično otvoreni za komunikaciju i spremni da se bavimo edukacijom u ovoj oblasti. Smatramo da je to izuzetno važno i da Crnoj Gori nedostaje puno obuka koje se tiču svih ovih stvari, znanja koja su vam potrebna da biste ili zaokružili sami projekat ili ga kvalitetno iznijeli do kraja, da slobodno uvijek dođete kod nas, da nam pišete, da se javite Fondu za inovacije ukoliko smatrate da postoji realna potreba za određenim setom znanja koja nedostaje Crnoj Gori.
U redu, Bojana, ja bih se zahvalio i vama i Marijeti na ovim iscrpnim odgovorima. Mislim da bi nama ostalo još malo vremena i za pitanja, ukoliko to dozvoli Tanja. Ne znam kako stojimo sa agendom, a ukoliko imamo interesovanje, ja bih dozvolio da publika postavi pitanje. Dakle, ovdje imate sada priliku, ukoliko se interesujete, ukoliko među vama ima inovatora ili potencijalnih investitora koji bi želeli da iskoriste instrumente koje stoje nalaze. Evo, izvolite.
Yes.
English, that's fine, yeah. Could you just wait for a microphone?
I'm kind of entrepreneur from Russia, came here because of the war and everything. So I'm kind of interested in do you do anything for the people like me who came here and trying to build kind of startups or anything like that? Because I know that most of the programs are related to the Montenegrin kind of citizen.
Hoću li odgovarati na našem ili na engleskom?
How do you prefer for...
Do you prefer answer
English
in
is better.
English? Okay, yes. So if your startup is registered in our central register of private entities and is recognized as a startup according to our law, you are paying taxes in Montenegro, so you have equal rights as Montenegrin founders of our companies. So it is, you are all these possibilities are accessible for you on equal basis because you are treated as a Montenegrin company paying taxes in Montenegro.
Same is with the programs financed by the fund. You need to have a startup recognized here and registered here in Montenegro, and that's the only thing that we need. So you can apply.
Mislim da je ovaj odgovor prilično jasan. Da li imamo još pitanja? Izvolite.
Dobar dan, Vojin Rašković iz Profit Upa, čestitam na izlaganju. Kako samo u praksi do sada, znači ako imate neki podatak vezano za investicije, opet vezano za subvencije firmi koje ste omogućili kroz, shvatio sam, dobit, ili tako? Znači ja sam sa tim upoznat od prije godinu dana, možda se to prije možda bilo i sad ne znam kako je zaživjelo. Hvala.
Hvala vama na pitanju. Korisnici do sada koji su ostvarili status podsticajnih mjera, prvenstveno freelanceri i startupovi. Znači, freelanceri i startupovi su ostvarili pravo na podsticajne mjere vezane za oslobađanje od poreza na dohodak fizičkih lica i prireza na porez, kao i ovih poreza na obavezno socijalno osiguranje. Imamo veliko interesovanje investitora, eto zašto smo došli do toga kada je banka investitor, da postoji u zakonu o bankama određeni postoci koji govore o nekim manjim postocima u vlasničkoj strukturi nego što je to omogućeno zakonom o podsticajnim mjerama. Trenutno Ministarstvo financija, pošto prošle godine nismo imali interesovanje za investicije, niti je iko izvršio neku investiciju u startup da imamo primjer, Ministarstvo financija sada donosi pravilnik, to je pravilnik vezan za porez na dobit pravnih lica, gdje se otvara posebna šifra zbog toga što ono što je jako važno da razgraničimo, to su neka pitanja koje ću podijeliti sada sa vama, to je kada treba razlika između toga kada se izvrši investicija i kad stičete pravo da se oslobodite efektivno poreza na dobit. Dakle, investiciju možete da izvršite u tekućoj fiskalnoj godini, jer do sljedeće godine 31. marta vi predajete vaše finansijske iskaze i tada tražite oslobađanje. Međutim, status korisnika podsticajnih mjera možete steći tokom cijele godine kao investitor, tokom cijele ove godine u momentu kad efektivno izvršite investiciju u startup koji je upisan u naš registar i steknete i vi mogućnost se upišete u registar i podnesete zahtjev. Dakle, status korisnika podsticajnih mjera za investitora može se steći u momentu kad je investicija izvršena u toku jedne fiskalne godine, a pravo efektivno kada se oslobađate poreza je moment kad ga plaćate, kada prijavite porez na dobit i kada ga plaćate. Oslobađate se u iznosu investicije, to je jedna stvar važna. Imate ograničenje po zakonu da to može biti maksimalno 300.000 eura u 3 fiskalne godine. Dakle, to je drugo ograničenje i ono što je jako važno jeste investitori, i to smo razumjeli u razgovorima sa njima, obično to su voljni da urade u decembru kada znaju kako su poslovali u toj godini i kada znaju otprilike koliki će biti njihov porez na dobit. I ono što je jako važno jeste da se to radi u tom momentu od strane investitora, zato što investitor tačno zna koliko će da plati porez na dobit sledeće godine, jer on, na primjer, ukoliko uloži više nego što mu je porez na dobit, on ne može biti oslobođen više, niti će imati ikakav porezki kredit, to je jako važno da znamo, nego ukoliko mu je porez 1.000.000 eura, a on je uložio 100.000, bit će oslobođen tih 100.000. To je jako važno da znamo i jako važna poruka. Primjer još uvek nemamo, sa zadovoljstvom ga čekamo, da dobije neko status korisnika ovakve mjere, iz prostog razloga što investitori, trenutno potencijalni, koji su zainteresovani, to nisu firme koje se inače bave inovacionom djelatnošću. To su firme, građevinske firme, firme koje rade u prehrambenoj industriji i tako dalje. Evo imamo interesovanje banaka pa smo saznali da postoji zakon o bankama koji ima neka ograničenja. I da kažem, investitor sam po sebi na neki način i rizikuje samim ulaganjem u start-up, jer vidite, on će dati tih 100.000, 300.000, on će ih dati. Da li će ih platiti u porez ili u inovativni start-up, to je sad njegova odluka, ali on u inovativnom start-upu kupuje udio u vlasničkoj strukturi i time stiče pravo da odlučuje o poslovanju tog preduzeća, da snosi određene rizike njegovog poslovanja, ali ono što je jako važno jeste da su start-upovi brzorastuće kompanije. Ukoliko, na primjer, posebno država prepozna neke ideje i podrži, to znači i prepoznala ih je u registru, to znači da one imaju inovacioni potencijal i ako takva jedna ideja uspije, onda investitor povratno može da ima veliki povrat od toga, da ne kažem da je to država već prepoznala i zna da će rizikovati sa dosta start-upova, ali da je dovoljno da makar imamo 1 ili 2 uspješne i da će oni povratiti sve ono što smo u njih uložili.
Mislim da je ovo dobra poenta koju možemo da zaključimo ovaj panel. Vama bih se zahvalio na tome što ste bili danas panelisti, a sve ljude koji nas slušaju pozvao bih da isprate i ove preostale događaje u okviru ICT Weeka, to je dakle sutrašnja IT Spot konferencija, a onda u nedjelju imamo i dugočekani Fintech Hackathon koji organizujemo u saradnji sa Centralnom bankom Crne Gore, koji također možete ispratiti. Mislim da će biti prilično interesantno i možda se baš tu rodi neka nova inovativna fintech ideja. Hvala vam i budi praktičan.
Hvala. Hvala.
Ja bih željela samo još jednom u ime organizatora da se zahvalim svima koji su bili dio ovog današnjeg događaja, za koji se nadam da vam je bio zanimljiv i koristan. Želim vam ugodan ostatak dana i nadam se da se uskoro vidimo u nekoj novoj fintech priči. Hvala vam.